This is Tongue's Target, Book 11 in the Ruthless King's MC series, written by 𝐂𝐮𝐨𝐤𝐬, narrated by Maxine Mitchell and Joe Arden.
Prologue. Daphne. 8 years old. My Barbie doll never gets mad at me. Not like Daddy. Daddy is always screaming and yelling, and his breath smells like that nasty stuff he drinks out of a silver can. He has always been mean, but lately it has gotten worse. Mommy tries to calm him down, but every time she tries, he gets angrier.
Are you fucking listening to me, you little brat?
He bends down and slams his drink on the table. He snatches the Barbie out of my hand, and I reach for it to get it back, but he lifts it in the air so I can't reach it. I shrink away from him and start to cry.
You cry, baby,
he hisses.
Maybe you wouldn't get in trouble so much if you stopped playing with your damn dolls and fucking did what I told you to.
Daddy throws the doll against the wall, and the sound of her falling to the floor has me crying louder. Daddy, stop it! Leave her alone, please! I beg him. Mommy got me that doll. It's the only toy I have. I know that Mommy works really hard while Daddy sits in the chair and watches TV all day. She always comes home smelling like French fries, and Daddy says she stinks and makes her shower. He stinks too, but he doesn't allow anyone to tell him that.
I said to go get me another beer.
Daddy, I don't want to, I cry. You don't need any more. Can't we watch a movie?
Can't we watch a movie?
He repeats what I say like my friends do on the bus. Stop it! I jump off the chair and land on the dirty floor with my bare feet. He reaches out and grabs me by the hair when I squat down to pick up my Barbie.
Stop it!
He makes fun of me again and grabs the doll from my hands again.
You're spoiled. When I was growing up, I had to earn my toys. What the fuck have you done besides be a pain in my ass?
I try to get away from him, but he tightens his fingers in my hair and pulls harder. It hurts. You're hurting me, Daddy, I cry when he throws me to the ground. I curl in a ball and press a palm against the spot on my head where it hurts the most. It burns.
Maybe you'd learn to listen to me if you got your ass whooped,
he says, undoing his black leather belt that's hit me so many times I've lost count. No, please don't, please. I crawl away until I'm able to get to my feet and run toward my bedroom.
Come back here, you little shit,
he sneers, cracking the belt in the air in warning of what will happen if I don't stop running away. It doesn't matter if I stop or not. The end result is the same. I run into my bedroom and slam the door, then lock it. The number one rule in the house is to never lock the doors, but Daddy scares me. I don't want to be here anymore. I want Mommy to take me away and never look back. Daddy can keep the rundown trailer and the nasty drinks he likes. It's all he cares about anyway. A loud bang crashing against the door yanks a scream from me. I push against the wall and look around for any kind of weapon that I think will stop him from hurting me. The only thing I have is the book my mommy reads me every night. It's an old copy of Little Women. I don't understand a lot of it, but the sound of Mommy's voice always puts me to sleep.
You better unlock this door, Daphne, or so help me, I'll beat your ass until you can't sit for a week.
I'm frozen in place, staring at the door while my legs tremble. The door handle shakes while he pounds against the wood. I can't get out, either. The only window in my room is nailed shut from the last time I tried to run away. Daddy hit me across the face while Mommy was sleeping. When I was pretending to be asleep, I waited until I heard the loud snores coming from the living room and opened the window. But I wasn't quiet enough. Daddy caught me just as I was about to close the window and escape. He yanked me back inside, locked me in the closet, and I wasn't allowed to come out until he was done. It felt like forever, hearing the hammer hit the nails and him cursing underneath his breath before he opened the door to allow me to crawl back to bed. He's going to get me. I jump on the bed and lift the torn comforter and throw it over me to hide. If I can't see the monsters, they can't see me.
I swear I should have fucking left you and your mom before it was too late.
He kicks the door with his boot, and I bury my face in the pillow to muffle my cries. I wish Mommy were here. She always knows how to stop him.
Fucking bitch,
he swears, and in one last try, he kicks the door again. This time the wood cracks. I hear pieces of wood fly and hit the blanket covering me. I curl into myself tighter and squeeze my eyes shut.
How many times do I have to tell you,
he says between broken breaths,
not to lock the door?
His hand wraps around my ankle and he yanks me out of bed.
How many fucking times, Daphne?
He screams in my face and his spit hits my face. I'm sorry, I say again, even if I know it doesn't matter. He never stops.
Is this what you want?
He asks, waving the Barbie in my face.
Look at me,
he demands, slapping me across the cheek. I cry out from the hard slap, which only burns more than usual because of the tears wetting my face. I raise my legs to kick him off, but he straddles my hips to keep me still. He places the head of the doll between his teeth and rips it from her neck. No! I cry, slapping him against the chest. I hate him so much. It was the only doll I had. Mommy got it for me for my birthday last year. I don't get many gifts. Daddy takes all of her money and spends it on those nasty drinks. I don't care that it was a toy. I care about it because it was from Mommy. He spits the head out and it hits me in the face, tumbling to the floor. Then he throws the plastic body across the room. It hits something breakable, maybe the lamp, because in the next instant it falls to the floor and shatters. He flips me over and I try to get away from him again, kicking his stomach with my feet, but he's too strong.
Fucking sick of you and your mama disobeying all the damn time.
He yanks down my pants and holds my head down into the carpet. I brace myself for what's to come and shut my eyes, a single tear falling down my cheek. The belt cracks in the air like lightning and rakes sharply across my skin like fire burning wood. I keep my mouth shut, like I always do for the first few strikes. He always likes to hear me scream. He likes to hear that he thinks he is getting through to me, but he isn't. The only thing it does is make me hate him more. After 5 lashes, I can't keep the pain inside anymore. My screams ring in the room, and Daddy laughs when I try to get away from him again.
You get your hands off my daughter!
Glass breaks behind me, and Daddy falls to the side, groaning. I scurry away, my butt burning with every inch I move, and I pull up my pants. Daddy is on his stomach, a hand pressed against the back of his head, and an alcohol bottle is shattered all over the room. At least, it smells like alcohol. Come on, Daphne. We are getting out of here, Mommy says, taking my hand in a tight grip and dragging me out the door. She still has her work uniform on. It's checkered blue with a white collar, and her apron is black. A groan comes from behind us, and we are nearly to the front door when Daddy stumbles against the wall. Listen to me. Mommy squats to the floor so she's eye level with me. I'm happy that I look like her. We have the same blue eyes and brown hair. You are going to take this money. She digs into her apron and takes out a wad of money. And you're going to go to the neighbors and call your Aunt Tina, okay? The closest neighbor lives through the woods on the other side. My bottom lip wobbles. I'm trying to stop crying, but I can't. The tears keep falling. You're scaring me, Mommy. It's going to be just fine, baby. I'm going to stay here and take care of your dad. What about you? Come with me, please. I beg her and take her hand, tugging her to the door. We can run away, Mommy. We can be together. We can get away from him. I cry for her, for me, for us. I want us out of this house.
Come here, you bitches. Don't try to take my daughter from me.
Daddy stumbles again, falling to the floor.
You two better come here.
He opens the drawer on the coffee table, and Mommy opens the front door to push me out. I dive to the left so she can't get to me, but she grabs me by the shirt when she hears something click. Her eyes widen, and she begins to cry too. We need to go. Daphne, come on. She drags me away from the front door just in time before a gunshot rings out. I scream when I realize what Daddy was looking for in the coffee table.
You two get back here, and I'll think about forgiving you,
he says, sounding more stable than he did when Mommy hit him in the head with a glass bottle. I'm scared, I whisper, as Mommy has us running through the kitchen to get to the back door. I know, but everything is going to be just fine, baby. I promise. She opens the sliding glass door and shoves the money in my hand. Now, tell me what you're going to do. Mommy! Daphne, what are you going to do? She says, frustrated. I'm going to go to the neighbors and call Aunt Tina, I sob. You aren't going to look back here, do you hear me? You swear. I nod and rub my nose across my arm. I swear.
Where the fuck are you?
Daddy yells in the house. Mommy wraps her arms around me and gives me a kiss on the head. I love you, baby. I love you so much. Don't you ever forget that.
This is your last chance.
Mommy turns around and sees Daddy behind her, shirt off, belly hanging out.
Get your ass back inside, Daphne, or I'm going to kill your mama,
he says. I panic. I don't want Mommy to get hurt. I take a step inside, but she blocks me and slams her hands against my chest, shoving me backward. I lose my footing and fall backward, hitting against the porch rail. She slams the sliding glass door in my face, and her hand touches the glass. I love you, she mouths. Go, she says, just as another gunshot rings out. Blood spreads across her shoulder, and the air is forced out of my lungs. Run, she yells, her hand landing on the glass again. Only this time, it's bloody. Mommy! I choke her name out as I trip down the steps. Go to the neighbors. Call Aunt Tina. I sprint into the woods and hide behind a tree trunk, staring at what is happening through the sliding glass door. Her back is to the door, and Daddy is facing her, aiming the gun at her head. I cover my mouth, my tears flowing freely now. Another shot fires, sending blood all over the door. It drips down just as Mommy falls to the ground. Daddy opens the door and shoots the gun in the air, sending birds flying off the trees.
Come back here, Daphne. I won't hurt you, I promise.
His feet pound down the steps, banging against the wood. I hear the gun click again, and I remember my Mommy's panic when she heard it. I do what she tells me to. I run, and I don't look back. And I don't want to remember anything about this night. Ever. Chapter 1. Daphne. Present. I gasp awake. The sheets stick to my skin from the sweat beading across my body. I haven't had a dream like that in a long time. I don't know what happened to my mom, but I know Dad didn't kill her. He was an asshole, but a killer? No. At least, I don't think. I press my palms against my eyes and take a few deep breaths.
What's wrong, Comet?
Tongue asks me, flipping on the lamp on the nightstand.
You're sweating.
His hand lands on my cheek and turns my head to look at him. His touch settles the wave of uneasiness inside me.
Do I need to kill someone? Has someone scared you?
He reaches for his knife that is sitting next to the lamp. I know he's telling the truth. Tongue would do anything for me, and that brings me comfort too. No, I'm okay, I promise. It was a dream. I think it was a dream. I don't know if my mind is playing tricks on me or not. He places the knife down on the nightstand and slides his arms under me, holding me to his chest.
I think you're perfect the way you are,
he says, sliding a finger down my cheek. I can't help but believe him, especially when he looks at me like I'm the only person in the world. I lean my head against his chest and sigh, replaying the dream over and over again in my head. I jump when the gunshot rings throughout my mind as if it just happened in front of me.
You're okay,
Tongue whispers, gliding his hand through my long brown hair.
I'm not ever going to let anything happen to you, Comet. Not ever. You're safe with me.
The deep tone of his voice vibrates his chest, slightly tickling my cheek. I let out a deep exhale and snuggle into him further. I wish I could crawl inside him and stay safe forever.
Want to talk about it?
He asks after a few minutes of being in silence. I'm staring at the stacks of books all around the room and smile when I think about how Tongue only has these books because of me. He doesn't care that he can't read or write. He just wants the books because I like them. How lucky am I? He will know how to read soon, though. Every night we sit in bed and I teach him how to pronounce certain words and write. We are starting small and working our way up. It's hard to learn things like this when you're an adult. As a child, you're introduced to it your entire life through school. As an adult, there isn't that same structure, so it becomes more difficult. You couldn't tell with Tongue. He's so brilliant, and he doesn't even know it. But I do. He is catching on quick. It won't be long before he is reading by himself or writing letters. No one gives him the credit he deserves, but I always will. He is everything, and so much more. I think I need to see Doc, I whisper to him as my heart pounds in my chest.
Hey, why do you think that?
He flips me around without effort until I'm straddling his lap. My hands land on his bare chest, his skin warm under my palms. He's beautiful. I look down and with my fingers trace the tattoo on his stomach that says, unscarred. It makes me shake my head. He's one of the most scarred people I know. What's this tattoo mean? I ask, not wanting to talk about me just yet.
I want to believe that every time I look in the mirror, I'm not completely fucked up,
he states with a shrug of his left shoulder.
I know it's a contradiction because, look at me,
he says, spreading his arms wide.
I'm scarred all over.
I lay one hand on his heart and the other on his cheek. I'll have to disagree. You have the purest form of love I've ever seen. This. I press against his chest, the beat drumming against my palm steady and strong. This managed to survive untouched. I stare into his rich brown eyes and watch as he tilts his head. The expression on his face softens, the wrinkles around his eyes disappear, and a faint pink blush tints his cheeks. He doesn't take praise well. He isn't used to it.
We know that isn't true,
he says, glancing away from me, suddenly shy. Tongue is a contradiction. There is no doubt about that. He's a brutal killer, obsessive, intense. But in intimate moments like this, I manage to see the glimpse of the innocence inside him. I've lived to experience your love, Wayne. I think out of all people I'd know. It isn't often I call him by his first name, but sometimes when I want what I'm saying to really stick, I make sure not to call him Tongue. He wipes above the top of my brow, then brings his thumb to his mouth and sucks it between his lips. Tongue moans as his eyes flutter shut.
Even your sweat is sweet, Comet.
Now I know you're lying. I play with the strands of hair curling along his nape with my fingers. His eyes snap open. The abyss of those chocolate eyes swirls with anger as his nostrils flare. He pops his thumb out of his mouth and the skin shines with his saliva. Before I can blink, his hands are around my neck and his wet thumb presses under my chin. I gasp, trying not to get turned on by his dominance and rage.
And when have you ever known me to lie to you?
He sits forward and hovers his lips over mine.
I'm livid that you think I would.
He nips at my chin, gliding his thumbs to my mouth and tracing my lips.
I should punish you for saying such a thing.
I was only kidding. I stretch my neck back to give him more room to explore.
I don't like jokes like that. They aren't funny.
Tongue isn't the kind to find amusement in jokes. He doesn't seem to understand what is funny or what causes laughter. I don't hear him laugh or see him smile much. Hardly ever. But every now and then I'll catch him looking at me and the slightest of grins will tilt his full lips. And then, poof, it's gone. But I get to be the lucky one to witness it. Tongue?
Yeah, Comet.
Kiss me, I beg him, since he is the reason why my body is on fire right now.
Not until you tell me about your dream and why you think you need to see Doc.
That's blackmail. I lift my hand and caress his bare chest and over to the puckered scar from where he got shot a few months back. How's your arm?
Don't change the subject.
He knows me too well. but I am worried about him. Even with physical therapy, he hasn't gained all the strength back in his arm. The heaviest thing he can lift right now is a gallon of milk, and even then, his bicep shakes. Some days, he is fine, because everyone has good days, but there are days where it's limp at his side. Doc says it's normal, but I can't help but worry. A part of Tung's persona that I know he needs is his strength. He acts like it isn't affecting him, but I know better. I see him looking at himself in the mirror, flexing his hand and trying to lift his arm above his head, but he can't manage just yet. He's struggling, and he won't let me help. Tung, I don't want to talk about it because it scares me, and I don't know what's real anymore. And when I don't know what's real, I start to look at everything like it's a symptom of my psychosis. I tilt my head down, the desire on pause as I fiddle with the frayed edge of the blanket. I need to know that everything around me isn't a version of something morphed and completely fucked up. He finishes for me, rubbing his hands down my sides until they land on my hips. He gives me a quick squeeze before roaming up my body again and pushes the long brown strands of my hair behind my shoulders. We're all fucked up here, Comet. He wraps his fingers around my wrists and drags my hands down his chest. His abs ripple under my touch, and the unscarred tattoo comes to life as if it is trying to jump off his skin. You feel that? I'm real, Comet. This is real, and whatever you have to tell me. His voice is a rasp after speaking so much. Talking isn't one of Tung's favorite things to do. He has scars all over his tongue. Sometimes when he speaks, his words slur from overuse. Whatever you tell me, I'll tell you what's real or not. You can always count on me for that, okay? Yeah.
Yeah, Comet. You know you can always count on me to tell you the truth. Please talk to me. I don't like that you're having nightmares and waking up sweaty the last few nights.
I want to see Doc because I don't know what my dreams mean. I keep having the same nightmare. Tung presses a kiss against my collarbone, causing sparks to scatter along my skin.
Yeah.
I nod, pinching my brows together as I piece together what I remember from the dream. It always starts off with me holding the only Barbie I ever had. My mom got it for me. She worked long hours at the diner, and we could hardly afford anything growing up. In my dream, Dad was an alcoholic and mean. So damn cruel, and
what makes you think he wasn't those things?
I scoff. He couldn't have been. I never remember him being mean to me. Impatient, yes, but mean? No. And he would drink, but it never made him a bastard like he was in my dream. He even stopped drinking before I moved out here.
And what happened in your dream?
Tung asks, gently.
What's got you so shaken up, Comet?
Anxiety clenches my chest when I remember the hatred in my dad's eyes as he looked at me. He would call me worthless and stupid. He ripped my doll from my hand, and he threatened that if I didn't get him another beer, I'd never see the doll again. He got louder, and he kept spewing these words that made me scared of him, so I ran to my room and locked the door. I quickly wipe my cheek when a tear slips free. My window was nailed shut. I had nowhere to go. I hid under the covers because when you're a kid, monsters don't exist if you hid under the covers.
Monsters always exist no matter where you hide. I don't understand.
Tung says. I know he is doing his best to understand, but he isn't like most people, and I doubt he was like most kids. It's just something I thought, I say simply. Anyway, Dad kicked the door down and he yanked me out of the bed, tore the head off my doll, pulled my pants down, and started to spank me because I was so ungrateful.
He touched you,
Tung growls, digging his fingertips into my thighs.
He fucking touched you.
In my dream, I remind him, since I don't know if my dream was real. Breathe, Tung. Like I said, I don't know if it's real. I place my head on his shoulder and kiss the side of his neck where his scruff tickles my lips. My mom came home and hit him in the head, picked me up, and we ran. She told me to run through the woods and go to the neighbor's house to call Aunt Tina, her younger sister. Dad came after us with a gun, and we ran to the sliding glass door. My mom tossed me outside and told me to run, slammed the door, and my dad shot her. I was so shocked, I just stood there, but she begged me to go, so I jumped down the steps and ran to hide behind a tree. I made the mistake of peeking around the trunk to see my dad aim the gun at my mom's head and shoot. Blood went everywhere, and that's when I ran, and then that's when I wake up every time.
Tung's chest is heaving, and a growl is constant in his throat. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to fucking murder him.
No, Tung, my dream can't be real because I lived with him, remember? Was he the world's best dad? No. I came here to prove I didn't need him. My dreams can't be real.
Why not?
Well, for one, my Aunt Tina would have never agreed to send me back to Dad after he killed my mom.
What if she doesn't know?
Tung says, distantly.
What you're dreaming? Those aren't normal dreams, Comet. It's like something deep inside you is trying to tell you the truth. Remember when you were at the asylum with...
He sneers in disgust before he says his brother's name.
Porter, you said you saw your mom. Then your dad showed up and shot her. Comet, what makes you think your dreams aren't real? Trauma caused your psychosis, and for the longest time you thought your mom killed herself. What if that isn't the case?
He reaches for the bottle of water next to the bed, unscrews the top, and drinks half of it. The plastic crunches in his hand.
Then I'm going to relish in killing him.
No! I shake my head as I fight the urge to sob. Promise me, Tung. Promise me you won't do anything until we know the facts. I stare at him, dead in the eye, and lay my hands on either side of his face. Promise. He wraps his arms around me and hauls me to his chest.
Only until we know more, he states. After that, I can't promise anything.
I know, and I wouldn't want you to. His palm cups the side of my neck, and his thumb is on my cheek, wiping away the tears.
I think your dreams are real, and I think you need to start cutting yourself some slack. You aren't insane, not in the way you think you are.
And in what ways am I insane? I ask, setting my arms on his shoulders. He bites his lower lip as he brings his face closer to mine.
You're crazy about me, he says. Downright mad for me.
His nose brushes along mine. What makes you say that?
Because the only way a woman like you could love a man like me is if you were fucked up in the head some way.
The way he views himself absolutely shatters me. You know how you said I needed to cut myself some slack? A hesitant nod bobs his head, and he isn't able to look at me. I need you to be able to do the same. There is nothing wrong with you, Tung. Nothing. You are perfect for me and what this world needs you to be. When you give yourself a break, that's when I'll give me a break, I say to him, enjoying the feel of his chest pressed against mine. Tung is the epitome of darkness, a long dark tunnel that leads to the middle of nowhere. At least, I know that's what people think. What others fail to recognize is someone's nowhere is someone else's somewhere. And wherever the darkness leads Tung, that's my somewhere, because wherever he is where I'm meant to be. There it is, the rare tilt of the lips, a crooked grin that could hardly be classified as happiness or a real smile. Again, that's what others would think. But I know Tung. This is as real as it gets for him. I trace the outline of his mouth, trying to memorize the small change to his face. He has such beautiful teeth, too. Smiling takes the hard edge from his face. Tung surprises me when he swings his legs over the bed and lifts me into his arms. Where are we going? I ask, but he doesn't say a word. He walks to the direction of the bathroom, stepping over mounds of books.
Open,
he states when he gets to the door. I reach a hand out and twist the knob. Then he steps inside the large ensuite bathroom. I turn on the light, and he plops me on the counter. The cold surface against my bare butt has me shivering. "Holy moly, it's cold in here," I say, wrapping my arms around my midsection.
"Not for long,"
Tongue informs me as he turns the shower on. Steam fills the room and fogs the mirror. I'm left with the view of his back flexing as he dips inside the shower to check the temperature of the water. My eyes travel down the impressive canvas of his body, mapping the geometric tattoos across his shoulders that lead halfway down his back. With every bend and twist he makes, the ropes of muscle tense. As he shifts his feet, his plump bubble butt flexes too, then leads down to his thick thighs that have my mouth watering.
"I can feel your eyes on me,"
he tells me, keeping his back to me.
"I can always feel your eyes on me, Comet."
I can't help it. You're a sight no woman in their right mind would ever look away from. Even his scars hypnotize me. He hates them and tries to cover them with tattoos, but they will always be there, and I'll do my best every day to reassure him that his scars are beautiful. When he turns around, his cock sways left to right, hard and long, thick, with a livid red tip. His sack is heavy, hanging between his legs. His abs ripple and his pecs jump as he struts over to me like a peacock showing his feathers. My eyes land on the small lines on his upper chest from our knife play. The memory of feeling the sting of pain as he plunges his thickness between my legs has stolen my ability to breathe.
"And what are you thinking about?"
He growls, caging his arms on either side of me. My folds slide together from the liquid heat dripping out of me, and I moan when he drags his hand up my leg. He stops when he gets to my inner thigh, his fingers brushing the spot just below my pussy.
"No need to tell me. I can feel what you were thinking about."
He drags his fingers along my seam, gathering the juices but not applying pressure. He's a tease.
"You want me?"
"I always want you." I hold my breath as he sucks his fingers into his mouth. He tilts his chin down, and a strand of dark hair falls across the left side of his face. He picks me up and takes us into the shower stall. Since we live in the clubhouse as our home is being built on the property, the bathroom is your typical one. Plain white tiles, plain ceramic tub, shower, and sink. It's nothing special, but Tongue is making sure that the bathroom in our new home will be what dreams are made of. Tongue pushes the blue curtain to the side and steps into the tub. The hot water sprays against my back, but not for long, because he presses me against the wall. His cock is nestled against my entrance. His shoulders hunch. His teeth dig into the skin of my neck. "Yes," I whimper, clawing my nails into his back. But then he steps away, leaving me hot and bothered. What the fuck, Tongue?" I don't curse often, but when I do, it's usually when I'm overly frustrated. He holds out his hand for me to take, and I pout my lips as I slide my palm into his.
"I want you. You know that. You can see that, but right now, I want to take care of you."
He tips my head back so the water soaks my hair.
"I've realized that maybe I haven't like I should be."
"Don't say that. You know that isn't true. You take better care of me than anyone." He grunts in reply, not believing what I say. He massages my scalp as the floral scent of my shampoo invades my senses. I close my eyes and let him do what he wants. If this is what he thinks I need, then I'm going to let him do whatever he wants. "That feels good," I slur as sleepiness hits me from waking up in the middle of the night. I could go back to bed right now. He's right. I needed this. He tilts my head back again, careful to keep the soap out of my eyes as he languidly rubs his palm over the curve of my head to get my hair free of shampoo.
"You're mine."
"I am, Tongue."
"All mine."
He growls, rubbing the sudsy loofah over my breasts. The scratchy material glides over my hard nipples. The sleepiness that weighed on my body moments ago is gone, replaced with lust he seems to love to stir inside me. I open my eyes to see him staring at the space between my legs as he drops the loofah between them. Inhaling, I stand on my tiptoes and dig my nails into his shoulders. He rubs back and forth, cleaning my most delicate area. It shouldn't be such a turn-on, but it is. His cock is still hard, curling up and over his belly button, the vein pronounced with the blood pumping through it. Right as I think he is going to do more than clean me, he pulls the loofah away and drops it to the bottom of the tub. Tongue, please, I beg of him, needing him to do something, anything to alleviate the pressure inside me. I wrap my palm around his cock and squeeze, needing him to snap out of this idea that the way he can make me feel better is to handle me like glass. He growls low in his throat and unhooks the shower head from above us, switches the settings, and washes me off. I stroke him just as he changes the settings again on the shower head until it is a quick, pulsing rhythm. Tongue doesn't leave me guessing with what he is about to do. He just does it. He inserts the shower head between my legs until the constant flow of water is cascading on my swollen, sensitive clit. Tongue. Oh, God, I moan, trying to remember to stroke him as I get taken higher with every hard beat of water against me. He rocks his cock in and out of my fist to bring himself to orgasm along with me. It doesn't take long for the shower head to do its job. My toes curl along the floor of the tub and my stomach flips with warmth. I have to rip my face away from his and take in a much-needed breath as my orgasm shatters me from the inside out. I cry out his name, clawing at his chest as waves of ecstasy course through me. There is a distant voice in the back of my head telling me that I let go of his cock too soon. But it doesn't seem to matter. Tongue drops the shower head and forces me to my knees, pries my mouth open and thrusts himself between my lips. I gag and choke, but let him use me anyway because he deserves it. I love it when he does this. Holy moly, he has a big dick. I can't take it all, but it never stops me from trying. He grabs the side of my head and his sack slaps underneath my chin. My eyes lock onto the sharp edge of his jaw. The water is a river flowing down his chin as he stares down at me. His hair from this angle looks like wet branches hanging down his face. His piercing eyes are black as evil as he uses me. He plunges his cock as far as he can down my throat, grunting as warm, creamy streams fill my mouth. I do my best to swallow, but instead of holding himself still, he ruts through his orgasm and continues to fuck my mouth until he is satisfied. When he is done, his cum is dripping down my chin, and I'm licking my lips, trying to get it all. His right hand grips my face and hauls me to my feet, slamming his lips down on mine to help clean himself off me. I fucking love you, he snarls into my mouth. And to be the woman that somehow earned this man's love, a man that had no idea he was capable of it, makes me feel like 1 in a million. Who am I kidding? Tongue and I are 1 in a million.
Chapter 2. Tongue. Sometimes I wonder if I'm too rough with Daphne, my bright, rare comet. I tend to lose control with her sometimes, lose my sense of mind. But then I see the dazed look in her eyes whenever we have sex, and I know I could never lose my way with her, because she's meant to be mine. She's meant to love whatever we do together because she was made for me. I'm dangerously obsessed with this woman. She has no idea just how threatening that is, or maybe she does. Maybe I know nothing. No, that's not true. I know she's taught me that I'm capable of an endless number of things. Daphne has taught me that there are infinite amounts of possibilities I can do, and the only person that stops me from accomplishing anything is me. Daphne is my reason for change. Don't get me wrong, I'll never be like Doc or Juliet. I don't know if I'll ever have a different purpose than being a stone-cold killer. Maybe the only purpose I'm meant to have in this life is Daphne. I'm okay with that. I'm a better man in some ways, but I'll never change in others. I'm dead set in most of my ways, but I'm more alive in more ways than one. I turn over in bed and see her next to me. Her dark hair lies across the blue pillowcase and the blanket has fallen to her hips, leaving her torso exposed. Her hand is tucked under her cheek, her elbow bent right over her breasts, hiding them from me. I don't like it when her body is hidden from me. She's so small, so delicate, it's hard to believe I haven't broken her yet. I press a kiss to her shoulder, and she rouses but doesn't wake. I want her to rest, since she hasn't been sleeping well, and our late shower scene didn't help matters any, but I don't regret it. I love fucking her face and seeing those big blue eyes stare at me, her mouth split wide open with my cock. It only happened a few hours ago, and I'm ready to do it again. Her lips are swollen and red, and nothing looks prettier, which gives me an idea. I roll out of bed and grab my jeans off the floor. I slide them on and leave them unzipped and unbuttoned because I want to be comfortable. I walk around the bed, stepping over books so I don't ruin them. I'd be so upset. These are one of our most prized possessions. I can't read good. I can't read well, but that doesn't matter. Daphne has a huge love for them, and that means I do too. In our new house, I'm building her a library. She doesn't know it yet, but I can't wait to show her. She's going to be so happy, and then every day I won't have to dance around stacks of books. Each one has different colored post-its. She has her own system, blue for her favorite sex scene, which we have played out a few. I never want to stop doing that. Red for a violent scene, yellow for ones that made her smile, orange for the ones that made her cry. And if you open up a book, any book, it doesn't matter, there is always a sentence highlighted on every page. It's as if she dissects the words and stores them in her brilliant mind, and I'm envious of her ability to do that. I hope one day I can do the same. The only thing I can do right now is struggle with kids' picture books and write my name and Daphne's. It's hard not to be embarrassed by it, but she reads books that are 400 pages, and then she somehow has the ability not to judge me but treat me with compassion as she teaches me how to read. I sound like an idiot sounding out those simple words, but when I get frustrated, she's there to soothe me. She has all the patience in the world, and that's the only reason I'm able to get through our daily sessions. Good morning, Happy. I tap the glass of his tank that he is nearly too big for, which reminds me that I need to start Happy's Haven. He is getting too big. He gives me a wide smile, showing me all of his teeth. People think he wants to eat me, but I know better. Happy and I have a connection. I bring my nose to the cold glass, and Happy turns around and presses his nose against it, too. Who's a good boy? You are. You want a treat? I keep my voice low so I don't wake Daphne. It's important that she sleeps. I'm going to have to look into the truth of her father. I believe in my gut that her dreams are a way for her mind to tell her what really happened, and I swear to God, I'm going to be that man's worst nightmare. He thinks he can inflict fear? He doesn't know true fear. When I get my hands on him, not if, but when, he's going to pray for a quick death. And you know what I'm going to do? Tell him I'm agnostic so his prayers don't mean anything to me. And then I'm going to take my time slicing him. I only believe in what I can kill, and Daphne. That's all I'll ever need. What's belief if you can't see it? What is faith if you can't touch it? Those concepts are too complex. I'm too simple of a man to try to understand them. Taking a deep breath, I calm myself so I don't fly out of the clubhouse and take matters into my own hands. I unscrew the treat jar and dig my fingers inside to grab a piece of bull tongue, then toss it in the tank. Happy hisses, flinging his tail back and forth through the water, then snaps his jaws shut after he catches the treat. Good boy, I say to him, wishing I had his haven ready. I'll feed him live animals then, and he can hunt. He'll like that. I know I like it when I hunt, so it only makes sense that he would too. I give a tap to the tank before turning around and walking toward the closet. I swing the doors open and stare at the filing cabinet. A lot of emotions are coursing through me right now as I stare at it, but the biggest thing I feel is betrayal. I'm not over what the guys did, breaking into my privacy and opening wounds all over again. Maybe in time I will, but right now, I have the urge to kill every single one of them who saw what is in these journals. I haven't drawn since. I've been too scared, which is something I don't like to admit. I never get scared, but those journals hold nightmares that create the torture in hell. I don't want to see what used to exist, but I want to start drawing the good things in my life now that I have them. I have good things. That's so hard for me to understand. Good things. I mutter to myself as I reach for the gray drawer and open it, seeing dozens of black books. Some are worn and tattered, the edges curled up and wrinkled, while some are new and barely opened. I bend down and grab a new journal, one that is still in the plastic wrapping, then grab my charcoal pencils Daphne got me. She wants me to really focus on my art, but I don't know how. Not when chaos is constantly living in my mind. I don't know how to focus on something I want without ruining it. Daphne is different. I've ruined her in ways that can never be erased, but I don't regret them. I want to learn how to want something like I want Daphne. I want to focus on something like I focus on her. How? Daphne has been the only thing in the world that's been able to grab my focus and keep it. I guess that's why she's about to be my muse. I head around the bed, stepping over those damn books without looking because their location is seared into my memory. I know this room like the back of my hand. Even the headboard is made out of books, something she fucking loves, and I never plan on changing that. In the new house, the bed is going to be bigger and higher. Sighing, when I plop in the chair in the corner, I turn on the lamp, which casts a soft yellow glow on my side of the room. It lets me see her better. I take off the plastic wrap and drop it to the floor, the crinkling louder than what I wanted it to be. I hold my breath in hopes it doesn't wake my comet up. After a few seconds of her lying in the same position, I open the journal. Like any new book, the binding is smooth as it opens, and the first page has a "This Journal Belongs To" section. I never do this, but I'm going to this time. I write my name on the designated line. The black charcoal makes one line down, and I smile to myself because I know what I'm doing. Oh, wait. I need to make it capitalized. First letters and names are always capitalized. That's what Daphne said. I make another line on top of the other to create a T, then finish writing the rest of my name. Maybe I should have written my real name. Oh well, maybe next time. When I get done, I hold my journal out in front of me, and while my handwriting looks a lot like Maisie's, it's mine, and it's there on paper. On paper. And I did it all by myself. It seems ridiculous to be so proud since I'm a grown man learning to write, but I am so damn happy. With new excitement, I lay the journal on my lap and flip a white page, then analyze the love of my life while she sleeps soundly. Damn it, I can't get over her beauty. A man like me and a woman like her don't make sense, but I'm glad the universe made an exception, because I need her. The navy blue blanket is still hugged around her hips. Instead of being on her side, she twisted her back to be flat on the bed, and her hips are still on their side. Her arm is angled above her head, and now I can see her breasts. My cock takes notice and begins to plump in my jeans. All I want to do is ravish her right now, but I'm trying to think about her and what she needs. And with everything going on inside her head, she needs rest. With a disappointed growl at myself, I begin to sketch. I ease a line down the page, curving it where her waist is, then stop, since the blanket covers the rest of her body. I can count 500 places on her body that need to have my mark or name on it. We still haven't gotten married or gotten tattoos of each other's names. I'll need to think of a remedy to that soon. Ignoring the throb in my cock and the desire in my veins, I drag the pencil over the page, getting lost in the lines and shading to bring her image to life. I take a peek every now and then to make sure I'm doing her justice, which I'm not, because nothing compares to the real thing. The faint golden hue of her skin, her small perky breasts with tight dark pink nipples, her small waist, and the memories of my hands exploring every inch of her. Damn it. What was I doing? I mutter to myself, forgetting the next part of the picture I was going to focus on. See? I can only focus on her. All the time. She consumes me. Oh, I say when I realize her right breast isn't finished. I drag my pinky finger under the curve, giving her body a natural contour, then make my way to the other. When her body is done, I make my way to her face. I draw the slim column of her neck, the delicate soft jaw I've dragged my lips across, and her pouted lips I've kissed and fucked. I growl again when my cock fully hardens, and I can't lay the book flat on my lap because my erection is in the way. I can't blame myself. Of course I'm going to get turned on when the woman I love is naked in front of me. Lifting my leg, I cross an ankle over my knee and prop the journal against my thigh. She's so serene and calm in this moment. I try to think back to when I ever looked like that, but I can't think of a time or place. The charcoal scratches along the paper as I create long strokes for her hair. When I'm done sketching her, I begin to work on her surroundings, like the bed and books, the nightstand, the closet behind her, and just draw what I see. I've always been better at this than I have been at writing anyway. I do something I've never done again. I write my name in the bottom right corner of the page. Not that anyone will ever see this. If they did, I'd fucking feed them to Happy. The only person who can ever see Daphne naked is me. "Are you done?" she whispers, her voice light and full of sleep, but her eyes don't open so I can't see the monumental shade of blue staring at me. "You know what I'm doing?" She smirks. "I hear your pencil against the page. It didn't take long to figure out." "Are you mad?" I ask, wondering if I should have asked. "I couldn't help it. You're so beautiful and peaceful, I wanted to capture it." This time her eyes do open and she shakes her head and scoots to the edge of the mattress, holding out her hand. "I could never be mad at you for finally drawing, and I'm honored that you chose me." "You're the only one I want to draw," I admit. "You told me to focus my talents, so I'm focusing them on you." She blushes and makes room for me by sliding across the sheets. "Can I see?" I inhale a painful breath as I think about her request. It feels personal for some reason to show her. What if she doesn't like it? What if she decides I'm bad and wants nothing to do with me because I hold no promise for myself? A bead of sweat breaks along my temple and I lift my shoulder, bending my head to wipe it away. "You don't have to," she says, quiet and sleepy. "I know I'll love it because you did it." I haven't drawn in a while, and when I woke up, seeing you asleep made me want to draw, and nothing, Tongue. You don't have to explain yourself to me. I support you always in everything you do. You might have a mean bone in your body for other things in your life, but I know when it comes to me, there isn't a mean bone in your body. I know you didn't draw me in an evil way or ugly way. "How?" I question, slipping off these damn jeans because there is no way in hell I want to leave this room yet. I lie down in the same spot I got up from about a half hour ago and keep the journal laid flat against my chest so she can't see it. "Because," she trails off, trying to find the right words. "It's how you always look at me, Tongue. I know I'm beautiful in your eyes. You let how you feel about me show when I'm near you. It's one of the many reasons why I love you so much." She tugs the blanket up her body, hiding all of those sleek lines. She shivers, going as far as her teeth chattering, but it isn't even that cold in the room. My brows dip in the middle. "You're cold?" "A little bit," she says through clinking teeth. "Can you get me pajamas? Well, after you show me the drawing." "The drawing can wait until you're warm." I get up again and bend over, reaching across from the bed to my dresser. I open it, reach inside to grab a pair of my sweatpants, then a second time for a shirt. "Here you go, Comet." I flip around and help her into a sitting position. I tug my Ruthless King's shirt over her head, and the faded red shirt swallows her body. I throw the blankets off her and tug the pants up her legs. She lies down again, and I throw the comforter over her and tuck her in. Daphne reaches for the journal that I laid on the pillow before I got the pajamas. I notice a few things in that moment. I notice she's pale, which seems sudden. "Can I?" I nod, sliding a hand up her body as I lay down next to her. "Oh, Wayne." I close my eyes when she says my birth name, a name I don't hear unless it falls from her lips. It's the only time I like to hear it. Usually I get flashes of my past, but when Daphne says it, a comforting balm spreads across my heart, like she's healing me from the inside out.
You're so talented. Oh my God, I've never seen you draw a portrait before. This is gallery level, Comet.
I roll on top of her and snatch the journal out of her hand, close it and lay it on the table. No way in hell I'd ever put a picture of you in a gallery where everyone can see your body. Her hands cup my cheeks. The way she's looking at me, it's like all the answers in the world live inside me.
I believe you can do anything, Tongue.
She turns her head to the left and coughs. It's dry and shallow, as if it's just starting out. I press my palm against her forehead and frown when I feel how hot she is. Comet, why didn't you tell me you weren't feeling well?
It kind of hit me suddenly. I need to get up, though. The contractors are coming to the bookstore.
No.
No.
No, I say again. You aren't going anywhere sick. You're going to stay here and rest. I'll call the contractors and cancel.
But I really want to go. I'm so excited about the bookstore you got me for Christmas because you're so thoughtful, and I want to do well for you.
I tuck a piece of hair behind her ear and kiss the apple of her cheek. Comet, you could decide to be at home forever, locked in this room, and you'd be the most successful person I've ever met. I'm profoundly in love with you.
You're so sweet with me.
Her voice has gone from normal to hoarse in the matter of minutes. Don't tell anyone, I say, attempting one of my first jokes. I don't know if I did it right. A smile as bright as the sun takes over her face.
Did you just try to tell a joke?
Yeah, I don't like that you feel sick. I want to make you feel better. How did I do?
You don't need to make jokes to make me feel better, but it was a step in the right joke direction. See? Quick learner.
She struggles to say as her eyes start to hood. Go to sleep, Comet. I'm not going to go anywhere, but I am going to have Doc come in here and check on you, okay?
Okay,
she whispers, curling into a ball.
Can I get another blanket?
I'll get you a blanket and space heater. I kiss her temple and force myself to get out of bed and get dressed. All I want to do is stay with her. A second away and she might need me. I pause mid-push off the bed and remember I have a phone. All I need to do is text Doc and ask him to come and to bring a space heater. The blankets I have in the closet. I don't have to leave after all, and I'm relieved because I don't think I'm capable of not being around her while she's ill. What if something happens? What if she calls out for me? I need to protect her. Grabbing a blanket off the shelf in the closet, I fluff it over her and crawl into bed and wrap my arm around her waist. Yeah, I don't have it in me to leave, not when she needs me most. I'll never say I'm scared, but I know being sick means she can get worse, and if that happens, there will be no saving me from the downward spiral. I am, after all, attempting to find light in my dark, unforgiving hole.
Chapter 3.
She's got the flu. Okay, well, take it from her. Isn't that what you doctors do? Tongue, it isn't as simple as that. I can't just take a virus from her body. It has to work itself out of her system. She has to be sick and feel like crap. Well, what good are you?
Tongue huffs, and the familiar creak of the bedroom door sounds. I pry my eyes open, forcing the lashes through the gunk that's built in my lash line. Well, Doc is right on one thing. I do feel like crap.
Since you can't take it from her, you can go,
Tongue says, matter-of-factly.
Tongue, buddy.
Doc places his hand on Tongue's shoulder before he steps out of the room.
It isn't a big deal. She's young, she's healthy, especially after what happened with your brother in December. He is not my brother. Don't you ever call him that again, do you understand me?
Tug shrugs out of Doc's hold and pushes him out the door.
He is nothing to me. He is lucky he is still alive, but time might change that.
Doc holds his hands in the air, showing defeat.
I know that, but, brother, I'm worried about you. You've been on edge since Mary got taken outside of Ruby's Rarities, and I understand because it's so close to the bookstore. You're worried about Daphne's every step. But what about you? When are you going to give yourself a break? When will you see that Daphne's flu is random? People get sick and people get better. She isn't dying. Nothing is going to happen to her. Nothing? Tongue sneers. She's sick. Something has already happened to her. The flu kills people.
I sniffle, but they don't hear me as I watch them have their little powwow.
Tongue, the chances of that happening to a young, healthy woman is slim. Is it impossible? No, but slim. She has a mild case with a low-grade fever. She will be better in no time. She probably got it from the bookstore. How many contractors are in and out stirring up the dust in there?
Doc realizes his mistake as soon as the words leave his mouth.
They did this to her. I'm going to fucking kill them. I'll do the renovations myself. No one did anything to anybody. Tongue, things just happen sometimes. You're going to have to learn how to accept that. You can't stop the world from touching her in some way, brother.
Doc says, sweetly, keeping his tone soft as he tries to calm Tongue down.
The world has touched her enough. It's my job.
He hits his chest with his fist.
It's my job to keep her safe from the world. Sometimes you can't stop everything. Plenty of fluids and sleep. That's all that will help.
Doc opens up his bag and digs through it.
Ah, here it is.
He shows Tongue an orange bottle and shakes it, causing the pills to clank around.
Sleep, Tongue. I know you haven't. The circles around your eyes tell me you need rest. Don't make me tell Reaper to force you to go to sleep, okay? Just do it, and stop worrying so much. Things are good here at the club. Everyone is safe. It's time you start taking care of yourself. Feel better, Daphne.
Oh, he must have seen me wake up.
Thank you, Doc.
I sound so stuffy, and my eyes are already getting heavy again. Tongue stares down at the bottle in his palm and closes the door, blocking out the outside world.
Tongue, he's right. I just want you to be safe.
I cough into my fist, and he rushes to my side, placing his palm on my forehead again.
You feel like you're on fire. I don't like this. I can't do anything. I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do,
he says in desperation. My Comet. He seems so lost when things are beyond his control.
Take one of those pills and sleep. But there's so much to do. I need to start on the swamp for Happy, and I need to check on the bookstore. I need to sleep. That is what I want, Tongue. Please, stop worrying about everything so much and just be. Just be.
He mumbles and then exhales a haunted breath.
I don't know how to do that.
I know, but please, sleep. I know you maybe get 2 hours a night. The more you rest, the more you will see that I'm okay. It's a silly cold.
Flu. It's worse than a cold.
Take the damn pill, I snap at him, which is then followed by a nasty sneeze. Ugh, gross. My nose is red and raw from blowing it so much. I take another tissue and wipe my face. He must think I'm disgusting.
I hate that you feel so bad. I want to fix it and take it away.
Tongue lies down next to me and wraps an arm around me, tugging me to his chest. My cheek presses against his chest, right between each peck, and his heart beats against my ear.
I know.
I yawn, then pat his stomach as my eyes start to droop.
Take the pill. For me.
An unhappy sound escapes him.
Fine,
he grumbles, popping the lid off and shaking a pill from the bottle.
I'm only doing this once, and that's it.
No, he isn't, because I know if I ask him again, he will do it.
I know, Comet. I know.
I wipe my nose on his shirt, and he starts to laugh after he takes a drink of water. I sniffle.
Did you just wipe your nose on my shirt?
He asks, sounding amused for the first time since I've been awake. I shake my head.
No.
I make sure to sound unsure, and his stomach starts to shake. I lift up on my elbows and peer up at him to see his hands over his face as he laughs. A full-blown, deep, raspy laugh. It's like every chuckle gets rid of a bit of rust as he learns to embrace laughter. Even sick and possibly seeing double, I take his hands from his face and see an actual smile. It's so big, his eyes crinkle and his cheeks are plump and red. I can see his teeth. The front rows are straight and white, equally the same size. He got gifted in the teeth department. I climb onto his body until I'm straddling his chest and hypnotized by his face. And what's even better is I'm getting to see two of him, since the flu is getting the best of me. I grab my phone from under the pillow, swipe the camera up, and take a picture of the rare moment before he can protest. "How is me wiping my nose on your shirt so funny?" I start to lie down again when my head starts to swim. I'm getting lightheaded. I collapse to his side and stare at the picture on my phone for a minute.
Because it's disgusting, and yet I don't care. I want you to do it again because I like that we are comfortable enough with one another that we can do things like that.
As quickly as his smile is there, it's gone, and he is yawning.
I'm already getting sleepy,
he says, rubbing his hand up and down my arm.
I'm sorry I've been worried, but I won't be sorry for trying to keep you safe. I'll never apologize for that.
I know, and I love you more for it, I say. You're unlike any man I've ever known, and I'll never forget how you make me feel, and if I do, you'll have to make sure you remind me. I wait for him to say something, to say anything, and a pit starts to form in my stomach when he doesn't say anything back. Tongue is surly and grumpy most days. Deep inside, down, burrowed under my heart, I'm afraid he'll get tired of me and that anger will win. So I need him to answer me because it reassures that he loves me. "Tug?" I sniffle again and groan when I get a hot flash, getting dizzier by the second when I try to look up at him. He's already asleep. And now I feel guilty for thinking he might be getting tired of me. I cuddle up as close as I can and pull the blanket over us to make sure he stays warm. He might be able to fool himself into thinking that he is indestructible, but he can't fool everyone else. There might be no rest for the wicked, but there is rest for the dead, and if he keeps going like this, I'm afraid I'll lose him before I get the chance to have the experience we deserve together. Living is for the wicked. Sleep is for the living, and everything in between deserves a gallon of Red Bull. That is, until you need sleep so you can survive the next brutal round the world has to offer. I close my eyes, trying to get myself to fall back asleep and debate if I want to take one of those pills that Tongue just took. My eyes feel so swollen they could glue themselves shut, but my mind is racing, thinking about the dream I had the other night. When dreams and reality clash, how does someone decipher the difference between the two? If it came down to having to choose, how will I pick the right one? It scares me, because I know my psychosis is getting worse. My dreams chain me down, and life isn't strong enough to break the shackles. I don't know how to win, but there are only two ways this is going to end for me. Insanity or death. Or maybe one will have to do with the other. A soft knock on the door grabs my attention, and the hinges squeak as it opens. Sarah pokes her head in and smiles. She's about to say something when her gaze falls to Tongue, who is fast asleep and snoring every few seconds. She chuckles from the sound, and I have the urge to defend him. I know their relationship has been less than stellar lately, but I won't allow her to laugh at him. "Sorry to interrupt," she whispers, inviting herself in. Her hand is on her belly, something I've noticed every pregnant woman does. Her stomach isn't as big as Joanne's, but it's bigger than Mary's since Mary is hitting 12 weeks, I think. "Doc said you had the flu. I was wondering if you wanted anything. Tea? Soup? I'll be happy to bring it in for you." Well, now that she is being nice, my defenses fall a bit. "Actually, tea sounds great." I rub my dry, aching throat at the thought of sipping tea with honey in it. She turns to leave, grabbing the knob of the door to close it on her way out when she stops in the middle of the doorway. "Is Tongue okay? I know he's been restless." He'll be fine. If there is church, can you tell Reaper Tug is finally getting some sleep?
She nods, and a piece of her blonde hair falls from her ponytail.
Yeah, of course. Reaper's been worried too. I'll pass the message along. Thank you,
I say, turning to my side and pressing against Tung's body. He's warm and hard, strong in all the right places, which has me feeling safe.
Daphne, I want to let you know, just because Tung and I are still figuring things out doesn't mean I don't consider you my friend. Sarah, I'm on his side. I'm always on his side, and if his relationship is rocky with you, then it's rocky with me. I do my best to tell him to talk to you, but you know how he is. Even if I want to be best friends with you, I can't. Tung is first. I won't betray him because you offered to bring me tea. Sorry.
I wince, reaching for another tissue to blow my nose.
I sound so bitchy, and my patience is thin since I'm sick, but my words are true. Just like you'd stick to Reaper, I'm going to stick to Tung. I hope one day the dynamic between everyone changes, and I appreciate your offer for tea, but I don't want you to get sick, so I'll get up and get it.
Nonsense. She blinks steadily at the ceiling, and her eyes are glassy.
I'll have Doc bring it to you.
Damn. I've made a pregnant lady cry. I'm an asshole. I don't like that. I sit up, clutching the blanket to my chest, and lean against the headboard.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
I press a palm against my forehead when it starts to build with pressure, threatening to explode from my sinuses being clogged.
I don't mean to hurt you. Tung is my best friend, lover, soulmate, so he comes first.
No, I get it. I understand there's no need to explain yourself. I'll make that tea for you now. She closes the door behind her, but not before I hear a hiccup from her crying.
I'm terrible,
I say to myself. With a regretful sigh and the wheels turning in my head to form another apology, I swing my legs over the bed. I'm not going to fall asleep anytime soon, especially with how bad I feel about hurting Sarah's feelings. I know our relationship has no bearing on her and Tung, but I can't form a close bond with her when their relationship is hanging by a thread. It isn't fair to him. For me to get close to Sarah, Tung misses her. It would be like rubbing salt in a large bleeding wound. I stand, giving myself a minute before walking when my head spins again. When the world stops spinning, I head toward the bathroom and plug the tub with the stopper. When I inhale, there's a rattle in my chest, followed by a quick cough. Flipping the nozzle, hot water starts to fill the tub, and I open the cabinet to grab the lavender bath salts.
Holy moly.
I stare at the empty package and ball it up, then throw it in the waste bin. I didn't mean to pour the entire packet in the tub. It just kind of happened. Tap, tap, tap. 3 little knocks tell me someone is at the bedroom door. Mumbling incoherent words to myself that I can't even understand, I take a look at myself in the mirror and gasp, horrified at what I'm seeing.
Oh my God. How could he love me when I look like this?
My hair is a rat's nest, completely tangled on one side and sticking to my scalp. Probably from sweat. Another reason why I need to bathe. My face is pale, black circles sag under my eyes, and the tip of my nose is red. Don't get me started on the constant wetness dripping from my nostrils. I look and feel disgusting. But I don't have the energy to care about how I look for someone that isn't Tung right now. I meander to the bedroom door, open it, then lean my head against the cool wood. Oh, that's nice. Doc's face comes to view. He gives me a sad, sympathetic-filled smile as he hands me a big mug of tea. On the side, it says, "Property of Tung." All the old ladies have their own mug. Mine is red with black lettering, and there is a small black heart under Tung's name. It's my favorite. "Hey, Daphne," Doc greets, then sees Tung asleep on the bed. "Wow, he took my advice."
Only because I asked him to.
"You look better." Liar. I call him out and take the mug from his hands.
The heat warms my cold hands. Thank you for this. After I take a bath, I think I might take one of those pills too and sleep. I tried, but I'm so congested. How is it possible to have a runny and stuffy nose at the same time? What sense does that make?
Sickness never does. If you need anything, let me know, okay? You look like you might need an IV bag soon if you don't start getting color to your face.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Nothing can keep me down. I take a sip of the hot tea and moan when the honey-flavored liquid heats my sore, raw throat. I'm going to take a bath. I'll see everyone later.
Later, Daphne,
Doc says as he shuts the door. I keep the mug tightly wrapped in my hands and inhale the steam billowing from the top. For a second, I'm actually able to breathe. I scoop my feet across the floor, not having enough strength to walk normally, and step in the bathroom. The white ceramic tub is almost full, so I hurry to turn it off so it doesn't overflow. I'm already tired from walking so much. I reach across the tub and set the tea in the inner corner so I can sip on it when I'm soaking. I undress, sliding off Tongue's shirt and sweatpants, then step into the water and sit down. The water splashes against the sides, almost rocking out of the tub and onto the floor. My aching body is appreciative for the heat engulfing me and the steam filling my lungs. My skin turns light pink from the temperature, and the congestion in my chest lightens. My butt slides across the bottom of the tub as I sink lower. My chin hits the surface of the water, and I tilt my head back, shutting my eyes as the lavender scent of the bath salts seep into my lungs.
Daphne!
Tongue suddenly screams for me, the urgency and fear startling. This time water does hit the floor.
Daphne!
He cries out for me again. The pain in his voice has me hurrying out of the tub, dripping water everywhere and rushing to the bedroom. He isn't awake.
Daphne!
He twists in the sheets, the tendons in his neck tensed, and his knuckles are white as he grips the comforter. Soaking wet, I jump on the bed, bounce, and place my hand on his chest. I'm here, Wade. It's okay, I'm here.
Daphne!
He mutters my name again, his hand grabbing onto mine, pressing it harder against his sternum. His heart is running wild, bumping against his breastbone with terror and adrenaline. Sweat beads across his brows, and his face pinches as if he is in pain. I'm here, Comet. I cup his face next, dripping water all over him and the blanket. Wake up, Wayne. Wake up, I'm right here. A coughing fit hits me, and I turn my head over my shoulder so I don't spew spit all over him. I'm right here.
I don't want to. Uncle!
He screams at the top of his lungs. A tear drips from the corner of his eye, and I know the door is about to burst open, so I crawl under the covers to hide my naked body. I take a hold of Tongue's shoulders and shake him, but he won't wake up. That pill is keeping him in a nightmare. Please, wake up. I begin to cry because I hate seeing him relive something he has already put behind him.
It hurts. Please, don't, Justine. I can't take it anymore.
His mouth opens on a silent shout as if his voice is being held captive. The door flings open, smashing against the wall. Reaper is there, with Doc just a step behind him.
What's wrong?
He asks.
It must be the sleeping pill. Side effects are different for everyone. He must have night terrors. You can't wake him up. You have to let him sleep or he could wake up violent,
Doc says, sorrow lilting his voice as he squeezes by and checks Tongue's pulse. But what he is going through is violent, I argue, then drape myself over Tongue when he cries out again. I hold him as tight as I can as he quakes in his sleep. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. So is every member of the club, apparently. The room is rapidly filling up with all the others coming by from the commotion.
Justine, the red dress. No, I don't want to.
Everyone get out, I yell at every member in the room. They are watching Tongue like he is some sort of sideshow, and I won't allow it. He isn't some sick enjoyment for you. Get out. A warm tear slips free at the same time another cough grips my chest.
It hurts. It hurts. Stop it. Get off me. Get off. I don't want it.
Tongue's arms are glued to his side as if he is unable to use them.
I think it's best if I stay to make sure he doesn't hurt himself or you,
Doc states. I'm going to stay, Sarah says, sitting down in the chair in the corner that Tongue always sits in when he watches me. He needs us.
Me too,
Slingshot agrees.
Skirt nods. I'm not going anywhere.
Badge crosses his arms and leans against the wall.
He is family. Family doesn't suffer alone. This isn't a sideshow, Daphne.
Reaper's fingers slide under my chin and tilt my head back so I have no choice but to meet his eyes.
He is family, and out of everyone we worry about him most. I'm going to come so far in your ass you'll leak me for weeks, Wayne.
His voice is deep, as if his memory is having him role-play what's happened to him. I hold my breath and stare down at him in horror, crying for him, crying for the boy that lost his innocence way too young. Oh, Comet. I lean down to kiss his cheek. You aren't there anymore. He can't hurt you.
No, Justine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He sobs and starts to fight me in his sleep. I grab the blanket just in time before he throws me off him. I fly off the bed and slam against the floor. Pain radiates up my spine, and my head hits the wall with a hard thud.
Daphne!
Badge drops to my side and touches the back of my head.
Fuck, Doc. She's bleeding. I fucking hate you! Get off me, you bastard! I'm going to fucking kill you!
Tongue roars and swings his fist through the air, connecting with Reaper's cheek. Doc kneels at my side and shines a light in my eyes.
She has a concussion. Help me hold him down.
Reaper tries to gather the troops, but Doc is quick with his order.
Fuck no, you can't. If you do, he could feel that in his dream. He could hurt you or hurt himself. He can break his bones or bite his tongue off. You have to let him work through it.
Doc gives his attention to me again and tucks the blanket around me to make sure I'm covered.
Do you have a robe?
Bathroom. I wince when sharp pain spreads across the back of my head. He didn't mean to. He'd never hurt me. I fist Doc's cut and use it as leverage to help myself sit up. He wouldn't.
I know. This is no one's fault. Go to your bedroom. I have no use for you.
Tongue's voice takes on another, and the bed finally stops shaking. There are books scattered along the floor, open and face down, pages bent from him shaking the bed and knocking them loose from under the mattress. His body relaxes, and everyone in the room exhales. Not me. I want to lie next to him and tell him everything is going to be okay. Can I be with him?
No. I have to get you downstairs. You hit your head pretty good on the edge of the wall. You need stitches.
I'm not leaving him, I yell, placing one hand against the wall to steady myself as I stand. You could fix me here because I am not fucking going anywhere. I forget I'm naked under the blanket. Cold air hits my butt as the cover parts. Badge, despite being able to see me, doesn't say anything. He holds out the robe, keeping his eyes fixed upon my face, and I slide one arm through it while clutching the blanket with the other so no one sees the front of my body. I turn to the wall and drop the blanket, then sling my arm through the other sleeve and tie the belt in the middle. The robe is soft and warm, but my body is cold and in pain. Not because I hit my head or the floor, not because I'm sick, but because Tongue will always suffer. When he is awake, when he sleeps, when he breathes or fucks, the innocence inside him is twisted and burnt, stained with hate that love cannot clean. I'll always comfort his innocence, cradle it, and cherish it because no one ever has. No one believes it's there, but it's all I see when I look into his eyes. The tarnished, innocent boy that needs to be held. And until the breath is stolen from my lungs, I'll grip on with every ounce of strength I have. Even if Tongue tells me to let go, I won't. It will be in that moment he'll need me most.
Chapter 4. Right when I think I'm done hating myself, I'm shoved 3 steps back, ruining any progress I've made at finding some sort of self-love. It's why I'm outside in the chilly weather, manually digging the start of Happy's Haven. I don't deserve help. I deserve to sweat and hurt and think about what I've done. It's going to take me months, maybe years, to dig this hole for Happy, but I deserve it. I hurt Daphne. I made her bleed. I threw her off the bed. I'll never forgive myself. I don't care that I was asleep and having a bad dream. I don't care that I was fighting my uncle, fearing for my life, and I don't care that I had no idea what I was doing. I simply do not care because I should have known. I should have woken up. I'll never take that damn sleeping pill again. I'd rather stay awake for days, starve, and die of thirst than to ever risk hurting her again. Forcing the shovel into the ground, I step on the metal lip with my boot. The dry dirt cracks only the surface, the fissure stopping near a small cactus. Dust kicks in the air, and I wipe the sweat off the side of my temple against my shoulder before throwing the dirt to the side to add to the growing pile. I'm a real bastard. I'm no good. How can I take care of her when every time I turn around I do something wrong? With another angry shove, the metal point burrows into the desert as I gather another round of dirt. What do I do, Happy? I ask him as he swims in the pink kiddie pool I got him. Pink was the only color they had left. I can't let her go, but how can I hold on to her when all I've ever ended up doing is hurting her? His paws scratch along the edges and his head pops up from the side. His snout rests on the edge of the pool, staring at me with those big reptilian eyes as he waits for me to say something else. I love her so much, Happy. It's tearing me apart what I did. When I look at my hands, all I see is her blood. Even though it never got near me, I made her bleed. Therefore, her blood is on my hands. I toss another scoop of dirt to the side and stare at the small hole I've managed to make. I deserve to be out here thinking about what I've done, just like a child. Happy hisses as he lifts himself over the edge of the pool and then walks over to me, wiggling his body across the ground. His talons sink into the sand, scraping along the hard surface rather than sinking into it. His tail swishes. His black, tan, and green coloring are stark against the red desert. He stops at my feet, purring as he rubs his reptilian skin against my leg. I love you too, Happy. I bend down and scratch the top of his head. I don't know how Seer found a gator so damn friendly toward me, but I'll forever be thankful. Besides Daphne, he's the only friend I have who seems to understand me. I'm lucky, but I don't know if that's sad or not. I'm surrounded by a dozen men that claim to be my brothers, my friends, and I know they would risk their life for mine. But would it be for our code? The law we live by? Or because they are truly my friends? I don't know. I only know Daphne actually cares and Happy cares as much as a swamp kitty can. Go on. Go swim, I'll be okay. I need to start digging, I say to Happy, pointing to the kiddie pool. He brushes against me one last time and scurries over to the pool. It always surprises me how quick he can move. He isn't full grown just yet, but he's still fast. In the water, alligators can travel up to 20 miles an hour, but on land, around 11 miles per hour. It doesn't seem fast, but their bodies are so awkward, it's impressive. He slides into the pool and floats, spreading out his legs. Man, you live the life, you know that? There's a heat lamp next to the pool to make sure he stays warm, since this isn't his ideal environment. I plan to fix that for him. In our house, he is going to have his own room, heated, but I'm sure he will hang out with us throughout the house. He'll be able to go back and forth to the swamp I'm going to build him too, and eventually I'll get him some friends. At the rate you're going, you aren't going to get that hole dug until 2034, and that's being generous. My foot lands on the shovel and I grip the handle, tightening it to the point I think it's about to break. What the hell do you want, Slingshot? I throw another scoop of dirt to the pile and begin working again. I brought you lunch. I used my gift card I got for Christmas and I got the family pack. There are 50 steak tacos in here. It's going to be so good. I'm busy. A man has got to eat, you know, Slingshot says, sitting on his ass on the pile of dirt I've made. You didn't come out here to share your lunch, and besides, I doubt you I took my pill, damn it. Sit down, shut up, and eat the tacos, or I'll never offer them again. No. Slingshot is a good man, a bit naive and thinks tacos are God, but he doesn't want to get caught up in the likes of me. Come on, Tongue, I have an update on Daphne. I never thought he'd play that card. I toss the shovel on the ground and take a seat next to him just as he... Are you kidding me? I'm sorry, I just took the pill. He slurps on his Coke and kicks the ground with the tip of his foot, an innocent action by a very guilty man. You know, you better hope you don't always smell like ass or no girl is going to want to be with you. He shrugs. As long as I have my tacos, I'll be a happy man. I lift a disbelieving brow at him and watch as he digs through the simple white bag with grease spots on it. One by one, he takes out different sauces. We have my favorite, salsa verde, which has this tangy kind of sweet flavor with a tiny kick of heat. There is the pico de gallo, which is good, but I always get extra of the verde. Extra sour cream because, duh, sour cream is the best. And then we have jalapenos. Voila! He spreads his arms out over the buffet of sauces and then hands me an aluminum foil wrapped taco. Bon appetit! He claps his hands and rubs them together evilly before diving in the bag and pulling out one for himself. You said you had an update on Daphne? I ask, turning around to stare at the clubhouse where she is resting. She's downstairs in the medical room where Doc can keep an eye on her because not only does she have the flu, but she has a concussion, thanks to me. I've been checking on her every few hours. The last time I went down there, she was finally allowed to go to sleep, so Doc sedated her because, apparently, she kept asking for me. Not that I deserve her to want me. I deserve the desert and being alone. She's doing good, Tongue. Slingshot groans when he bites into the taco. A chunk of sour cream, steak, and salsa verde drips from the end of his lover. At least it sounds like a lover, with how he is moaning, and falls onto the foil laid across his lap. Her fever is still there, a little higher than where Doc wants it, but with the concussion and fighting the flu, he isn't surprised. She's going to be fine. His words. My stomach turns, knowing she is still sick, worse with what Slingshot is saying. Her fever is higher, and it's all my fault. Hey! The playful demeanor of his voice changes. His hand claps me on the shoulder, and whether he knows it or not, he has smeared sour cream all over the sleeve of my shirt. You can't blame yourself. I dress the taco and the sauces I want. I'm not hungry, but doing something with my hands helps my mind ease. Tongue, I'm serious. You couldn't help what happened to you last night. Doc knows that you need a different kind of sleeping pill. I'm never taking them again, and no one can make me. What I did last night was inexcusable. I bite into the tortilla, and the flavors burst across my tongue. On any other day, this would have been an amazing meal, but right now, it tastes just like the dirt I'm digging up. What you did last night was survive. You were lost. He taps the side of his head with his finger. Here, you were gripped by a nightmare, a bad, horrible nightmare, and from what I heard from you, I'm sorry you had to go through that. I saw the journals, but they were nothing like this. Daphne doesn't blame you. No one blames you for what happened. I do. I blame me. I should have felt her there. I always feel her. I always know where she is, whether it's dark or I'm asleep. I know when she's near. But last night I felt nothing. It was the medication, Tongue. Any other night, do you think you ever would have pushed Daphne off the bed? I tear into the taco with a vicious snarl, like a primitive animal feasting on his kill. No, absolutely not. Then there's your answer, man. You don't deserve to kill yourself out here. Whose hole are you really digging? What do you mean? I finish off the first taco and dip my hand in the bag to grab another. Well, you say it's a happy haven, but it looks more like a grave to me. I analyze the hole and realize for the first time it's a long, deep shape. It does look like a rectangle. Looks like you're punishing yourself, digging your own grave to plan your own funeral for something that was beyond your control. Tongue, there are things in this life that you cannot hold on to with both hands. You can't take care of every problem by cutting someone's tongue out, and you can't work yourself to death as penance. He dives in for another foil-wrapped taco and sighs, staring off across the desert. Can I tell you something? It just stays between you and me. Something different blooms in my stomach. I don't know what it is, but if I had to guess, it would be happiness. No one chooses me to tell their secret. I am the secret. I'm what the corners hold and the shadows keep. I'm the monster no one talks about until he is seen, until he is believed. That's who I am. The ghost story people tell around a fire to scare each other, but in my case, the ghost is real, and I haunt people every chance I get. Yes, I think I'm feeling excitement. Someone wants to tell me a something about themselves that maybe not many others know about. Sure, I keep my answer short and keep the impatience out of my voice. I want to know. I want to know. So only a few people know this here because I don't go broadcasting it, but my mom died of the same cancer I had in my 20s. Your mom died from cancer? I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. I'm slowly learning how to empathize, but it's taking time. Stomach cancer. It's why I'm so big on tacos, because for the longest time I didn't think I'd ever be able to eat them again. When my mom died, I blamed myself. I thought, maybe if she didn't have me and could focus on herself, maybe she wouldn't have died. You had nothing to do with it. It was the cancer. He gives me a knowing look, then winks. See what I did there? No. I shake my head. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't get the point? Not unless you say it. I stayed, obviously. You just said cancer was the reason my mom died, not me. Just like you aren't the reason Daphne got hurt, but Justine is. The sleeping pill is. Medication doesn't mix well with people sometimes, man. Take it from me. I've nearly been on all of them. I think about what he says and let it roll around in my thick skull. It's hard not to take blame when the woman I love got hurt because of me, but maybe Slingshot is right. Maybe there were circumstances beyond my control. And I need control, just like I need air in my lungs and Daphne's lips on mine. I need it to keep the tiniest edge of sanity sharp in my mind, or without it, innocent people will get hurt. I see, I say, finally understanding the point he tried to make. So, is that why you were so damn gassy? He tosses his head back and laughs so loud it booms across the desert. Buzzards fly away in the distance and ignore the roadkill. Even Happy jumps out of the pool, a bit startled, before jumping back in. Between us? I nod, feeling way too damn giddy about this secret sharing. Yeah, I had a portion of my intestine removed. We weren't as close when I was a prospect, so I'm sure you don't remember. I had to work up to foods like this, but now that I can eat them, unfortunately, gas is a part of it, and the pill I take, it isn't the only one I take. I frown. Why do you let us give you a hard time? It isn't, I think of the right word. Nice. I don't care. I've lived through something I shouldn't have. I'm okay with joking about it. I like that you guys tend to forget about it. Makes me feel normal. Besides, it could be worse. How? I could be in a grave like the one you just dug for yourself, Tongue. And honestly, I'm real fucking glad I'm not. I bite into the taco again and stare at Slingshot in a whole new light. I always thought he was this annoying guy with a childish personality. He does have a childish personality, but in a way that I'm still somewhat a kid too. He never got a chance to be a child, not a real one, and I can relate to that. I feel bad for not knowing or not trying to get to know Slingshot as well. I stayed in the shadows too much for this to be new to me. Thanks for the tacos, Slingshot. I appreciate it. No problemo, amigo. He balls up the foil and the sun reflects off of the silver wrapping before he places the garbage in the bag, only to fish out yet another damn taco. So after tacos, you want to see Daphne and then get an excavator to dig this swamp instead of shoveling? You want to build it with me? Hells yeah. I'm not going to let my buddy do this alone. Come on, eat up and let's turn this grave into a swamp sanctuary. I plan on getting happy friends, too. He'll like that. Everyone needs a friend, including people. I didn't understand friendship before Daphne. She's opened my mind to new possibilities, and she's made me see the world differently. Don't get me wrong, the world is jaded and cold with more bad than good. I didn't always pay attention to the good because I didn't believe in it, but I'm seeing more of it now. I'm not sure if I believe in it because the concept of belief is foreign to me, but if anyone can make me see the light in anything, it's her. And right now, I might be starting to feel something. Joy. I have a friend to add to the list. A list I didn't have before Daphne. For some reason, Slingshot decided to take a chance and be the one to come out here. No one else has. Before, I chalked it up to them being afraid of me. Now I know it's because no one understands me. This loneliness I feel isn't only my fault, but theirs. The sun is still high in the blue sky, shining without a cloud in sight. The mountains surround us, and the sound of a bike grumbling grows from the distance. I get up from the dirt mound and stand, wiping my ass off with my hand. Yeah, that sounds good. I take another taco out of the bag as we walk to the clubhouse. Happy? Stay. I'll be right back. Good tacos, right? I swear they are the best in the country, and I should know, remember? I took a bike trip around the United States and tried tacos everywhere. This little taco stand has my heart, man. They are good. See, stick with me and I'll feed you good. I rub my chest when that funny feeling returns. Friendship is a hard concept for me to swallow, but I won't choke on it like I used to. Not anymore. Everything I am and everything I'm able to recognize now is because of my comet, my rarity. Only something so damn special and more powerful than the stars and moon aligned could change a devil like me. The devil in me.
Chapter 5. Holy moly. I am so glad to be out of that basement. It's so dark and cold. If anything, it makes me feel worse. It's so sterile, lifeless, and don't get me started on what happens behind the door they called the playroom. The basement is full of nightmares, pain, sickness, and tears. How anyone can heal when they are surrounded by depression like that is beyond me. I'm one to believe that if someone surrounds themselves with what they love and what makes them happy, they will get better.
Well, rise and shine, Daphne.
Reaper is huddled near the sink, pouring himself a cup of black coffee in his President of the United States of Ruthless America mug. He uses it every day.
How are you feeling?
Better. The first thing I notice is Tongue's not here. My sadness must show all over my face, and Knives reaches across the table and takes my hand. His scarred thumb rubs across my knuckles.
He's been checking on you. He's outside working on the swamp for Happy. He had a tough time seeing you because...
He blamed himself. I know, I say. I figured as much. Is he okay?
Yeah, him and Slingshot are out there digging a giant hole in the ground.
Bullseye's voice comes from down the hall. He's holding gauze over his finger as he enters the kitchen. Pulling out one of the old wooden chairs, he takes a seat beside me and Doc comes in next. Bullseye shoots him a mean sneer, and Doc rolls his eyes.
You need to get over it, Bullseye. It's a prick to the finger. It isn't the end of the world. How do you think people feel when you throw darts at them? Not only does it penetrate their skin, but the metal spikes under the muscle to latch on. You can't handle one tiny needle,
Doc asks, placing a small glass bottle of insulin on the table with a new syringe.
You need your shot. You still aren't regulating your sugar well enough. I'm fine.
It isn't often I see Doc get angry. He is always calm and composed, a man of rational thinking. But not right now. He slings his arm across the table and the insulin flies against the wall, shattering. The liquid wets the paint and drips onto the floor. Good medicine gone to waste. If there is one thing I know about insulin, it's how expensive it is.
"You're a goddamn idiot,"
Doc yells, getting right in Bullseye's pale face. Knives, Reaper, and I share an uncomfortable glance. No one likes to witness an argument when they aren't a part of it.
"I'm so fucking sick of you denying, Bullseye. You want to fucking pass out? You want to go into diabetic shock, or worse, a coma. Go ahead, don't let me stop you. When you need my help, when you realize the incompetence and stupidity of your choices."
Doc hits Bullseye's forehead with the palm of his hand, and Bullseye's head snaps back.
"Don't fucking come to me. Go to the damn hospital or urgent care because I am done with your stubborn ass to last me a lifetime."
Doc pushes Bullseye in the chest so hard, Bullseye rocks back and the chair balances itself on its rear legs. He stays upright and then tips over, hitting the floor so hard the rods that support the lumbar of the chair snap in half. Bullseye slams his head on the ground, but Doc doesn't do what he usually does, which is drop to the floor and check on his friend. Doc stomps by Reaper, who is casually sipping on his coffee. He backtracks, opens the cabinet, grabs a coffee mug, jerks the pot out from the coffee maker, and pours himself a cup of morning Java. I've never seen someone make an angry cup of coffee, but I guess there is a first for everything. Reaper smirks over the rim of his coffee, and Knives puckers his lips as he shines his ninja star, acting like nothing is happening. Typical.
"I'm going to go help Tongue and Slingshot,"
Doc gripes, then hauls ass down the hallway before kicking the door open. I press a hand over my heart when the loud shudder of the door slamming startles me. Geez, everything does these days.
"I'm going to go see Ruby,"
Bullseye says as he pushes himself off the ground and dusts himself off.
"Has she even let you inside the store?"
Skirt asks, scratching his stomach as he yawns and opens the fridge.
"Oh my God, look at all the pie. Oh, Sarah must really love me." "She's been craving apple pie,"
Reaper says.
"Sorry, Skirt. I'm afraid she made them for selfish reasons." "Does that mean I can't eat them because they're for baby cravings?"
Skirt's face is pure agony as he holds a pie to his face and inhales.
"Not even a wee little nibble?"
Bullseye tugs on his cut and fishes out his bike keys.
"I'll have you know I got as far as opening the door before Ruby pushed me out and locked it. I call that progress." "Sounds romantic, Bullseye. You're making your way into her heart. Eat your pie, Skirt."
Bullseye grabs his leather jacket off the chair and makes his way to the front door. Tyrant and Yeti run by him as they run to their food bowls. Poodle is next, but he is carrying Lady since she doesn't have the strength to walk. She's getting worse every day that passes, and I think he's realizing that keeping her alive at this point is cruel. Melissa told me he made an appointment with the vet next week to put her to sleep, and Poodle hasn't put her down for more than a few minutes since. I think it's his way of saying goodbye. It's sad. Everyone falls quiet when Poodle takes a seat. No one knows what to say when Poodle is in a constant state of depression, which is odd, because he is a lot like Slingshot in the sense that he is the person everyone can count on to make them feel better. Boots scuff down the hallway, and the closer they get, I know who it is. I sit up straighter as my heart starts to pound. I'd know those footsteps from anywhere.
"Anyone got an update on Daphne?"
Tongue shouts from the middle of the hallway. I feel coy suddenly. Tongue specifically asking for me is making me feel like a schoolgirl.
"Come ask her yourself,"
Reaper shouts.
"Damn, I'm not everyone's messenger."
"You said a bad word. You owe me $5.
"Maisie, get out from under the table,"
Reaper tells her without even looking under the table to see if she's there. The boots rushing down the hallway match the anticipation beating in my heart. When Tongue comes to view, he slides to a stop, nearly running into Skirt, who is clutching his pie like he does his daughter Joey.
"Christ, Tongue, you nearly made me drop me pie." "Comet."
The gravel in his voice has me closing my eyes as it smooths over me like a healing balm. His hair is wet from sweat, and a few pieces of the dark strands are plastered to his forehead. Several splotches of dirt cover his blue jeans, especially near the pockets where he cleans his hands off. He doesn't have a shirt on, and his abs are glistening in the light of the kitchen. He has a smear of dirt on his cheek, and all I want to do is clean it off. We don't speak. We just stare, and the room charges with our sexual tension that tends to make others uncomfortable.
There's a child in the room,
Reaper advises us under his breath while also clearing his throat after, so Maisie hopefully can't hear the warning.
Damn, you're making me want more than apple pie.
Skirt, Reaper scolds, but doesn't have a serious look on his face.
I need to, go check on Dawn. I'm going to go see Melissa. Yeah, Sarah might need her belly rubbed or something.
Reaper throws it in the pot along with everyone else, since they are getting affected by Tongue and I. Well, not us as people, but what we are creating in the air. Sexual need, desire, lust. It's been too long since I've felt him inside me, and I need that to change. I know some people's love language revolves around hand-holding or small gestures, but not mine. I find reconnection in Tongue with sex because we give each other what we need. Oftentimes, what we need is so much darker than anyone else could ever give. It's because he's my soulmate. I never believed in soulmates before him. I believed everyone could love as many people as they wanted. The heart heals when love is taken away, and eventually the person learns to love again. That's the story I told myself. Since I had never been in love before Tongue, I just thought love was an easy notion. I told myself love was a choice because there was no such thing as two souls being destined to be together. Even reading all the books I do about love and loss and one true loves, I was skeptical, but it never stopped my curiosity. There was always a part of me that wondered if it was real. And then the experience with Tongue let me know that love isn't a choice. We don't choose love. It's decided for us. Tongue is my fate, the one destiny wrote my life for. When I met him, my life made sense and found purpose. My soul is linked to his. I know in my heart I was born to die being loved by him. If something happened to him, if fate took him away from me, I have no doubt that's when my journey in this world would come to an end. I was created for his hands, for his heart, and for the wicked side of love people don't like to experience. Our love is blackened and burned by the trials of this world. No one can tell me different, but underneath the soot is a diamond. The gem is black, but it shines just as bright as one that isn't tarnished. When we die, cover me in our blood so I can become one with the love that's made its home in the marrow of my bones after I decompose into nothing. But even then, I'll be something because I'll have him embedded in my dust. People might think they are above us because how Tongue and I show love is beneath them. But they're wrong. It's in the black, in the void, in the places no one wants to go, where the deepest, craziest, most intense love exists. And if you can't touch that place, have you ever really loved? Tongue stares at me, watches me, cocking his head as he evaluates. When he looks at me like this, it sends a trickle of fear down my spine. His eyes are dark, promising the darkness we make love in. He takes 3 steps until he is beside the table and holds his weight by pressing his hands against the table. His knuckles turn white, and his fingers turn pink. I slide my eyes around the room to find us alone.
How do you feel?
He murmurs, reaching across the table until his fingers slide through my hair. He probes the small cut along my scalp that's being held together by 2 stitches. I can't feel the pain. Tongue's presence numbs me with arousal. Better?
Good. You've been asleep for 3 days. I've been getting worried about you.
3? I yelp, shocked. I don't remember it being 3 days. It was yesterday that I hit the wall. I thought. His finger slides from the side of my head, dragging his calloused fingers down my cheek. His wide palm wraps around my throat.
You sure you're better?
His voice deepens, taking on a supernatural tremble that makes him sound demonic. Yes. He doesn't say another word. He pulls me across the table by my neck. The chair slides back and hits the stove, and his mouth crashes down on mine, bruising my mouth in painful kiss. I taste blood, and tongue must too, because he shoves his tongue in my mouth and licks the metallic taste clean. His growls fill my belly, making me whimper into his mouth. Half my body is across the table, while my feet dangle off the other side, the tips of my toes scratching across the floor. Breaking the kiss, he keeps me locked in his hold, and he flicks his tongue out to gather the smear of blood across his lip.
I'm going to fuck you whether you feel better or not, because I need to feel you.
I want that. I need that too. A normal person would let me get off the coffee table by way of placing my feet on the floor, and then I'd walk around the table. But tongue isn't normal, and I don't want my feet on the ground. He drags me the rest of the way across the tabletop with a burst of strength I wasn't ready for. But welcome. It doesn't stop there. Tongue doesn't let me stand. He continues to pull me to our room. My knees slide across the hardwood floor, and when he opens the door, that is when he picks me up. The bedroom is as clean as it will ever be, with all the books littered across the floor. He slams it shut behind us and clicks the lock. He carries me to the bed and lays me down, his chest heaving as he takes deep breaths. His cock is tenting his jeans, and he closes his eyes.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to be rough with you. I know you need time.
I sit up quickly and grab his cock, squeezing hard until I know it hurts. Just how he likes it. His biceps shake as he growls, still holding himself back from doing what he really wants. You better be as rough as we like, Tongue, or I'll have to tie you down and fuck you how I want, I threaten, knowing he hates the idea of losing control in the bedroom unless he willingly gives it up. The words are enough to break him out of the ridiculous notion that he needs to be easy on me. He shoves me back and curls his fingers in the waistband of my pajama shorts and yanks them down along with my panties. He doesn't take my shirt off. He doesn't lean down and kiss me. He unbuttons and unzips his jeans, fishing out his fat cock. He pulls his jeans down the curve of his sculpted hips and gives the beast 3 strokes before he spreads my legs and comes. Tongue isn't a quick trigger, so when I feel the warm splashes of his seed coating my pussy, I moan, shocked and turned on by feeling it drip down my sensitive seam. He grunts, watching himself come all over my fold. My legs tremble from being held open.
I won't apologize for needing you.
Needing me, not wanting me, because he always wants me, and that is never in question.
You look so fucking good covered in my cum,
he says, pressing his thumb against my clit and using his cum as hot lubricant. A bead of his white cream gathers at the tip of his cock. It's about to drip onto the bed, and the only thing I can think about is how it's about to go to waste. I try to sit up to wrap my mouth around him, but he doesn't allow me to move. His hand is pressed against the middle of my chest, and his other hand slices through the air before landing on my aching fire. My clit breaks, shattering in a fireworks kaleidoscope, reminding me how fragile my glass heart really is. My legs jerk on instinct. I want to get away, but I want him to do it again.
I'll never forgive myself for hurting you,
he says, slapping his palm on my clit again.
And there's only one way for me to feel better.
He lashes me again, and I toss my head back as the fires spread below. Tongue is making me burn, and the only way I'll find peace is if he extinguishes the desire blazing in my veins.
Chapter 6. I'm trying to calm down. I'm trying to rein in my desire because I know she's healing and she's been through a lot, but the desire ripples over my skin. My entire body is stretched tight. I feel like an animal is about to shred me apart from the inside out if I don't get inside her, claim her all over again, and show her how much I need her. Even after I've come, my cock is pissed off and rock solid. I grip it in my fist and rub the head against her wet, cum-covered folds. Her pinkness glistens with our fluids, and I want nothing more than to drive into her, but I have this urge to hear her beg for me. I have to hear that she needs me just as much as I need her. I roll off the bed and kick my pants off. I'm filthy. She's filthy. What's the point of getting clean when we're just going to make ourselves dirty all over again? Some people would find it disgusting, I'm sure. I'm covered in sweat and sand, and she hasn't had a proper bath in 3 days, but I've given her a sponge bath in her sleep. She just doesn't know it. My boots stop my pants from coming off, and I growl in frustration. There is dirt on the floor surrounding my shoes, and I bend over and angrily unlace them. I kick them off, and they hit a stack of books, causing them to crumble to the ground. My jeans are next, and when I'm done, I climb back on the bed and unwrap her panties from her ankle, where they lie in a useless puddle. Her glassy eyes are locked on mine, and her legs are spread open, shaking along with her breaths. Her pussy is swollen from just a few slaps of my palm. A dollop of her nectar seeps from her tight hole that has only ever known my cock. And only I will ever know her. I grab the hem of her shirt. There is a spot that has a small tear where the stitching has come undone. Deciding I want her shirt off, I tear it in half by gripping each tattered side with my hands and ripping it down the middle until her small, perky breasts bounce out. She moans as the cool air wraps around her tight nipples.
I liked that shirt.
She's breathless as the jagged edges of the material drag over her beaded peaks. I don't care. I run my hands up her body, closing my eyes when her ribcage expands with each inhale. I let my palms linger there, getting turned on by feeling her breathe. That's all it takes. Knowing she's alive, knowing I can feel her life in my hands, knowing she's under me willingly, and knowing she loves me. Me. How could I not be turned on by that? The ridges of her ribs slide against my palm. I make a mental note to get her to eat a little more. I don't want my Comet hungry. She's perfect as is, but I want her as healthy as she can be so she can be by my side for as long as we live. Fuck that. I want more than life. I want her in death, too, and in every life we live after this one. She's mine, until the end of time. I open my eyes and find her watching me, and my hands move, gliding up and over the mounds. The calluses on my hands scratch along her beaded twin peaks, and she inhales a sharp breath. I linger there for a second and move my hands in small, circular motions. She bites her bottom lip into her mouth. Those spine-tingling noises escape her lips, driving me fucking crazy. Here I am, wanting to ravage her, but now I find myself wanting to take my time. I roam down her body until I dip between her legs and force her legs apart again. I love seeing the mess I made down there. My cum is dripping on the sheets and sticking to her thighs. My fingers twitch with the desire to spank her clit again. I get a flash of sudden desire to make her come from it. I want to use something else, though. Something more intense. Something harder. I reach into the nightstand and pull out my knife, remembering how much she loves it when I bring the blade out to play. I grab the sheath, too. Don't get me wrong, we like to cut, but I don't want to cut her down there. It would bring her too much pain, and like I said before, I never want to hurt her. Sliding the sheath onto the black, sharp blade, I clip it into place. She follows my hand with her eyes, and when I lay the protected blade between her legs, her hand snags around my wrist.
Why is the sheath on it? You know I like it when we...
I let the action speak for itself. I lift the blade and smack it against her swollen bundle, getting cum over the sleek protectant of my knife. Her lips make a large O, and I'm imagining my cock plummeting her throat again, which causes it to jerk another drop of cum out of the slit. I want to be inside of her, but I want her to fall apart like this first. I want to cherish the way she makes me fall apart every second of every day by destroying what I've known and teaching me all the things I don't. I smack her again. The loud slap of the hard plastic of the sheath against her sweet candy echoes into the room, playing a new favorite song I want to listen to on repeat. I don't ask her if she wants it harder. I just apply more pressure with my swing.
Oh, God, tongue. Yes, feels so good.
She mumbles, high on the pain and pleasure only I can give her. Only me. My cum acts as a sticky barrier that causes each smack to feel more intense than the last. The V between her legs is swollen and red. Her clit is erect and poking between her folds. The sensitive flesh of her thighs is trembling uncontrollably. Fucking gorgeous.
It hurts so much,
she cries. A tear drips down her face, and I bend over to lick it off her cheek. Delicious.
Don't stop. Please don't stop,
she cries. Like I'd ever stop. I'm a strong man, but I'm not that strong. Her cries fuel my sick need to inflict more pain. Another hot tear escapes her, and I drink her up before it goes to waste. Tastes so good, Comet.
Tongue, I need you inside me. Please, please.
The desperation, the pleading, the tears, the irritated skin between her legs has me giving in. I give her clit one more slap and place the knife to her lips. She knows what I want her to do. She sniffles, the whites of her eyes red from crying, and she hums in satisfaction as she licks my cum off the sheath. She slowly runs that beautiful tongue of hers all over her lips, relishing my taste. I toss the knife to the side, crawl over her body and shove myself inside in one deep thrust. Tongue! She screams my name as she convulses around me. Is that all you needed, Comet? My cock inside you for you to come? I slowly slide out until all that's left is the tip. I look down, watching myself being coated in her juices. Her pussy is hot from the knife slapping and her legs are still shaking as they hook around my hips.
That's always what I need.
There is a sheen of sweat gathering between her breasts. My mouth waters to drink her up. I thrust in again, squeezing her tits tight in my palms to show her how good she makes me feel. She's grabbing at my chest, clawing at the skin from the punishing rhythm. Her body scoots up the bed, and the books that support our mattress start falling onto the floor. It's something I have to fix every time we have sex. All you'll ever need is me. I growl to her, pressing my pelvis against her hips. I lift her legs and push them together, laying them against my torso. Then I wrap my arm around the silky smooth limbs as I gain momentum. I lay my cheek against her calf, moaning her name. Daphne, I utter in the back of my throat as the wet sounds of us bring me closer to filling her. She isn't just tight and hot. She doesn't just squeeze me until I can't think straight. She doesn't just make all of my wet dreams come true. When we are tangled in one another like this, when she gives herself to me, not just by spreading her legs, but by giving me her trust, that's when I understand what love is. She trusts me to take care of her, to only bring her pleasure, the same pleasure I equate with pain. Daphne trusts me. The thought has me slowing down, positioning her legs on either side of my waist and curling my body over hers. I tuck my arms under her back, then hook my hands around her shoulders to drive in with long, languid strokes until my sack is pressed against the crease of her ass. I think about her struggle, how I hurt her the other night, how she deserves better. I clutch on tighter. I don't ever want to let go. If I do, she might realize she's better off. She can't leave me. She isn't ever allowed to leave. I would die. Death would be welcome after losing someone so full of life. I clutch onto her tighter, burying my head into the nook of her neck and inhaling. She's here. She's safe. She's okay. I feel. The blunt head of my cock pierces her again and again. She's whimpering sweet songs in my ear that make me want to slam her against the wall or chain her to the bed to have my way with her. Her arms wrap around me in return, her hands gentle as she coasts down my back.
Oh, tongue, I'm here. I love you. We were made for one another, tongue. Can you feel it? Her whimpers and whines are broken with how much deeper I become with every thrust. I feel exposed. This isn't how it's supposed to be with us. We fuck hard, messy, bloody. That's how we show each other we know what we need. Not understanding the burning behind my eyes, I pick her up, swing us over the bed, and walk to the nearest wall to prove my point. I keep my hand behind her head so she doesn't hurt the wound I caused. The bang of her body hitting the wall has me humming down her throat in satisfaction. That's better. Her hands cup my face, and she arches her back, giving me the perfect view of her silken throat. I bend down to bite the flesh, to show her that pain is who I am. It's the only way I can function. But I kiss her pulsing vein instead. I watch the beautiful pearl-colored flesh pebble from the simple brush of my lips. Why does she react to me like this? I don't deserve such an exquisite reaction. I'm so confused. Why is this happening? I stumble back and the bed hits the back of my knees. I flip us again, pinning her on her back. I'm prepared to fuck her hard and fast, but I'm curling over again, pressing my lips against hers in a slow, sensual kiss. This pace, this place with her, in her embrace and between her legs, makes me feel her love. My body is rejecting the rage in my mind. I'm screaming at my body to do what it knows, but the thrusts are slowing, and I'm holding on to her so tight I'm worried she can't breathe. Comet. Her name sounds more like a question as I drive into her, slow with most of my inches, and then I thrust my hips at the last minute. She likes that because a loud moan always leaves her. Comet. I try to explain myself again, and the damn burning is back in my eyes. Images of what my uncle did slam against the front of my mind. His hate burns across my back with every cigarette he puts out against my useless flesh. I rub my forehead against the crook of her neck, wanting the memories scrubbed. They don't have a place here. He doesn't have a place here. It's only Daphne. It's only me. Us. It's okay. My comet whispers in my ear, clenching her fingers into the mess of my hair. I love you, she says. Let go. The fragile tickle of her hand presses against my heart. I have you. I'll always have you. Holding the side of her neck to keep her head in place, I kiss her, driving my tongue into her mouth as my other hand migrates down. I hold her hips still, rolling in and out from between her legs, and try not to lose myself completely the more I allow myself to let go like she says. I can't let go more than I have, or I don't think I'll recognize myself. Would that be such a bad thing? The voice inside my head sounds like reason, a fickle bitch I'm not familiar with. Wayne, she pushes against my chest to lift me off her, and she kisses each cheek. Your tears are safe with me. Her thumb brushes under my eye, and my uncle's voice fades into the distance as my eyes focus onto her face, her beauty. The more her blue irises shine with understanding, the more I hate the kind of man I am. She needs me to be stronger, but the more she breaks me open, the more I see just how weak of a man I really am. She squeezes around me just as another book clatters to the ground. Her broken puffs of air barreling out of her tickle the side of my jaw as she climaxes, whispering my name. My given name. And the rest of me that refuses to let go breaks free. I push to the hilt, trying to get deeper, trying to get as far as her body and mine allow. I orgasm, holding my breath and seeing double from the intensity. Strong jets leave me and bathe her womb. I hope it does. Bound to me in sickness and health isn't enough. That will happen in time, but I want more. I don't leave her as we come down from our high. Instead, I kiss her senseless, locking my cum inside her. We don't speak. We just lose ourselves in the kiss, and I start smaller thrusts as my cock hardens again. I'm going to be between those long legs all night. The haunted images of my uncle are long gone. My chest is open and bared to her as she reaches inside, clutches the agony I carry in her hands, and squeezes it until it dies. Madness created me. Abuse broke me. But it's Daphne,
who is stitching me back together.
Chapter 7. I'm finally inside the bookstore after another 2 days of resting. Well, 2 days of amazing, passionate sex with Tongue. I don't think we ever left the room unless he got up to get food and water. Well, and bathe. Even when we were bathing, we got dirty. He has been an emotional roller coaster ever since I hit my head. The monster inside him has been dormant, almost like it curled up, hibernating in the back of his mind, safe and sound, tucked underneath a wool blanket. I thought I saw him for a minute when he sheathed the knife and slapped me with it, but it was fleeting, and then something big happened. I don't know what it was. I don't know what made him recoil into his skin again. As much as I miss the monster, because I do. I fell in love with the monster first. I'm so happy I got to see the reluctant bunny instead. Bunny is a bad word. Tongue could never be an actual rabbit. He's more the type to skin it, cook it, and eat it, then save the fur for a pelt or something. A bunny is the only animal I can think of at the moment to describe his hesitancy to bring his softness forward. Bunnies are timid, and as soon as they experience something out of nowhere that scares them, they bolt. Now, while Tongue doesn't run, he clams up when it comes to his feelings because he is learning what they mean. While his beast sleeps, the bunny comes out to play. Until the beast wakes up, of course, and eats the bunny. Well, that's a bridge I'll cross when we get there. It's my job to protect the bunny when he emerges, so I can only make sure that's what I do when Tongue decides to push the soft and cuddly to the side. And his soft and cuddly is like something walking over the tip of nails. But he is learning.
Ma'am, excuse me.
I blink my eyes and stare at the contractor who is snapping his fingers in front of my face. His blue overalls are splashed with paint, ranging from white, red, black, and green. He has drywall in his brown hair, and he seems annoyed as he waits for me to answer him.
Where do you want this?
He holds a book in his hand and waves it around the air. I am horrified and insulted that someone would treat a book with such carelessness. The pages act as an accordion as he swings the delicate, vintage, classic, historical novel in the air, as if it's being used to help paint dry. I'm so stunned that I'm barely able to say and do anything.
I'm sorry, ma'am. It's in the way of us knocking down the wall. It was in a weird glass case, but the case broke when we tried to move it. Cracked right down the side. I really do apologize. I'll cover the cost of the damage.
My mouth hangs open as dust flies in the air. The pages are hanging on by sheer will. Holy moly, mister, what are you doing? I shriek, launching over the makeshift countertop that must be made out of plywood and hopes and dreams because I don't know how it's standing. I rip the book out of his hand, the first edition copy of Wuthering Heights. The first edition! How dare he treat a book with such malice? Do you know how valuable this book is? Do you know how old it is? Do you know the damage you've done by manhandling it the way you have? Just the oil from your nasty, dirty, unwashed fingers that have paint and dust all over them have probably compromised the integrity of the pages. The binding is delicate, and I think you ruined it. I double-check the pages and let out a sigh of relief when they seem to be intact, but the binding is weaker. This...
You're cute, all flustered, lady.
The workman leans against the plywood and smirks, creasing the lines in his cheeks as he tries to flirt. Oh, he is an idiot, isn't he? I ignore him with a shake of my head and find an empty box under my fake desk. I kneel on the ground and lay it in the box, closing the 4 cardboard sides as gently as I can. I'll need to get another container and have a velvet lining added in it. This book can only be handled with gloves. It was the only good thing that came from Andrew, the man who owned this store and employed me before he decided he wanted me and wanted to fight Tongue. He ended up dying for his stupid decision. And 𝐸 did something amazing. He bought the store for me, and now I get to live my dream. 𝐸 is making my dreams come true. But I can't help but wonder what his dreams are. He hasn't even shared them. Wouldn't he want to do more than be at the beck and call of Reaper? Or fix cars in the garage? He has to have some type of goal. But then again, maybe he doesn't. He's never had the opportunity to think about himself. And his art, the way he draws, is not just a random talent that won't get him anywhere in life. He has a real gift. I want to show him he is more than the tasks everyone has him doing. The man kneels on the ground and peeks his head underneath the desk.
So, your name is Daphne, right? You own the place.
I nod, not wanting to give him any satisfaction of giving him my attention by speaking.
I've seen you around here before. It's been a while. You're pretty, you know that? You want to go out sometime? I'll take you to this local diner, maybe catch a movie. How's that sound?
His green eyes meet mine when I whip my head up in shock. I've never been asked out on a date before. And I don't like it. I like when a man just takes, not asks, and that's why 𝐸 is the perfect man for me. The contractor has a buzzed haircut, short to the scalp, which makes the ridges in his skull appear. I don't like short hair, something I've had to tell 𝐸 100 times, especially since he cut off his beautiful long locks with his knife. It was such a sad day. No, thank you. I have a boyfriend? That sounds ridiculous when 𝐸 and I are so much more. I have a husband. I lie. Kind of. My heart is married. That is what matters.
I don't see a ring,
he notices, laying his hand on mine and rubbing his index finger across the blank space where a ring should be. I didn't wear it today because I knew I'd be working. I didn't want it to slip off. I slide my hand away and pick up the box. Anyway, I really need that wall knocked down today. My voice comes out low and slightly panicked. Anxiety is forming in the pits of my throat. The man walks around the plain wooden desk that has made me pluck splinters out of my palm.
I'm Zed.
He holds out his hand. There isn't anything about him that screams for me to get away. Even though he treated my book badly, he seems nice. Nice for some other girl who doesn't get off on being cut with a knife or cutting the man she loves and licking the blood off the wound. He's being a little pushy since he isn't taking no for an answer, but he's only calling me out on my lie. Listen, Zed, you seem nice, but I am with someone and it is serious. Very serious. The words are out of my mouth, but the determination on his face doesn't disappear.
We can be friends. You're allowed to have friends, right?
I'm about to say yes, but not friends who are interested in me, when the glint of a black blade suddenly presses against Zed's throat. It's the same blade that's made me orgasm. The same blade that makes me yearn for 𝐸 to carve his name into my chest.
Hey, man, I don't have any cash on me. Don't hurt the girl, Zed says. She doesn't have any either.
She has me, 𝐸 sneers, pressing the sharp edge against Zed's Adam's apple.
And to answer your question, no, she isn't allowed to have friends, not when the person wants more than friendship.
𝐸 flings Zed against the wall, and I look for fear in Zed's eyes, but all I see is understanding and realization.
Sorry, man. I thought she just didn't want to take the leap, but I get that she is truly taken. She's taken, off limits, and fucking mine. I don't want to see you around here again.
𝐸 lashes the knife against Zed's cheek, opening a 3-inch wound. Zed hisses and holds his hands against the bleeding mark.
Fuck! I said I was going to stay away from her.
I need to speak up. I need to stop 𝐸 from doing what he does best, but seeing him in his element has me barely able to breathe. He's strong, imposing, and in alpha mode right now. If Zed wasn't here, I'd lock the door and jump him.
I don't know if that's enough.
Tongue takes a step in the man's space. He lifts the knife and digs the tip in the man's throat, but not hard enough to kill him, but enough to want to.
You weren't kidding when you said you were with someone,
Zed stammers, his head tilted back to relieve the pressure from Tongue's knife.
She's mine,
Tongue growls.
and that's crystal clear. I will just get back to work. No harm, no foul, I swear. It won't happen again. I think I'll kill you instead.
Tongue's hand is quick, his fingers dipping into Zed's mouth and pinching the red appendage tight. Zed cries out, eyes wide, and he tries to push Tongue away, but the more he tries, the more his tongue is stretched out. So he stops the struggle, until the knife glides up his neck, the tip cutting another bleeding line in his skin. He tries to mumble something, probably a plea for Tongue to stop. I finally push the lust aside and unglue my feet from the floorboard to stand between them. Tongue's hardened gaze flickers from Zed to me. And just like that, the anger flees, and the edges of his eyes where life has created wrinkles softens. He's okay, Tongue. Let him go.
I never let a threat go,
Tongue replies, transitioning his attention from me to Zed. I look over my shoulder to see Zed nodding, hoping Tongue listens to me. Now that he is in this position, he looks a little pathetic, cornered by a man so much more dangerous than he is. It would be fun to watch Tongue do what he wants. It has been too long since Tongue and I had a little fun. Like those two guys in the alley when we were walking in downtown Vegas. He tore those men apart, and seeing him in his element made me want him even more. But it's daytime. There are other workers here. Now isn't the time or the place. Let him go, Tongue. He won't be an issue again.
That's what you want,
he asks, and he does that curious tilt of his head when he is trying to understand me because he wants to give me what I want. Yes, Tongue. It's what I want. He won't be a bother again.
He can't work here. I don't trust him around you.
That's fine. He doesn't have to be here. You can take his honest day's work. Tongue grunts with a slow chin tilt. He likes that idea. It means he can be here with me.
Whatever Comet wants, she gets.
With that, Tongue lets go of Zed's tongue, and the guy dashes to the door. He touches the blood dripping down his face and points a red finger at us.
You two are fucking nuts. Jesus Christ, you're crazy. You have 2 seconds to get out of here before I decide to change my mind and kill you anyway.
Tongue steps forward and spins the knife in his fingers.
Fuck this. Crazy fucking people.
Zed opens the door, then slams it, the bronze bell ringing from his departure, but also ringing in old memories. The days that this place wasn't mine. The days that I knew Tongue watched me outside through the window, an admission he had no shame in telling me.
I might kill him later because I feel like it.
I giggle, patting the middle of his back. I know he wants to kill Zed, but unlike Tongue, I know when someone is good or bad. Zed isn't so bad. He deserves to keep his tongue. I love you for wanting to do that. He turns around and bites the air when another man passes by too close.
I don't like you here with these men. I don't trust them. Can I kill them all? I'll build the bookstore for you.
You can't kill everyone you don't like, Tongue.
Why?
He's pouting now, bottom lip poking out in distress. Because that's how you go to prison.
I'll just kill everyone there, too. No one can keep me from you. I won't allow it.
Now that is something I believe wholeheartedly.
Hey, Daphne, you want the same dimensions for the new door?
Another worker asks. His name is Zach, if I remember correctly.
Just want to make sure before we get started.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
He likes you too.
Tongue growls, watching Zach like a hawk. Zach lifts a sledgehammer. Typical oak handle and black rubber end, and Tongue breathes heavy, huffing like a bull who is hoofing the ground. He wants to charge.
They all fucking like you.
No, they don't. Tongue, come here. I take his hand and lead him toward a corner, a place where he feels most comfortable. What's going on? You're atypically growly today. The beast ate the bunny. Crap.
I miss you. I don't like others looking at you.
He rubs the back of his neck and stretches as if he is trying to get a kink out.
I want to lock you in the room again where the world can't admire you. I only want to admire you. It isn't fair, but I don't care. I want you to myself.
He darts his eyes above, staring at the unfinished ceiling. Can he not look at me? His hands scrub along his scalp and then brush down his chest. Tongue.
I love you too much to have someone else come in and love you too and to take your love from me. I won't allow it. I can't. I can't.
His chest rises and falls, and he continues to shake his head. Look at me. He won't. Look at me. He hears the biting edge to my voice and finally lands his eyes on me, and the pain. My God. The pain I see. No wonder he can't breathe. His heart is racing, and his shirt is hot and damp. His neck is red, and beads of sweat are traveling down his neck. I do the only thing I know to do. I grab his face with my hands and kiss him. In the background, the men whistle and cheer, but I don't care about them. I only care about the man in front of me, the very controlling, temperamental, possessive, dangerous, frightening, loving, caring, and kindest man. The man who's mine. Mine. He somehow learned how to love me while thirsting to kill everyone around me. His breathing changes. The thundering heart beneath his chest evens out, and when we break apart, his forehead lands on mine and his coffee-laden breath puffs across my nose.
I'm sorry I'm so much to deal with. You're the only good thing I've ever had. And it makes me crazy. The thought of losing you makes me crazy.
Why are you thinking like that? Why would you ever lose me? Does this still have to do with me bumping my head? His silence is the only confirmation I need. Tongue. I brush the scruff along his face with the back of my hand. You can't do that to yourself. I don't blame you. I blame your uncle.
It isn't about that. Well, it's not just about that.
He corrects himself.
It's about all of me, how fucked up I am, my fucked up way of thinking and feeling, and that isn't going to change. I want you to myself. The world can burn in hell for all I care. That's who I am.
And I love you for who you are, because I don't want the world, Tongue. I only want you. I want the most fucked up parts of you because that's what I love most. You think I care if others want me or look at me? The only attention I want is yours.
Yeah?
He questions on a relieved exhale.
Why?
Why? He taps his head and then his heart.
I'm not right, Comet. You don't think I see that? I'm not like everyone else. I need blood on my hands to sleep most nights. How does that make me worthy of you? How do I know next time won't just be a bump on the head, but worse?
My hands move up and over his arms, feeling the hard muscle of his biceps flex under my touch. His forearms are strong, and his veins are protruding all the way down to the wrist. My fingers make their way home between his and hold on to him tight. I'll get my hands bloody with you, and when we get home, I'll help wash it off. Blood doesn't scare me, but not having you, that does. You have to stop running with the ideas you think of, Tongue, that if I'm hurt, it's your fault, or someone is going to come and love me in ways you can't. You love me in all the ways that matter to me. Get out of your head, or you're going to drive yourself crazy. He takes my hand in his and brings it to his lips, kissing me softly. I stare at the hands that have caused so much pain and torment and been drenched in so much blood. They are the same hands that have caressed me in bed as he makes love to me, the same hands that protect me, and the same hands that hold me.
Knock, knock. Sorry to interrupt.
I turn to see an older man standing in the doorway. Tongue immediately clears his throat and masks the emotions on his face. Those emotions are for my eyes only. Only I get to see the side the world will never have the privilege to see.
Mercy, what are you doing here? Tongue asks, his shoulders thrusting back and his tone suspicious. Oh, Mercy. Right, I've seen him briefly, but we have never met. I step around Tongue and kiss the side of his cheek. I'm going to go in the other room to look at paint samples. I'll leave you to it. Wait, Mercy says, lifting a finger to gesture 1 minute as he dashes out the door. This was wrapped and ready at the clubhouse. I was going to the hardware store across the street anyway, so I told Reaper I'd bring it. He said you wanted it to come here. Mercy's eyes flicker to me, his black brows pinched together, which are such a contrast to his silver hair. He leans the package against the primed wall and eyes the room. Place is looking good. Thank you, I say, Mercy's eyes falling to me again. I lower my sight to the floor and stare at my feet, watching my toes wiggle under the material of my Converse sneakers. He's making me uneasy. You're Daphne, right? I only saw you briefly one time, quick, when you were on your way out somewhere. Yeah. Hi. I greet, and he holds out his hand to me for me to shake. Tongue slaps it down and growls. No touching. Right, he says. I'm not trying to step on your toes, man, or cross lines. I wanted to check out the place and properly introduce myself since I'm going to be around more. Daphne and I don't see each other much. Good, Tongue states. You don't need to see her a lot. I hide my smile, but Mercy doesn't get the picture. He continues to stare at me, and not only is it making me uncomfortable, Tongue is getting edgy. I'll go. I'm meeting Whistler in 1. If you need any extra hands, let me know. See you. Mercy pushes the door open, and Tongue watches him walk down the sidewalk and past the window in the front of the store. But before Mercy is out of my sight, he gives me one last look, and it isn't with want. It's with another intention. I can't place my finger on it. Everyone is looking at you today. Tongue slams his fist on my fake countertop, and it cracks in half. Great. Now I need another one. I don't know why. I'm just me. I push my glasses up the bridge of my nose and then tug the long purple sleeves down my wrists. Tongue lifts my chin with his fingers. That's why. You're too beautiful for anyone to miss. Feeling uncomfortable with all the attention, I try to put Mercy's odd interest out of my head and bounce over to the package he delivered. What's this? Tongue gives that small tilt of his lips as his cheeks turn pink. It's something I made for you. For your store. A loud drill digs into the wall, followed by another loud bang of a hammer somewhere. You made me something? Can I see? What if you don't like it? I don't know. It's from you. I'm going to love it. Unless it's bones. I have no idea what I'd do with them. Maybe it's a real human skeleton. I could put it in a corner. Well, now that I've thought of it, I hope that's what it is. Tongue steps over a few 2x4s and glides his knife down the package. I wait for it to bleed or moan, but nothing happens. What in the world is in this box that doesn't leak red? Tongue's just full of surprises lately, which goes to show, no matter how much time you spend with someone, there is always something to be learned about them. And I just learned, Tongue loves surprises. Not getting them, but giving. He's chomping at the bit with excitement, giving me side-eye glances and tiny grins. I see more of him peeking through his damaged exterior lately. He's a lesson that will never be finished, a subject I can forever learn about. What will I learn next? I don't know, but I can hardly wait.
Chapter 8. I'm nervous. I've made this in secret for the last few weeks. The only person who knows about it is Slingshot, since he's been the one outside helping me build the swamp for Happy. I swore him to secrecy. I didn't want anyone to know what I was up to. Lately, I've felt like more of an outsider at the clubhouse. They watch me like I'm planning some hideous crime. I thought I was one of them, but Daphne has made me think about life in a new way. Maybe I'm not one of them. The thought has put me in the corner again. Only the shadows feel lonelier than ever. I don't say anything because speaking up about it would make me seem weak, so I hold back and let them stare, let them see if I'm about to go on a killing spree, which I haven't done in a while. I've been calmer since Daphne came into my life, but that doesn't mean I don't crave it sometimes. Reaper's been cautious about everyone, especially since Moretti and Maximo are still MIA. It's like they disappeared off the face of the earth. No one knows how they managed to get over the gates. Braveheart wouldn't let them go. Moretti figured out a way, and as curious as I am, I find myself not caring. It's hard to care when no one seems to care what happens to me. I've dedicated my life to the club, but I'm starting to wonder if the club would do the same for me. They are good guys, but whatever notion they have about me, it's pushing me away. I shouldn't care, but I do. They don't trust me, and if I don't have the trust of my brothers at my back, then when the time comes that I'll need them most, it will be too late. I don't know how to redeem myself. I always thought redemption was weak, a pointless goal to achieve for someone who isn't being themselves. Redemption? No such thing. People are who they are. They don't change. If someone actually wants to get something done, they should try justification for their actions. What type of man are you to do what needs to be done? And then everyone can go back to the way things are because redemption is a facade.
Well, when am I allowed to see it? Daphne bounces on her heels and has a giant smile on her face.
What's it that you tell me sometimes? Something about waiting makes good things worth it? I say, trying to throw her words at her, but it fails. She shakes her finger at me.
Someone is getting sassy.
She tugs the lapels of my cut, and having her near almost makes me forget about Mercy staring at her. Almost. It's one thing for strangers to look at Daphne, but a friend? I guess that's what he is, to the club at least. It's crossing the line. I won't have him lusting after her. Killing someone for betrayal leaves a sweet taste in my mouth. I'm not afraid to kill Mercy. I don't know what he was thinking, but I'll need to keep a close eye on him. Daphne was uncomfortable, too.
Stop it,
Daphne says, wrapping her arms around my waist and tilting her head back.
You're thinking too hard. Stop it, or I'll have to take you down so I can unwrap this gift myself.
Take me down where? I kiss along her jaw. The floor? In front of everyone? I won't like them seeing you come on my cock, Comet.
Tongue.
She tilts her head back more and lets me have my way with her throat. So soft, so creamy, so slender. I can see the blue tint under her skin from the delicate vein. Daphne read to me once that the jugular veins, when severed, can drain blood from the human body in 5 to 15 seconds. How beautiful is that? It's important for people to protect themselves, or something as sharp as a knife could end their life with one quick swipe. I press a kiss to the nearly exposed vein, vowing to protect it from such evils. Like me. Those feelings bubble in my chest again. I feel exposed. Nothing scares me, but that does, because it means someone can see my weakness and use it against me. Okay, I've tortured you long enough. Just keep an open mind, okay? I've never made anything for anyone before.
It's big,
she rasps, her cheeks painted a brilliant shade of pink, and the tint turns darker when she realizes how her words sound.
That, too.
She grinds herself down on my leg against my shaft. I glance up to see a few guys watching us, but they hurry back to their tasks when I narrow my eyes at them. One grabs the wheelbarrow and the other starts cleaning up the sheets of broken drywall. Not here, Comet. I kiss her one last time before I'm pulling myself back, reluctantly dropping my arms at my sides. If we keep touching one another, I'm afraid we will say fuck it and not care about everyone else around us. I'll bend her over and fuck her on all fours while the contractors watch. Maybe then they will stop looking at her.
Then stop staring at me like that,
she says. Never. I'll never stop staring at you like this. Trying to rein in some control, I take a full step away from her and land on a board, which rocks from the awkward placement of my foot. I have to put space between us or this damn gift will never get unwrapped. Okay. I blow out a nervous breath and continue to cut around the packaging. It's just a bunch of random cardboard pieces I put together. Daphne has a habit of sneaking home new shipments of books she orders for the store. Every single day a new box shows up, and she insists she has to read every book before putting it up on the shelves. She's horrible with breaking down boxes and putting them in the recycling bin. She gets too excited about the damn books. After the different-sized boxes accumulated against the wall of our bedroom, I decided they would be perfect to use to wrap her gift.
Tongue, whatever it is, I'm going to love it.
I nod absent-mindedly as I run the tip of the knife through the black tape. It's a big box and heavy. It's impressive Mercy got it in here all by himself, probably showing off for Daphne. Strike 2. And when strike 3 comes, I'm going to rip his tongue out of his mouth and let him watch while I feed it to Happy.
You're getting lost in your head again?
Am not, I argue.
R2.
Am not. My lips twitch to smile, but they don't. Happiness is a learning process, and the muscles in my face aren't used to being used. When I smile, my cheeks hurt. I don't want my cheeks to hurt, so I don't grin. Problem solved.
I can do this all day.
I know. It's fun. I open the top of the box and lay it against the wall. The gift itself is wrapped in pictures of tongues I printed out. It isn't hard to sit at a computer, type tongue in the search box, since it's one of the few words I know how to spell, and then have Slingshot press print. Daphne giggles, covering her mouth with her hands as she stares at the atrocity of the wrapping job. It's hideous. Come on, come, open it. She flies toward the box and grabs the middle, crumbling the paper with her fist. She tosses it to the floor and then goes at it with both hands, tearing at it like it's Christmas. Shredded paper tongues scatter across the floor. Since the gift is so big, she starts working on the other side. She grins as she unwraps, making tongues snow around her feet. It takes a few minutes, but she finally takes the last scrap of paper off. Before her is a large wooden beam, nearly the size of her. It's made of a redwood tree I imported from California. Redwood roots are shallow on the ground, but they never stop growing toward the sky. And that's how I feel about us. My roots are shallow, but my love for her constantly grows. So, I clear my throat. I'm nervous. I have never done anything like this before. Giving gifts is all too new for me. You don't have to use it. Don't feel pressured or obligated to. I wanted to do something nice for you. There I go, stuttering and sounding like an idiot because of how nervous I am. If she doesn't like it, that's okay. I can break it down and use it as firewood. We can have a big bonfire. My feelings won't be hurt. My feelings are few and far between, and the only ones I have are for Daphne. She runs her hand down the beam, her fingers stroking the polished wood.
What is it?
Before I lose my nerve, I grab each side of the heavy wood. Grunting from the amount of strength I have to use, I turn the damn thing around. When it's turned, I lay it on its side against the ground so she can see it level, not up and down. She gasps, her lips parting and her eyes watering. I know that. God, you fucking idiot, just speak. It's Daphne. Everything will be okay.
Deep breaths, Comet. It's me and you, she says. No judgment. Take your time.
I inhale, my chest rising all the way before releasing. I know you were struggling with a name for the bookstore. I wanted to surprise you. I drew the image and was going to give you the paper, but decided maybe... She finally tears her eyes away from the gift and looks at me. Maybe this could be your store sign. She clasps her hands to her mouth in a gasp. I try to keep going. So I ordered the wood and carved it in. Slingshot taught me to read Once Upon a Time and spell the words. He was patient. He's my friend. He helped make this. Regardless of how silly I sound, the words ring true. The front of the sign is a carved book. It's open down the middle with a castle etched on the top left-hand side of the open page. My way of telling her she's my fairy tale. The lines of the pages are there too, and in gold letters it reads, Once Upon a Comet. And then on the bottom right of the page in burnt black letters says, Bookstore. It took a long time to make, but if she doesn't want to hang it and use it as her sign, I'll understand. I'm sure she has her own vision. She rubs a hand down the gold letters, then caresses the book, outlining every detail with her finger. Every inch of the sign has been sanded and smoothed, and then has a waterproof protectant on it, on top of the shiny finish. There's no way she can get a splinter. The wood is as smooth as a baby's butt. Not that I'd know, I've never seen a baby's butt, but Dawn says it all the time when she changes Joey's diaper.
Tongue, this is amazing. I love it so much. It's perfect. I love you.
She throws her arms around me and cries loud tears that shake her entire body. But you're crying. You're unhappy. She pulls away and keeps her arms on my shoulders, tears freely running down her cheek, but her mouth in a big smile.
These are good tears, happy tears. I love you, Wayne Hendricks. You're so thoughtful. The sign is everything I wanted. It's a symbol of our story, where it all started and where it will go. Our fairy tale. This is our book.
I did something good. I made her happy. A crooked grin tilts my lips. Our own book. I hope it's 1,000,000 pages long so I can hear you read it to me forever.
And I'd read every word 1,000,000 times if it means making you happy.
Happy. Such a new concept. It makes me exposed. But it isn't so bad. Not with Daphne. She's the new chapter in my life after so many others came to a horrible end.
Can we hang it now?
She asks eagerly. Sorry, we still have work to do outside. It will have to wait a few days, one of the contractors says. I'll make another, a smaller one that you can carry with you. I think about a necklace and a charm. I bet I could go to a local jeweler.
You're too good to me, Tongue.
Is she kidding? I'll never be good enough. Not when it comes to Daphne.
Chapter 9. Oh my God, that's so sweet. Juliet praises the sign as I show her a picture of it. Let me see. Melissa snatches it from my hands and her lips part. Aw, that's so cute. What are you guys looking at? Mary asks as she and Joanna walk into the living room. We are all sprawled on the couch watching Dawson's Creek reruns. The men are in church, and sometimes that lasts a while. While the boys are away, the girls will play. And right now, we want the 70-inch flat screen to ourselves. Melissa turns the phone to show Mary and Joanna as they plop down on the couch, groaning at the same time, but they peek at the phone and squeal when they see what Tongue did for me. Everyone in this house is pregnant, it seems. Mary isn't too far along, but Joanna is around 30 weeks. Her belly is as round as a basketball, but from the back, you can't tell she's pregnant. Sarah is the same way. Dawn didn't want another baby right away, but Skirt was chomping at the bit. He wanted an entire clubhouse full of kids. Sunny and Patrick want to wait until they have a few more years of sobriety under their belts, which I respect them for. Completely. Oh my God. Someone take this child, Dawn says, wobbling into the room with her daughter latched on her breast and Aiden gripped onto her leg. She's sliding him across the floor since he won't get off. The poor woman looks like she's about to pass out from exhaustion.
Aiden! Leave your mom alone!
Maisie shoves him, and Aiden falls right on his ass.
You are such a brat! I'm not!
Aiden tosses at her, then shoves her shoulder. Their fight reminds me of the little spat Tongue and I had yesterday.
R2, you're a baby. You're a baby, Maisie. I'm rubber and you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks you.
Maisie sasses. I have to hold back a snort because she flips her dark hair over her shoulder and lays her hands on her hips in triumph. Sarah trudges into the main room next, her face pale. She's walking a bit slower and gripping her stomach. She and I might be on different pages right now, but I don't want to see her in pain. Her hair is up in a messy bun, and it looks like she hasn't slept in a week. Maisie, Aiden, enough. I don't want to hear your bickering today. Go play in your room. Even though they just got into a spat, the kids run down the hall laughing, screaming, "You're it!" as they disappear into Maisie's room. Sarah, are you okay? I ask, pushing myself off the couch. Tyrant and Yeti lift their heads and watch me as I walk over to her. She leans against the bar that hasn't been used since Patrick and Sunny came back from rehab. Sarah, I lay a hand on her arm, and the girls crowd around me. Sunny comes into the room next, a bowl of popcorn attached to her hip so we can marathon our show. We are all in need of some serious girl time. When she sees us, she sets the bowl on the bar top, then presses her hand against Sarah's forehead. Sarah and Sunny look similar in a lot of ways. Blonde hair, small frame. But while Sarah has brown eyes, Sunny's are blue. Her hair is a bit whiter, while Sarah's is more of a dirty blonde. Sunny has more color, too, a natural golden hue to her skin. "You're warm, Sarah. How long have you been feeling like this?" Sunny asks, brows drawn in concern. "It's nothing." She waves the issue away. "Honey, you don't look so good. I think we need to interrupt church," Dawn says, hissing as the baby latches onto her nipple harder. "I'm breastfeeding a vampire, I swear." Her face pinches in pain before Joey relaxes and stops sucking so hard. No, Reaper's been worried enough as is. I don't want him to worry. It's just a bad case of morning sickness. I've been really looking forward to this girl time." I worry my bottom lip, and Mary hands me my phone while we all think about what to do. I tuck it in my back pocket, then glance toward the closed church doors. No one can hear a thing anymore, not since Reaper soundproofed it. The only way to get their attention is to ring the doorbell he installed. "I agree with Sunny, Sarah. Are you in pain?" It's another big black cloud that hangs over our heads. She's a high-risk pregnancy after Tongue stabbed her. It was an accident, but still, she wouldn't be at such high risk if Tongue didn't stab her. My argument? Tongue wouldn't have stabbed her if he hadn't been in that position where the guys invaded his privacy, sending him into a whirlwind of bad memories and flashbacks. She cups the bottom of her stomach and hunches over, a muted cry leaving her lips as another wave hits her. "Oh my God. Someone go get Reaper." "No, not again," she cries when she falls to her knees. Her hand won't leave the small swell. "No, please, no." Her broken sobs have tears pooling in my eyes. I fall to my knees, then rub small circles across her back to try and make her feel better. "I can't do this again. Oh my God," she screams, then flips to her back. She rests her head in my lap, and I swipe the hair off her damp face. "Nothing is going to happen to you," I tell her, then lay my hand on top of hers, protecting her unborn baby with her. "We won't allow it." "It hurts so much," she wails, her big brown eyes bubbling with fat tears. "I'm losing her. I feel it. I'm losing her." She clenches her eyes shut. Another roar of pain escapes her. A deep, agonizing, guttural, shattering sound has a tear escaping me. I hate this for her. She can't lose this baby. Reaper and Sarah don't deserve that kind of pain, and I know Tongue will never forgive himself if she does. He already wakes up in cold sweats at night when he dreams of stabbing her. "A girl?" I try to take her mind off the pain. "How do you know?" "I just feel it. I can't have this happen. I can't." Melissa and Sunny bang on the church doors, yelling for someone to answer. "Ring the bell, remember? He soundproofed it last week," I remind them. I have no idea what to say to Sarah. Nothing can take this fear from her. All I can do is be here. Sarah digs her cheek into my leg and her arm curls up against my thigh. Her nails dig in against my skin, right where the hem of my pajama shorts ends. "It's okay. Reaper will be here soon. Doc will take care of you," I tell her, trying to soothe her the best I can. I pet her cheek to dry the tears, but they are coming too fast. "What is it?" Badge snaps at the girls when he opens the door. He sure is an asshole on most days, but he's there when it matters. His eyes widen when he sees Sarah on the floor. "Reaper! Doc, it's Sarah!" Melissa and Sunny move out of the way just in time before the heavy boom, boom, boom of boots stampedes toward us. "Sarah! Doll! Fuck, what happened? What is it?" Reaper slides his arm under her and moves her from my lap to his. He sets his sights on her belly and his left palm swims over his child, his fingers curling over the bump. Sarah takes his fingers in hers. "No," he chokes. "No, it isn't the baby. Please tell me it isn't the baby." "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." "Shh." He blinks back tears. The badass president embraces his emotions, not giving a damn if any of us witnesses him break.
It's okay. We will get through it. We always do. Hey, Sarah.
Doc kneels beside her just as Tongue watches from the church doorway. His eyes are wide, and he is frozen in fear seeing Sarah on the ground like this.
What's going on? Talk to me.
He rolls her to her side and checks out her rear, but not sexually. With a slow, timid motion, he places her on her back again. It hurts, she whimpers. So bad. I almost can't breathe.
Well, you aren't bleeding. I didn't see any blood, which is a good thing, but I need to get you downstairs so I can do a full evaluation. I think it's what we talked about before, remember? Your muscle in your abdomen didn't get a chance to properly heal. It's scarred and stretched thin. It's weak. You're growing, which is stretching that muscle. That's the cause of the pain.
I'm not having a miscarriage? She asks, hopefully.
Really?
Reaper smiles and starts to laugh, but the laugh falls short when it morphs into a choked sob.
You're sure? I won't be positive until we get her down there. Pick her up and follow me?
Reaper's hope flees. He gives a solemn nod as he carefully holds Sarah to his chest, one arm wrapped around her shoulders while the other is tucked under her legs. When he stands, Sarah moans in pain and he kisses her forehead.
I'm sorry, doll. I'm so sorry.
Reaper and Doc leave the room, their boots echoing loudly. And then everyone around us is silent.
Tongue, don't blame yourself.
Poodle starts, noticing how Tongue is frozen in one spot.
Tongue.
Poodle reaches out to comfort him, but Tongue shrugs it away.
You can't blame yourself anymore, Slingshot adds. It was a horrible accident. You didn't do it on purpose. Give yourself a break. She's going to be okay. You don't know that,
Tongue replies, swallowing so hard I can hear the gulp from across the room.
It's scary, and I know you feel guilty, but you gotta learn to let go.
Tool glides over to Juliet and wraps an arm around her shoulder. We all quietly gather in the main room, not knowing what we can do. We want to help, but how can we make a difference?
Learn to let go,
Tongue growls.
Learn to let go,
he repeats, slamming his fist against the wall. Poodle leans against the couch and opens his arms for Melissa, who eagerly runs into them. All the men pair up with their ladies, but Sonny walks to Patrick so he doesn't have to go near the bar and sits on the couch next to him.
It's easy for you to say. You don't have to live with the guilt of knowing she lost her second child, and the reason is because of you. Don't sit there and tell me everything is going to be okay. Nothing is going to be okay. This isn't fucking okay. I need... Tongue starts rambling. His nerves are getting the best of him. I need to go.
Tongue fishes his keys from his pocket. They jingle, a sound I don't want to hear, especially when it's punctuated by a heavy crack of thunder rolling in the sky, shaking the foundation of the clubhouse.
I'm going to go.
I get up from the floor and brush my butt in habit. I walk toward him, and for the first time in our relationship, he holds up a hand to stop me from coming closer.
I need some time, Comet. I need to be alone. I love you, but I can't be here right now,
he says, his voice breaking. The haunted expression in his chocolate brown eyes will be an image I'll never be able to forget. He brushes by me. The electricity crackles across our skin like it always does when we are near one another. Everyone watches him leave. He opens the door, and even from where I'm standing, I can see the gray skies looming in the distance. The kiss of rain pecks against the room, dripping off the edge onto the porch steps. Tongue doesn't care. He takes his leather jacket off the knob against the wall that's dedicated for him. All members have one. He doesn't put it on. He hangs it over his shoulder as he slams the door behind him. He must jump down the steps because I can't hear him pound down the wood like usual. A grumble cuts through the white noise of rain and pulls away, idling when he gets to the gate where Braveheart is, along with Tank. My eyelids ease shut when I try to understand what just happened, but my heart is crushed. Tongue never denies me, and today his denial hit me right smack in the chest.
Don't take it too hard, Daphne. Tongue gets that way sometimes.
Poodle says, and I know he meant to calm me, but it doesn't work. If anything, I feel a giant need to stand up for Tongue. Don't tell me how he gets. Don't tell me how all of you know him and know what he is like. You don't know. You don't know anything about him, and that's your fault. All of you. I whip around and point a finger at each of them. Tool's brows rise in shock. Juliet can't bear to look at me, and Melissa is rubbing Poodle's chest. You paint him as the bad guy every day because he is so different. He's Tongue, right? He can't feel anything. He's just the guy you call to do the dirty work that you can't do. He's different, but he isn't a damn leper. He deserves more than what all of you give him. None of you have faith in him. Can't you see him? I yell, pointing toward the door, then hit the side of my head as if they are too dumb to realize the damage they are doing. Can't you see he needs more? He's different in the sense that he's learning life all over again, and no matter what I do, I can only put him together so many times before all of you break him again. He's more. He's fucking more. When the door opens again, I hold my breath, hoping Tongue has changed his mind. But it's the silver-haired man again. My hope deflates, shoulders sagging, and of course, Mercy's eyes are on me. And of course, Tongue isn't here when I need him most.
Reaper around, Whistler asks, coming around Mercy. We need to talk to him.
Sorry, he's busy right now with Sarah and Doc.
Everything okay?
Mercy's brows bend in concern as he shakes off his jacket. Water droplets fling and scatter along the floor.
Does it have to do with Tongue barreling out of here like a bat out of hell?
Mercy's eyes are making me uncomfortable, and I am too heated to deal with stares that are full of questions. The more he looks at me, the more familiar he becomes, and I don't like it. I need to get out of here, too. I just wish Tongue would have taken me with him. We could have ridden to the center of the storm, together.
Chapter 10. The rain stinging me in the face is welcome after what I just witnessed. My cheeks are getting the brunt of the pain and my hands aren't gloved, so my knuckles are white and my fingers are cold. I deserve the pain. I need the rain to soak me to my bones to the point that I can't be wrung dry, to the point that my insides drown. I deserve that and so much more after seeing Sarah lying on the floor, cupping her stomach as she cried. Fear, pain, devastation, and it's all my fault. My bike fishtails along the road and water flings up from the back tire, spraying against my jacket and the back of my neck. The roads are foggy and the clouds are low. The blacktop is shining from blankets of rain and oil from the traffic. One wrong move and I could end up as buzzard food. I bet that would be a welcome relief to some. No one would have to worry about me anymore. Daphne would be okay. She'd move on. She'd find someone better. Someone who can love her without the harmful tendencies my love brings. A car horn honks and headlights shine in my face. I've swerved to the other lane and the massive semi-truck barrels forward since he can't exactly slam on the brakes. The grille is silver and the logo in the middle starts with a P. If I can see that, then shit is about to get messy. I jerk my handlebars to the right, the blowhorn of the truck ringing in my ear. I get in my own lane, and out of the corner of my eye, I see the driver lift his hand out of the window in a what-the-fuck gesture. My heart sledgehammers against my chest, and my breath leaves my lips in an icy cloud. Holy shit, I nearly died. I could have not moved. I could have let the truck hit me and leave me in unrecognizable pieces along the highway. But Daphne's face, Daphne's love, she's what had me jerk the handlebars at the last minute. I'd regret dying because I'd miss her. She's the only thing keeping me alive. If it weren't for her, I think I might have become a nomad eventually. And that life is a rough one. Eventually, something would kill me, but at least it would be on my own terms and away from judgment. Hell, my own club members don't even like me. They're slingshot, but I don't know if he likes me or just deals with me. Cue the smallest violin and let the devil play it on my shoulder. Then let me dance in the flames of my woe-is-me self-pity party. I pass a yellow road sign and exhale my stress as I get further away from the club. The darkness hides the mountains in the distance, but they surround me. A perfect place for a man to escape and live off the land for a few days. But I can't leave Daphne alone. I'll bring her with me. Maybe we will get a cabin away from everyone and everything. We only need each other. As long as we have us, we will be okay. Eventually, I turn around on the road and start to head back to the clubhouse. I've been gone for a few hours, and I don't want Daphne to worry. The road back to the clubhouse is straight, long, and goes on for miles. It looks like the same going back as it did when I left. The asphalt is so dark it's nearly black, soaked through with rain. A white line on the right and a yellow in the middle to signal people can pass one another. My headlight shines against the road. Every now and then I see roadkill picked apart, probably by coyotes or buzzards. Another sign comes to view, only this time it's one made of wood and just as old as the building Zane lives in. Las Vegas Asylum, established 1907. Well, damn, look at that. I read it. I grinned to myself and wished Daphne was next to me for us to celebrate. She always celebrates me. Every new word I can pronounce and sound out, every time she thinks I'm ready to upgrade to a more difficult book, she never fails to say how proud she is of me. Taking the next right following the sign, my bike bounces from the uneven terrain. I slow down to give my suspension a rest and coast over a few potholes. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Something is pulling me into this direction. It's only fair if I give it a chance to see why. The bike comes to a rolling stop near a few cars. There's an old Lincoln Continental that has seen better days. The front end is still dented from when Porter smashed into Patrick and Sarah. I hate that motherfucker. I park my bike and take off my helmet, cross my arms, and just stare at the asylum front door. What am I doing here? Zane has done a good job of renovating the building while keeping its creeptastic nature. Some bricks are crumbled in certain places. He told me he found a cemetery not too far in the backyard from the Prohibition era. If that doesn't scream haunted, I don't know what does. Even over the hiss of rain peppering the ground, the squeak of the front door sounds over the droplets, and Zane is poking his head outside. His shiny, bald head reflects the porch light, and his narrow eyes narrow even further to try to figure out who I am. I can tell the moment he figures it out. He steps outside and the screen door slams. He takes 3 steps to the new rail on the porch, folding his arms as he stares off into the desert. I push off the ground and make my way toward him, my boots sludging through the mud with a squelching sound. I can't say I'm surprised to see you here, he starts, turning his head to pin me with black eyes. That goes for one of us. I'm surprised. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I take another look around the porch, impressed with how nice it looks compared to the slumping shitfest it was before. There's a swing on the far right side of the porch. I can imagine sitting there and watching the sunset, not with a beer in hand, but a cold sweet tea that really quenches the thirst. There are a few potted plants, and there is a small sign next to the door with Las Vegas Asylum engraved on it, as if this place is a bed and breakfast. Whatever tickles their crazy, I guess. I think you're here to talk to your brother. I grab him by the back of the shirt collar and throw him against the side of the house. Don't ever fucking call him that again or I'll kill you. You won't fucking touch him. Zane's old lady comes up to the other side of the screen door, a knife in hand. Or I'll kill you. I don't take kindly to threats, I warn her, my voice bordering on a threat. I'm not asking you to, she sneers. Zane lifts his hand up, telling us to stop. Jessica, it's okay. How do you know it's Jessica? I ask, sizing her up as she does the same to me. Jessica is a bit more protective. Chloe is a coward. Be nice, Zane orders. I will when he doesn't threaten you. I'll stop threatening his life when he doesn't refer to Porter as my brother. He is your brother. Jessica tears her eyes away from me and stares at her nails. Her tone is as if she's bored out of her mind, just repeating the obvious. He isn't, I growl, slamming my fist against the side of the house. A piece of brick crumbles to the ground and lands on my boot. He is nothing to me. Get over yourself. She drags her eyes from inspecting her fingernails and lands those empty and emotionless abysses on mine. I don't like her. He's your blood. And if he wasn't your brother, what are you doing here? Dropping by to say hi? She snorts in disbelief. Please, I bet there is a small part of you that wonders what he is like. I know what he is like.
She hums, unimpressed with my argument. Then you know he's a lot like you, right? She taps the door, and with a confident smirk, she turns around and walks away, heading toward the couch. She sits down next to a woman with blonde hair and a guy in a toga. That must be Apollo. She's a pain, I state honestly. Zane tosses his head back and laughs. Isn't she great? I fucking love that woman. He slaps his hand on my shoulder as he comes down from his joy. Tongue, can I talk to you about Porter? Maybe in some way you'll be able to see he isn't all bad. He didn't used to be. He's sick. Here. He taps the side of his head with his index finger. I mean, we all are, but Porter is different. His identity crisis is similar to Apollo's, but Apollo literally doesn't have another personality. Apollo is Apollo. I don't even know his real name. Porter? He thinks he does the world a favor getting rid of people like you, or people involved with you, because of his dad and mom. His mom was mine, remember? And what I remember of her, she wasn't bad. My parents were good to me. I think they were. I remember a few things, but I can't remember what they looked like. It's been too long, and I don't have any pictures of them. Life's unfair like that. I remember Mom making mac and cheese for me because I didn't like anything else as a kid. I remember her putting a Band-Aid on my knee and then kissing it better. I don't believe kisses make wounds better anymore, but I did as a kid. I just think you should talk to him. Maybe you could find some common ground. The only thing I could tell him is that if I ever saw him again outside of this asylum, if he ever roamed free, I'd kill him. I'd take my time. Not just for what he did to Sarah and Daphne, but Knives too. I'll kill him. He's lucky Reaper hasn't asked for his death. I don't understand why. You don't know why? He asks in disbelief. Reaper hasn't killed Porter because Porter is your family, whether you want to admit it or not. You're more alike than you think. How many people have you killed? That's different. I did it for the club. Any kills that weren't club business? He asks. I freeze like a deer in headlights. I want to say there haven't been any, but that isn't true. I've lost count of how many people I've killed just because they have pissed me off. You're more alike than you think. Maybe talk to him and see what he is like. He's been on his medication and he's improved. I'm nothing like him, I say, trying to convince Zane, but it's a sad attempt to try to convince myself. Then leave, he says. If you aren't here for him, leave. I'm not here for him. I left the clubhouse to get some air and I wanted to come say hi. I don't see you leaving. He sits down on the swing and pushes off the ground with his feet to start to sway back and forth. Leave. Leaving is easy. I can leave. But my boots are stuck to the porch. I stare through the screen door. The black, sheer material fuzzes the inside of the asylum. From here, it looks like a real home on the inside. Wooden floors, coffee tables, a sectional couch facing the TV, decor up on the walls. It even smells like cinnamon candles are burning, giving a comforting aroma. All the scent does is cover up the crazy inside. I'm waiting, he says, stretching out his arm to show me the way out. It's pouring rain now, reminding me of static blaring from a TV that's turned up too loud. I'm going, I say, but I still don't move. I want to fucking move, but my brain and legs are not communicating. I don't want to be here. I want to go home to Daphne. I want to curl around her and lay the sharp edge of my knife against her skin, carve my name into the flawless flesh like I've always wanted. But all I can think about is Porter. Why does he do what he does? Why does he insist on hurting the ones I care about? Why does he hate me? He has no right to, especially when I have every reason to hate him after everything he has done. I'm not trying to form a brotherly bond, but I do want answers. I grab the silver lip of the handle and open the screen door. All I need to do is turn around and leave. All I need to do is stop giving a damn, but lately, it seems I do give a damn, and I'm not liking it. I don't know how to process it. Just go inside and kill him. That's all it takes, and then I can never worry about him again. But he's my brother. Blood or not,
My only family is Daphne. I don't need him. But I still find myself walking inside, stepping into the air conditioning. My skin goosebumps from the cold since I'm wet, and I shake my hair out, flinging water on the mirror to my right.
Take off your boots. They have mud all over them and I just mopped the floor. If you ruin it, I'll make you clean it again.
I roll my eyes and tug on my wet laces, then kick my boots off. Chloe likes the house a certain way. I turn around to see Zane closing the door behind us, and I want to ask how he really knows that's Chloe, but when you love someone, I guess you just know. Come on, follow me. I'll take you upstairs. Zane locks the door and then turns off the porch light. We're going to go see Porter. He is well today, Apollo says, flipping a page of a thick book that seems to be 1,000 pages. I'd die trying to read that. If he's related to me, he isn't well. I shrug off my jacket and hang it on the coat stand next to the shoe rack. Zane bends down and kisses the top of Chloe's head. I'll be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere.
I'm going to make popcorn. You want some?
The blonde rises from the couch and sniffles. Her eyes are red and puffy, and her hair is a tad bit greasy. Make loads, Zane says, licking his lips. I love popcorn. I'll help you, Goldie. A guy with stitch crossings across his lips lays a hand on her hip.
Thanks, Zipper,
she whispers. He stares at her adoringly. They don't kiss, but I can tell they want to. Why doesn't he just claim her, own her, show her who she belongs to? Instead, he guides her toward the kitchen and she wraps the baggy brown cardigan tight around her waist. Ready? Zane asks. I whip out my knife. It glitters in the light of the living room. As I'll ever be. Apollo sighs on the couch, then licks his finger before flipping a page. Violence fixes nothing, but love changes everything. Remember that, tongue. His voice is calm and calculated, with a tinge of boredom and annoyance that he had to give advice to me. Well, maybe violence should be my answer when love fails me. I snap. He closes his book and turns around, placing an arm on the back of the couch, then bends his knee as he lifts his leg from the floor. Do you choose to be oblivious, or has oblivion chosen you? He asks. What the fuck? Maybe tell Daphne you said love fails. See what happens when her heart breaks. Love has not failed you. It has found you. But you choose violence instead. You will be the ruin of your own future. The destruction of love by using your violence will be your deepest regret. Come on, or Apollo will keep giving you words of wisdom to live by. See you in a minute, Apollo, Zane says, waving his hand as he walks away. I'll be here, and when I'm right, you'll thank me. Apollo spins around and opens his book again, places a finger on the page, then drags it just below the sentence as he reads. Interesting man. His words find a way to the inside of my head, and I think about them as I follow Zane down the hall. We take a right down a dark hallway. Apollo is right. Love hasn't failed me. It did a long time ago, but it hasn't now in the present. I might get what I want from others, but I get what I want and need from Daphne. Love failed me once, but damn it, it's brought me back to life. And the more time I spend with Daphne, the less bloodthirsty I become. It's hard to change the core of who I am when my core is damned and shredded. With one look, just by existing, Daphne is healing me from the inside out. Let's face it, the inside of me is way more fucked up than the outside of me will ever be. I keep my knife out and at the ready. I don't want Porter to try and get the best of me. Sorry, it smells like paint. We just painted the hallway a few days ago and the fumes will not leave, even with the window open. These rooms are nice, I notice to my left. The metal doors to each room are open and they don't look anything like the crazy room I imagined in my mind. They have big beds, hardwood floors, and fashionable rugs. They used to be the rooms the doctors kept patients in back in the 1900s. I figured I wanted every room as nice as it can be, just in case we get more people who need a place. I wanted it to feel like a home as much as possible.
There are some areas that aren't cleaned up yet, but were used for the same purposes. Downstairs are the padded rooms, and the rooms upstairs are like the rooms here, but sparser. I don't trust Porter not to hurt himself. I don't know why you have faith in him. Zane stops climbing up the steps and looks over the meat of his shoulder. The same reason people have faith in you. People don't have faith in me. Faith isn't a real thing. They either trust or they don't. One person trusts me. Sometimes one person is all it takes, isn't it? One person to make you look at the world differently. Damn this fucking crazy house. Everyone is twisting my words and throwing them back at me. I rub my hand through my wet hair, stopping on the steps just below the one Zane is on. Let's just go. I'm more confused than I have been in a long time. Do I give Porter a chance? Do I forgive him for everything he has done? I don't think I can. Burying me, coming after me, and attacking Daphne, I'll never forgive him. I'm going to go. This was a mistake. I pound down the steps and Porter's voice echoes down the hall, making me pause mid-step. Come on, Wayne. You've come all this way. He sounds so much like me, it unhinges me a little. I twist my body to the left and peer into the darkness above the staircase. There's a faint glow to the left down the hall, but it isn't enough to illuminate the staircase. I want to know how he knows about me, and I never knew about him. Despite my better judgment, I haul up the steps and grab the rail, swinging myself around to the left. Zane softly pads up the staircase behind me. The light flips on to my right, and Porter is there sitting on his bed reading a book. Reading a fucking book. Casually. The bastard. He learned to read, and here I am struggling. Hey, baby brother, he greets me, shutting the book and placing it on the nightstand next to his bed. He stands, placing his hands on his thighs as he pushes off the bed. He strolls toward me, wearing a white t-shirt and black sweatpants that do not have strings to tighten around his hips. He'd probably strangle himself or find a way to strangle someone. He lays his hands on the glass. We stare at one another. We're about the same size, but I'm a little taller. His eyes are brown, and as I tilt my head, he tilts his in the same direction. We're too much alike. Oh, little brother, my, oh my, how I feel like I'm looking in the mirror. How are you doing? I slam my fist against the glass and curl my lip. You're doing good. That's great. Me too. How's Daphne doing? She's a strong little thing. I'm happy for you to have found such a strong woman. Don't you dare say her name after what you've done. He lifts his hands off the glass, the heat from his palms leaving oily prints against the window. No harm. I am sorry for what I did, for what I've done. I hated you. I still kind of do, but I think it's because you got the life I never had. Got the life? I repeat back to him, stunned by what he thinks. You know nothing about my life, I roar, hitting the glass as hard as I can. Cracks like spiderwebs run along the surface. You have no idea what I went through. I did you a favor, he roars, banging his own head against the glass. He's rabid, untamed, and a primitive killer. Just like me. Fuck. We are alike. I stumble back and Zane catches me before I lose my footing. You did me a favor. What did you do? How did you know about me? I knew nothing about you. I go to charge again, but Zane holds me back. It's a failed attempt. I swing him off me without breaking a sweat. He hits the end of the hall, smacking his back against the wall. Porter pouts. Aw, tongue so mean, hurting the nice man. Careful. He's my friend. He sighs, lifting one leg and balancing on the other. He stuffs his hands in his pockets and whistles. I guess we deserve to know each other, don't we? Since we will be seeing so much of each other soon. He drops his leg to the floor, then sits down cross-legged right in front of the window. I could punch it one time and tackle him, kill him like he deserves to be killed. But then I think of Reaper and why he has been keeping Porter alive. It isn't because he doesn't want to kill him. He chooses not to. For me. Maybe he cares about me after all. Sorry, Zane, I whisper, throwing the man a bone.
I'm staying here to make sure you guys don't kill each other. Porter is my friend. Hear that? Porter puffs out his chest, then jabs his finger in the middle of it. I am someone's friend. You'll never be mine, I sneer. Oh, he scoffs. You wound me. But there, I see it. The flash of vulnerability that he and I both seem to hide so well. What's beneath the violence, Porter? And why do I fucking care all of a sudden? Chapter 11. I sit down on the floor wishing I had something to drink in my hand. I want hard whiskey, the cheap kind, the kind that burns and unsettles my stomach, the kind that rips apart the back of my throat. Sipping something smooth and expensive is enjoyable, and this moment is not. I mirror his position, right on the other side of the barrier. What would life have been like if we hadn't been brought into the life we were dealt? What if I could have had a brother, and he could have been there for me? What if he existed and my uncle never touched me? Would I be the same man I am today? What if we had grown up together and were close? All the what-ifs that don't matter because now we are on opposite sides of the glass. Porter, stop with the taunting and just talk, Zane warns as he walks behind me. I'm going downstairs. Hopefully, if you guys fight, you kill each other, so I don't have to worry about killing the one that lives. His footsteps are quiet since he is barefoot, and the stairs creak as he walks down the steps. I lay the knife next to my leg. Porter follows the movement, then grins when he sees it. Well, I'm proud. Little brother comes prepared. Stop calling me that. We both know you hate me just like I hate you. The mockery on his face is gone, and I'm not sure if I believe his sincerity. I did hate you for a really long time. I wanted to take from you, Wayne. I wanted to take until nothing was left for you to live for. I was jealous. So damn jealous and mad at you. Mad at you for existing. Mad at you for not knowing you, and mad at her. He doesn't look away from me as he starts to speak. Her? I ask, watching an orange tabby cat jump from the top of the dresser in his room and onto the floor. The furball struts toward Porter and purrs, rubbing his body against his side. He scratches under the cat's chin. Our mother. I don't remember much of her. Good. She was a lying whore. There isn't much to know. I bang my fist against the glass again, causing another crack. You don't know what you're talking about. She was a good mom. She was with my old man for a long time, you know. The president of an MC. She was one of his whores at first. You don't know what you're talking about. Like I'd ever tell you a lie. The truth always hurts more than a lie ever does, baby brother. I grip my teeth, and any good memories of her I had start to tarnish. I don't remember her much. She died when I was young. I know. I killed her and your dad, he says nonchalantly, leaning back on his hands. The blood drains from my face and my hand curls around the knife. What did you just say? That little accident you were in. All of you were supposed to die, but only she did, and that man, my father. I slam my shoulder against the glass. The damn thing holds more than I expect it to. I try again and again. Thud, thud, thud. But it won't give. He was a good man. Wayne, do you know nothing of them? He scoots closer to the glass. My mind is whirling from the shock of his words. He has to be wrong. I know my parents. I know. Fucking damn it, I don't know anything. Your mom married my dad and got pregnant with me. They lived happily ever after for a while. Dad was a real asshole and hit me every chance he got. She fucked around a bit. Dad didn't care if she slept with other members. She got passed around. Then Dad died on a club run and she finally took that as the escape she needed, so she left. She left me behind. Me, her own son, to start another family. And then you came along. He curls his lip in disgust. I followed up with her the best I could, watching this family build themselves in suburbia. I don't remember living in the suburbs. I don't remember much before my uncle. It doesn't sound like the kind of life I'd live. Look at me. I don't look like I mow the lawn every Sunday and play golf with the guys every Wednesday. Come to find out, your dad wasn't so straight and narrow. He loved drugs. He worked for a cartel, smuggling all sorts of good stuff over the borders, which the MC loved, by the way. Our mom knew. He continues to pet the cat with gentle strokes. I expect him to stop and to wrap his arm around the cat's throat and choke it to death, but he doesn't. He seems as though he loves the cat. I didn't think such evil was capable of such a thing, but I suppose the same could be said of me. I came to visit once. I jerked my head up from where I was staring at the cat, fighting tears of anger, nothing else. If this fucking glass wasn't in my way, I'd kill him. What? Yeah, it's what kind of made me spiral out of control. You're lying. Mom would have never let you leave. She would have welcomed you. Tell me, Wayne, what do you remember of Mom? He folds his hands in his lap. I want to know. You were a kid. I'm a little older than you, remember? I think I know more. As much as I want to argue with him, he is right. Gritting my teeth until they might crack, I study the groove in the wood framing the window. Rings upon rings, which tell me the wood they used is older. It's a beautiful piece of wood. You don't remember much, do you? And what you do remember, I bet, if you're wondering if you've made it all up in your head... Listen, baby brother, don't call me that. You don't give a fuck about me being your brother. I didn't used to. I had a vendetta to grind, that's for sure. I've had a lot of time to think in here. Zane makes me take my medication, and I've leveled out. I'm not perfect, but I'd like to try. You said you visited. I force him to change the subject. I'm not trying to get emotional with him when he is nothing but a liar. He seems hurt that I don't want him to continue his confession, but it would fall on deaf ears. He nods and clears his throat. I did. I had been watching you guys for some time, and I decided I wanted answers, the same way you want answers now. I wanted to meet my baby brother. He gives a low chuckle as he stretches his neck to the side. Don't look so surprised. I wasn't always like this. I knocked on the door and no one answered, but I heard you crying. You were fucking wailing. So I checked the knob and it was unlocked. Man, you lived in this typical fancy rich house, 2 stories, white picket fence, the works. I still find that hard to believe. Anyway, I turned the knob and I let myself in. It was unlocked because every person leaves their house unlocked when you're in a safe neighborhood. You were in the middle of the floor, dirty, like you hadn't bathed in days. You had a diaper on, even though you were too old for one. The house reeked of meth, and you were probably crying because of the drug you were inhaling. I saw that and realized I had all the answers I needed, especially when I saw them passed out on the couch, naked. They couldn't even hear you. I went to take you, you know. I was going to get you out of there. I had no idea what kind of life I could give you, but it had to be better than the one you were living. A neighbor came over and caught me and threatened to call the cops. I had to get out of there. I regretted it for a long time, but then the regret turned to hate. This deep hatred. I blamed you for ruining her. I probably did. I ruin everything I touch. I had to kill them for so many reasons. Her for turning her back on me, him for corrupting her, you for being involved, and because it was the only way to save you. I found you there and thought, I can still save him. I can still figure out how to bring him peace. Peace, I choke out. You have no idea what your actions did to me and what kind of life I lived after that. Maybe they were everything you said they were, but at least they weren't my uncle, who I had to go live with, by the way. I shout at him, slamming my hand against the glass again. Even though it is cracked, it still won't budge. Do you know what he did to me? I hit the glass again, wishing it was the memories I could shatter, then rip my shirt off and spread out my arms. He burned me with cigarettes. He scarred my tongue. He raped me. I roar in a broken, guttural shout. I ball up my fist and punch air, causing a crack in the glass to spread further, over and over and over, and then again. With every word, I slam my fist into the glass, throwing my whole weight into it. Images of everything Justine did to me send fear clawing through my gut. I get up off my knees and slam my entire body against the glass wall. It shakes in an empty vibration from the weight of me, but doesn't allow me inside to strangle Porter. I wish you would have killed me in that accident. I wish you would have. Wayne. He gets up off the floor and shakes his head. I'm not perfect. I never claimed to be. I've done fucked up, unforgivable things. I never expect you to trust me. I never expect you to be my baby brother, but I want you to know I'm trying here. I didn't know about your uncle. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't fix the years of damage he did to me. You will never know the extent of it. My phone dings and I dig it out of my pocket, blinking back the damn tears from everything he just told me. I don't know how to handle it. It's Daphne. She sent me an audio message. Wayne, please. Both hands are against the glass and his brows are pinched as a sorrowful expression takes over his face. I am sorry. I am. I don't believe anything you say. Daphne sent me a message. 1 minute. I press play and the tone hidden in her voice has my hackles raised. I bend over and pick up my knife and sheath it in the holster on my pants. Tongue, please come home. Mercy is here talking to Reaper, but I don't like how he is looking at me. He's doing it again. Please, I love you, and next time you run off, take me with you. You know I don't like to be away from you. The message ends. I want to replay it again and again to hear her voice. All of the discomfort, all of the pain I felt, wishing I died when my parents did, all goes away. Nothing Porter says matters to me. His truth hurts, but what's done is done. I can't change anything. And while he says it's the truth, he could be playing me like a fucking violin for all I know. I press reply and hold down the button. I'll be there soon, Comet. I'm sorry. I love you too. Aw, baby brother in love is sweet. Daphne is a real peach, strong and resilient. You got lucky. The way he says her name pisses me off, and that fuel I needed to break the glass ignites in my veins. I slam my body against the glass one more time, and it shatters, finally. Heavy, broken pieces fall across us as I tackle him to the floor. I can feel the pieces digging into my arms and hands. I wrap my hands around Porter's throat and squeeze. Don't you fucking dare speak her name again. I lift one hand, clench my fist, and punch him in the face. I fucking hate you. You think this changes anything? Do you? I pick him up by the material of his shirt and slam him against the floor, his head hitting with a hard crack. You find ways to ruin my life. I'm fucking done with you. You hear me? No more curiosity, no more nothing. We are done here. You hear me? Fucking done! I wrap the hand I just used to punch him around his throat again and squeeze. And he just lies there. He isn't fighting back, he's taking it. Fight me! No. I said fight me! I slam him on the floor again and a few broken pieces of glass skid against the floor. No, I've been fighting you too long. I'm done. You weren't allowed to be done. I shake him so hard his teeth clank together. Fuck, Tongue, get off him, get off! Zane yells, grabbing one of my arms while Zipper grabs the other. The only reason they can get me off Porter is because I'm too fucking high-strung right now. I'm shaking all over. What the hell, Tongue? Keep him away from me. I rip my arms from their hold, and without giving anyone a second look, I fly down the steps, not caring about the glass in my arms. So many things are running through my mind. The first thing is, why didn't I kill him? I've killed for so much less, and yet I can't find it in me to kill him. I slip my boots on at the door and leave them unlaced. Bye, Chloe or Jessica or whatever the fuck her name is says. I don't bother saying goodbye in return. I take my jacket off the hook, shrug it on, and head out the door, slamming it shut. It's still fucking raining, but I don't care. I want the storm to wash away whatever the hell is wrong with me, because I feel like I'm drowning. Either wash me away or set me free. I can't swim like this anymore. Tossing one leg over my bike, I crank it, then slide my helmet on. I don't bother buckling it under my chin. I fly out of the lot, slinging mud all over their car as I leave. I probably did the damn thing a favor. The bike slips across the wet sand. It takes some direction to make sure she doesn't topple over. When I get to the end of the dirt road, I don't even stop. I crank the throttle and speed down the road. I'm about 10 minutes from the clubhouse. The only thing I have to do is make it back in one piece. For Daphne. The rain screams, echoing the sounds of a banshee in agony. The wind cuts across to the left, and my bike dances with it for a second before I right it. The driveway to the clubhouse is hard to see this late, but muscle memory takes over as I flip on my blinker and head down the road. Reaper finally fixed all the damn potholes. Not that the fix will matter after this storm. The damn potholes will be back. When I get to the gate, Braveheart sees who it is and lets me in immediately. Poor kid. He needs to be inside where it is warm, but he refuses to leave his post. He gives me a wave, and I head under the awning where all the bikes are parked to get them out of the rain. I cut the engine off, already missing the vibration between my legs as they tingle. I take my helmet off and place it on the seat as I dismount. I pass Mercy's bike and glare at it, wishing I was disrespectful enough to kick it over so it hits the ground, maybe breaking his mirror. Maybe I'll put sugar or sand in his gas tank one day. I'll just have to wait and see how I feel after I figure out what he wants with my Comet. I dig my boots into the steps, pounding up them until I get to the front door. I shake my hair out and wipe my boots on the welcome mat, and then pull my jacket off. I shake the leather out too so I don't drip water all over the floor, then bang on the door so someone lets me in. The small window opens in the middle of the door and Slingshot's eyes widen when he sees me. When he opens the door, he throws himself at me, wrapping me in a hug. "Man, where the hell have you been? Do you know how worried we were?" He pulls back and analyzes my face. "Why are you bleeding? What happened? Why didn't you text me? Who are we killing? Did you kill them already? Do you need help burying the body?" He throws question after question at me, but there is only one person I'm interested in talking to tonight, and she's on the couch, reading a book with her legs tucked under her. I scan the couch to see what the problem is, and there is Mercy. Sitting there, ankle crossed over the other knee, and his sights are set on her. Again. I push Slingshot to the side and take a step forward, bringing in mud and rain. Daphne unsticks her nose from the book when she hears the pound of boots against the floor. Her eyes light up and her shoulders deflate like the weight of the world is lifted off her shoulders. Mercy doesn't even notice me. I don't like that he is studying her. He scoots across the sofa to get closer and leans into Daphne. I can't hear what he says, but it has her sliding her legs out from under herself and trying to scoot over. And then his hand lands on her bicep. Her blue eyes land on mine and are as big as the moon. She has no idea what to do. But I do. I push by Skirt next, careful not to hit him too hard since Dawn is in front of him holding Joey. I shove Patrick aside and his glass of water drops from his hands. It clatters to the ground, spilling water all over his shoes. "What the fuck, Tongue?" Patrick asks with a hint of annoyance as he wipes his hands on his jeans. I march toward the sofa and snag Mercy's wrist from her arm, then bend it back to the edge of a break. "Ah, fuck!" he screams. He stands as I yank him to his feet, and when he tries to use his other hand to hit me, I'm too quick with my knife. I slide it out of my sheath and plunge it through the second and third knuckle. I pick him up by his cut and drag him toward the nearest wall. I slide the blade out, uncurl his fingers, then shove the knife in his palm until the tip lodges in the wall. I apply more pressure to sink the knife into the drywall. Blood drips from his hand and down his forearms. That familiar bliss takes over, causing my cock to become half-hard. "Fucking hell, Tongue!" He blows out a painful breath that's mixed with spit. "Shit, that hurts!" "Tongue, what are you doing?" Tool wraps his fingers around the handle of the knife. I stop him by elbowing him in the gut, then whack him across the cheek when I drive my elbows upward. "Get the fuck back or I swear to God I'll become the monster you all think I am." Everyone forms a circle around me, but it's Daphne whose hand sears the middle of my back. "It's okay, Tongue, I'm okay," she reassures me. My arm starts to shake from stretching his hand too far back. I won't let go. I don't care how much pain he's in. "What the fuck do you want with Daphne?" I ask Mercy, curling my lip as the words leave me on a deep gravel. "I swear she's safe. I am not trying to hurt her." "Then why are you looking at her? You stared at her in the bookstore. You stared at her here. She sent me a message. You're making her uncomfortable. I don't like it when she is uncomfortable." "You've been looking at her? In front of Tongue? You're an idiot." Slingshot chuckles and then pulls out said slingshot and launches a skittle at him. The red round candy smacks Mercy in the middle of the forehead. "You deserved that," he says, pocketing his weapon. He sends me a wink. "I got your back, buddy." "You are dumb," Tool says, rubbing his jaw. "I'm staying out of this." Poodle continues to pet Lady. He is sitting on the ground, leaning against the side of the couch with his beloved dog on his lap. "She looks familiar, okay? That's all. That's why," Mercy says quickly, grunting through the pain. I grab the handle of the knife and twist. His screams send a pleasurable stroke down my spine, and I shiver. Why?
I don't know you, Daphne says so softly I can hardly hear her. I swear, Tongue, I don't know him. I've only seen him around here.
I know, Comet, I don't doubt that. I twist the handle again. His knees buckle, but the knife keeps him nailed to the wall, and the gravity tugging against his flesh is used against him. More skin tears and more blood pours. So, why? She looks like someone I used to know, okay? She looks like Michelle Douglas, okay? She looks just like Michelle Douglas! He roars when I twist the knife again. Daphne inhales, then steps in front of me, her back against my front. No doubt she can feel my hard cock between the crease of her ass.
How do you know my mother?
She asks in a shocked whisper. Holy shit, Poodle repeats the stunned word in my head. Damn. You knew her mother? Shite, it's a small world.
You knew her mom?
I ask again. A bead of sweat drips down his temple. He closes his eyes just as I yank the knife from his palm. His arm falls limp to his side and a thick river of blood drips onto my boots. I didn't know you were her daughter. I swear. You look so much like her. I thought I was looking at her twin. You look so much alike. I'm sorry. I should have been more upfront, but I couldn't believe it. So many memories of her came rushing back.
You knew her,
Daphne sighs in disbelief and awe.
I've never met anyone else that has known her. Do you know a lot about her? How did you know her?
I can hear the pain in her voice. Did? What do you mean?
You don't know?
Mercy glances at everyone in confusion before landing on Daphne. No, what do you mean?
She died when I was 8,
she admits sadly. Mercy's face falls. Any hope of seeing his old friend again fades. The color in his cheeks changes to a pale white. She died? How? What? No. Mercy shakes his head. No, that's not how it was supposed to be. He mumbles, eyes glossing over.
She killed herself.
Mercy's head snaps up to stare at her and shakes his head, tears forming but not falling. His eyes are stern and his lips are pressed in a thin line. That woman was a lot of things, but she would never kill herself. Ever! He yells at Daphne. She jumps back, slamming against my front. I place the knife against his throat in warning, and he gives me a small nod. I knew her back when we were just teens, Daphne. The woman was life. No way in hell would she kill herself, and I'm going to find out the truth to make sure you know. I don't think she killed herself either, but Daphne is certain her dreams aren't real. Mercy squints his eyes and bobs his head as he checks Daphne up and down. How old are you?
25,
Daphne answers. Mercy seems horrified. I need to go.
Wait, no, you knew her. I have questions. I hardly remember her. Please.
I can't, he says, his tone full of regret. I'm sorry. I need to go. I have questions you can't answer.
I might, she pleads. I'm begging you, Mercy, please.
I'm sorry, he says. I press my knife against his throat, warning him he better tell Daphne everything she wants to know. You want to kill me? Go ahead. I don't have answers. Not yet. I need to figure it out, and when I do, I'll come back, and I swear I'll answer all your questions, Daphne. I swear. His aching hand, the one that's not bleeding, touches her cheek. God, you look so much like her. I see now he isn't looking at her like a lover would, but like a father would a daughter. That's impossible, considering we know who Daphne's father is. Mercy has answers, though.
Yeah?
Daphne's on the verge of breaking with how her voice trembles. Yeah, kiddo. It's uncanny. Mercy drops his hand, breaking the intimate contact, and starts to walk away. Whistler, who is standing near the pool table quietly, follows him. I'll be back, okay? I'm sorry. For her death. She was too young.
I'm sorry, too.
Daphne closes the space between them and hugs him, wrapping her small arms around Mercy's neck.
You obviously cared for her.
Cared? Mercy's eyes shut as he pats Daphne's back. I loved that woman, he admits. I loved her more than the...
Bees love honey?
Daphne finishes for him, pulling away and staring at him with curiosity. He mirrors the same expression. How do you know that?
It's something she always used to say to me when she tucked me in at night. Mercy's brows rise and his eyes turn red. He stares at his boots and coughs, clearing his throat. I used to tell her that all the time. I'm sorry, I need to go. Without another word, he holds his arm to his chest and hurries out the door. No, wait! Who are you? Daphne screams in desperation for answers, for anything, but Mercy heads out the door. Whistler gives a sad half-smile. It will all be okay. Mercy is the best at finding the right answers. He doesn't want to answer any questions without doing significant research. He'll be back. Everything Daphne needs to know is gone when the door closes. Everyone is silent. Everyone is staring at us in shock. I'm going to clean the blood off the floor, Daphne says in a daze. Don't want it to stain. Daphne, I'll clean the blood. Go take a bath. I tell her, not asking if she wants to, but telling her she has to. I'm fine. A tear rolls down her cheek and I wipe it away, then bring it to my lips like I always do and kiss it clean. You aren't. You just met someone who knew your mom. Go, Comet. I made this mess. I'll clean it up. Thank you. She stands on her tiptoes and kisses my left cheek. When her lips are gone, the skin burns as if she's poured kerosene on me and lit a match. A door bangs open in the kitchen and Reaper appears, dragging a hand on his face. He sees us and ignores the mess on the floor and the bloody knife in my hand. How is she? I ask, waiting for him to finally kill me. She's on bed rest for the remainder of her pregnancy, but she's okay. The baby is healthy. Oh, that's great, Reaper. Skirt exhales. I'm so glad she's all right. Juliet peeps from Tool's lap as she holds a pack of ice against his cheek. Pussy. I barely hit him. Tongue, it's time we talk about your punishment, Reaper states. What? No, it was an accident. You can't. Daphne begins to cry again as she comes to my defense. That's not fair. When you wouldn't listen, you drove him to break. She shoves Reaper's chest. I tug Daphne away from Reaper and pass her off to Patrick, who holds her still when he understands what I'm about to do. No, you can't. Please, she begs. I'll be all right, Comet. I got you now, remember? Pain is a momentary, necessary evil to move on in life. I kiss her forehead just as Reaper opens the church doors to allow me in. Tool, start the fire and heat the poker. My skin tingles with awareness, a blanket of fear cloaking my skin as the memories of being burnt hundreds of times washes over me. I hold my breath as I step inside the room. He can't cut me because I'll like it. Burning me is the only thing he can do, because it's one of the only things I fear.
Chapter 12. You'd do that to him. You'd burn him, knowing that's what his uncle did? Do you hate him that much? I lift my body, kicking my legs up to try and get away from Patrick, but his hold on my arms is too strong. Let go of me! I scream through a closed jaw. I thrash and pull against Patrick with all my might until I'm as far as I can go and just a hair away from Reaper's face. This cannot be undone. You will not be able to fix this. Whatever shred of hope there is between the club and Tongue will be gone, and you will lose him. Reaper's dark eyes dance between mine. I can tell he is contemplating what I'm saying. A variety of emotions flicker across his face. His shaggy, dirty blonde hair hangs in his face, and when he makes his decision, he thrusts his shoulders back, lifts his chin, and holds out his hand.
Tool, is the poker ready? He asks, sending me into a blind rage.
No! The word is a broken scream, leaving the depths of my chest. I won't let you! I yank against Patrick, who is holding on tighter than I expected him to be.
I'm sorry, he whispers in my ear, only causing more anger to boil away what's left of my soft, understanding nature.
He will never forgive you, I whisper, my chin wobbling as I try to hold back my emotions. I look from Tool to Tongue, who has already whipped his shirt off and tossed it on the ground. He's kneeling on the floor, hands clasped behind his back and his head bowed. He's defeated. He has already given up. Why isn't he fighting? Why won't he stand up for himself? Tool takes the poker out of the fire, the wood crackling as if it is spitting hot hatred and sparking across the floor from the hearth. There it is. The hesitation. He doesn't want to do it. Tool spins the iron poker, watching the bright orange glow bright with heat.
Reaper, I don't know. Give me the goddamn poker. You think I'm happy about this? You think I want to do this? You think I don't care? I have to uphold our law. We will get through it. We always do.
Reaper snaps. Tool grudgingly holds out the poker, and Reaper takes it from him. I can feel the heat of it caressing my skin like a hot summer's breeze as he walks by. I give one last effort to rip myself from Patrick. I stomp on his foot and slam my elbow into his ribs. He grunts, and his breath leaves his lips in a hard whoosh, puffing against the back of my neck. I run into the room and block Tongue with my body.
Comet, it's okay. Stand down, I'll be fine.
I won't let them hurt you. My legs are spread, rocking right to left to be ready to attack Reaper. I won't let you hurt him. Reaper drags the hot poker behind him as he walks into the room, burning a line in the wooden planks. He reminds me of the Grim Reaper right now, but instead of dragging a scythe, he's dragging a flaming sword.
Daphne, this will be quick, and Tongue will be fine. He always is.
Yeah? I shove at his chest. Maybe it's time he isn't always fine. Maybe it's time to see him for a person, a real person. Isn't what happened to him punishment enough? Isn't the guilt he carries for what he did to Sarah enough?
No, because I have to make an example.
I do too. I will die before I let you come near him.
You're challenging me.
I'm daring you. I might be saying words that will lead to my untimely death, but I can't stop the tears. I'm afraid, but I will not let him hurt Tongue. I don't care what I have to do to make sure that iron poker doesn't go near his skin.
Daphne, please. I'll be fine. It's nothing I haven't felt before,
Tongue says in a small voice behind me. I spin around and drop to my knees. He is statuesque, a sculpted moment representing defeat. He's strong, made of stone, but is choosing to crumble instead of stand. My hand shakes as I lift it to his cheek. He tilts his head and leans it into my cheek, the killer stripped bare. Now, the vulnerable boy who hides under the man who thirsts for blood yearns for a simple touch, for a simple love. You don't have to feel it. It's me and you, Tongue. You don't have to fight alone anymore. You have me now. Remember when you said my silence would be my tragedy? Because I do. He nods. Your pain would be mine. My breath hitches as I comb my fingers through his hair and then lift his chin with my other hand. His eyes hold the weight of the world, the weight of life. Why can't anyone see just how pure Tongue is in the way that matters? His heart is so big, and his love is one of a kind. It's why I'm not going to let it happen. I turn counterclockwise, peering over the curve of my shoulder to fixate on the sizzling hot poker searing the wood. I stand and glance at Tool, who is blocking the doorway so no one can get in. I vaguely remember someone telling me about the rules. I just hope I get it right. I want to be his champion. Everyone gasps when they hear me, and the room immediately explodes into a conversation I can't understand due to how many people are talking at the same time.
No!
Tongue staggers to his feet, and with a vehement shake of his head, he pushes me behind him, nearly touching the poker with his chest as Reaper lifts it off the ground.
Don't listen to her. Her mind is obviously fucking warped right now. Prez, I'm here. I'm taking my punishment. I'm here. Just do it.
My mind isn't warped. I know what I want. I want to do this.
Not if you have a champion,
Reaper states, glaring over Tongue's shoulder to look at me.
I'm not big on women getting punishment.
Well, I hear declaring a champion doesn't have a gender specification. I step out from behind Tongue. Don't you touch him with that, or I will kill you. I threaten the Prez, keeping my tone soft but venomous at the same time.
I don't like to be threatened,
he sneers. What are you going to do about it?
Don't fucking tempt him, Daphne. Tongue pushes me away, and Tool catches me before I can fall. I expect him to hold me, but he throws me back in the middle of the arena.
I know it's just a room, but right now I'm fighting for what I believe in. And I believe in Tongue. I believe in his innocence and his good heart. People might laugh and wonder how I see all that. How can a ruthless killer be innocent? But he is. He is naive and innocent in the ways that boys are when they don't experience life the way they should have. I won't have him punished for that.
Go get him, Tiger, Tool says to me, and Tongue whips his head at his friend. What the fuck, Tool? Grab her! No, she's doing what Sarah got to do for Boomer. It's only fair. I think it's brave, what she's doing. If this is what she wants, then I think this is what should happen. Champion call always rules. Hands are tied. Sorry, Tongue.
I give Tool a thankful grin for being on my side. I didn't expect that. Out of all people, I thought he would hold me down while Reaper burned Tongue.
Get Tank. I'll need him. You, Bullseye, and Skirt to hold Tongue down.
No! Please, I said champion. I said champion. Why doesn't it count? I ask, desperately pulling at my hair. I'm willing to do anything. Tool exits, and a few minutes later returns with everyone.
Lock him down,
Tool orders. All of the men move at once. Their footsteps march, the beating of their boots in sync with one another, and Tongue doesn't fight them when they get to his side. Tank and Tool hold down his arms. Skirt and Bullseye hold down his legs. Please, I give one last attempt to offer myself instead. I'll do anything. Please, don't burn him. You don't know the damage, I repeat, hoping Reaper will listen. You have no idea what you'll do.
Stand or kneel,
he says, which I find an odd request, but I do it anyway.
It's going to be okay, Comet. It will be over soon,
Tongue says, without a single hesitation in his eyes. It reminds me of a scene from a movie where a man is about to get executed. Instead of straps holding him down, it's people.
It'll all be over,
he repeats, resigned. Where will we go after this? I'm not going to have us stay here knowing they would use Tongue's fear as a punishment tactic. There are only so many times broken pieces can be put back together again until eventually some broken pieces are lost forever. Let's face it, when things are broken one time, the integrity is never the same. Reaper unbuckles his belt and whips the black leather out from the loops in his jeans, then folds it until it can't bend any further.
Open your mouth,
he tells me. Confused, I do as he says.
Now, bite down.
I clench my teeth together, and the burst of worn leather dissolves across my taste buds.
Good. Now keep doing that, because this is going to fucking hurt.
He tugs the strap of my tank top down my left arm.
What?
Tongue suddenly shouts, on the edge of delusion.
No! Let me the fuck go! Tank, let me go!
He manages to get an arm free and punches Tank across the cheek. Tank takes the punch in stride and catches Tongue's hand midair, then digs his knee into Tongue's shoulder until Tongue's warrior cry pierces the air. My body quakes in fear from anticipating pain. Tongue's back arches off the floor and he lifts the men with him, but he still doesn't break free.
Christ, you stronger motherfucker, ain't you, Tongue?
Skirt grunts, fighting Tongue as if he were wrestling an alligator.
Big bastard.
Bullseye lays his body across Tongue's legs to keep him still.
I'll fucking kill all of you. You hear me? Don't you touch her. Don't you touch her.
Tongue screams, his lungs exerting every ounce of air he possesses. His inability to save me echoes in the frequencies of his pleas.
This is going to hurt,
Reaper warns me again. My eyes roam to the door. Everyone is watching me, but I'm not going to back down. If they want a show, they got one. I nod, letting him know I understand.
You're crazy,
he mutters, not intending for me to hear as he exhales and inches the hot poker closer to my chest. My heart is trampling, bruising my breastbone the closer the flaming iron gets. The hot poker has my skin reacting. The scalding heat still inches away, yet already stinging my skin. Crazy people will do insane things for the people they love. And I'm one of those people.
Daphne! Comet, no, please don't do this.
Sweat drips into my eyes, but it doesn't stop me from stealing one last look at Tongue. He is begging me, brows pinched and lifted. No way in hell will I ever run from this. I bite down on the leather, keep my eyes on Tongue, and thrust my chest forward onto the flaming orange tip. The first millisecond of sizzling has the smell of burnt flesh drifting in my nostrils. The belt in my mouth muffles my screams, and my teeth dig into the leather until I feel it give. I cry, tears as hot as the poker against my skin. Tongue's livid, panicked shout numbs my ears. My throat is raw from screaming, and the air from my lungs is being stolen from me. A sick game of tug-of-war. I only inhale because I have no choice. But a second later, it's tugged out from me like a rope is tied to my lungs. He's worth it. He's worth everything.
There's one half,
Reaper says, lifting the poker from my skin. Dizziness takes over my head and I sway. My stomach churns and bubbles. Nausea clings to my insides and works its way up my throat from the pain. I swallow it down, not wanting to appear weak by puking or passing out. I make a mistake of looking down. The tip of the poker is covered in my skin and dried blood, and the smell. Oh God, the smell. I gag again, the acid from my stomach burning a pathway up my esophagus, searing me from the inside while the iron poker ruins me from the out.
Daphne!
Tongue's voice breaks.
Daphne!
I hear Tongue's voice in the distance as my head swims. My vision doubles. I see two of everything. 2 reapers, 2 iron rods, 2 tongues. If I was feeling better, I'd try to make a dirty joke about that. But holy moly, I am about to pass out.
There.
Reaper tosses the poker on the ground, and the metal hitting wood sings. High-pitched white noise blares in my head.
You did it. Fucking hell, Daphne.
Reaper kneels in front of me and takes the belt from my mouth.
You have a heart on your chest. It's a warning. Second will be an arrow. You know the rest,
he informs.
Let me go. Let me the fuck go. I can't believe you touch her. Comet!
Tongue's pointless, broken cries for me fall on deaf ears as he struggles against his friends. I try to smile, but the pain and smell is too much to deal with. Another wave of dizziness hits, and I sway like a flower in the meadow in the middle of summer. Only less graceful. I'm floating away.
Let's get you to dock,
Reaper says, holding his arms out to me. I can't focus long enough on him to decide where his arms are since there are 2 of him. I sway to the left, then the right, and this time gravity wins and I fall to my side. The burned flesh is still cooking, and the agony spreading throughout my body is more than I could have ever imagined it could be. Even knowing the pain, I don't regret doing this. If I had to get my entire body covered in burns to save him from not only the agony of what the burn brings, but of the everlasting torture his memories would cause, I'd do it every single day. I hear my name being shouted somewhere. I'm sleeping, and someone is trying to wake me up, but it isn't working. My eyes roll to the back of my head, and darkness takes over. I don't mind darkness. It's safe here. Peaceful and quiet. I fell in love in the dark, and if I'm lucky, I'll die in it one day too.
Chapter 13. They finally let me go, and I'm to my feet in less than a second. She's lying unconscious on the floor, her skin charred, bleeding, and bubbling. Reaper kneels next to her and goes to slide his arms under her body to take her downstairs. I cross the room with long strides and shove him away from her. He stumbles back and hits the wall with a hard thump. He is sweating from the concentration and precision it took to burn her beautiful skin. I want to kill him. Don't you fucking touch her. I slide my arms underneath her limp body and pick her up, holding her to my chest. Her skin looks fucking terrible. I bet you liked that, didn't you? I say to him, stopping in the middle of the doorway. Everyone parts ways, but I'm not done talking to Reaper yet. This wasn't you following the rules for a champion. This was you getting your revenge. How do you feel, Reaper?" "What? Tongue, it's nothing like that. I'd never hurt her intentionally." "But you did. And the difference between me and you? When I hurt Sarah, I had no idea what I was doing." Talking to him is pointless, so I decide not to waste my breath with another word. He can tell me until he is blue in the face that he did this because she asked, but I know better. He's been dying to get back at me, because if I were him, I'd feel the exact same way. I pass Poodle, Patrick, Badge, and a few old ladies. The girls are crying and Melissa steps forward from Poodle's arms.
"Is she okay?"
She sniffles, wiping her cheeks with a tissue she has in her hand.
"I didn't know. I swear I would have tried to stop her and convince her not to."
"I know," I say as gently as I can, but it still sounds like there's a monster clawing at my throat. "She'll be fine, especially when I get her out of here." "When you get out of here? What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Reaper follows me along with everyone else. While I was held there on the floor fighting the strength of 4 of my brothers and witnessing Daphne taking my punishment, I realized I didn't want this life for her. She's had enough pain to last a lifetime, and I won't subject her to any more. I thought the MC was my family, but the past few months have left me questioning otherwise. Daphne is my family. Ever since they found my journals, ever since I stabbed Sarah, nothing has been the same. I want things to go back to the way they were, but that's impossible. The best thing for us to do is leave. I don't want to go. This MC has been a part of my life for a long fucking time, but they have only ever needed me as a monster. Underneath the rough exterior, I'm a human being, and it seems the club has no idea what to do with that bit of information. If they want to kill her, they can do it themselves. I'm done. Daphne is my priority. We have enough to deal with together, like figuring out how Mercy knew her mom and if her dreams are real. I need to convince Daphne about her dreams. She's the only one that doesn't believe them. "Tongue, wait a minute. Just wait." Reaper grabs my arm to stop me from opening the door and heading down to the basement. "You don't mean to leave. We need you here." The basement door opens on a groan, the hinges creaking from years of use. "Please, the last thing you need is someone like me here." I give him my back, step onto the first stair and hold her tighter as I use one hand to reach behind me to shut the door. Exhale. Inhale. Everything will be okay. I head down the steps. The lights are turned down low and the beep of machines tell me Sarah is okay. My boot hits the last step with a solid thud, and Doc peers up at me as he places a gray monitor around Sarah's stomach. He dips his sights to Daphne and the burn she has on her chest and hangs his head. With a tired sigh, he pulls a knitted blue blanket over her body, then another tan throw before flipping a switch on it. Must be a heated blanket. "Come here. Bring Daphne to this bed." Doc waves me over to follow him and skips the bed next to Sarah. "Lay her down here." I cup the back of her head and lie her down gently. Her body is on the mattress first, then her cheek is against the pillow, comfortable and unmoving. I expect her eyes to flutter, to show she's okay and to come back to me, but she doesn't. "She pulled champion on me." I push the chocolate strands off her sweaty forehead and take her hand in mine as I sit down in the chair beside the bed. Crazy Comet. What was she thinking? I could have taken it. Doc busies himself with preparing the IV and pain medication. The wound on her chest is going to take forever to heal. I bring her knuckles to my lips and kiss them. "What were you thinking?" I ask her again. "I think it's brave what she did. She did it because she loves you, just like you do the same for her. She's crazy to do something like this for me. I'm not worth it." Doc pierces her inner elbow with the IV and taps it in place, so it doesn't move before hooking fluids up. "She thinks you're worth it. Isn't that what matters?" He grabs a syringe and then opens a medicine cabinet, taking out a clear bottle with a name I can't pronounce. Small words are the only thing I can read at this point. Doc inserts the needle in the tube, and I stop him by grabbing his hand. "What is that?" "A sedative, and then I'm going to give her a painkiller. She'll be okay, but burns are painful, especially ones of this severity. It's 3rd degree. I need to clean it and bandage it. Even then, she's going to be in a lot of pain." "So give her more painkillers," I say, letting go of his hand so he can do his job. His thumb presses against the syringe and the clear liquid enters the tube slowly. It isn't that simple, Tongue. Remember Moretti? I kept him in a coma for a long time because even when burn patients are asleep, they are still in pain. Medicine can only do so much. Imagine your nerves being split open and exposed to the world, hot and on fire and oversensitive. Luckily, the burn is contained to one part of her body, so the process of recovery will be quick, but it doesn't mean it's less painful. She's in pain because of me. I never want her to hurt. All I've ever wanted from the moment I laid eyes on her was to protect her and hold her. I didn't want the world to put a hand on her, including my world, and look at what I've done. I guess you can look at it like that, Doc says, tossing the syringe in the trash. It's definitely half-empty glass. How else would I look at it? Well, she's in pain for you. She decided this, not you. This is what she wanted. Who else have you known to want to do that for you? Besides us, of course. I keep my mouth shut and decide not to breach that topic. The only people I know I can trust are Daphne and Slingshot. So you're not going to want to watch this. I have to peel away the dead skin, Doc informs me as he snaps on gloves. He sits down on the stool that's on the other side of the bed and gathers his medical equipment. I don't know what they all are, but they look sharp, silver, and deadly. I'm not going anywhere. The only way I get up and walk out of here is if someone forcibly removes me. The heart rate monitor beeps the tune of her life, and I hang my head, relieved. I know she is nowhere near dying, but still, her heartbeat is soothing to hear. The machines sound from behind me too, which reminds me of Sarah. I feel awful for not asking about her sooner, but my mind has been focused on Daphne. How is Sarah? She's fine. Tired. She admitted she hasn't been sleeping well because of the pain. Apparently it started in the middle of the night, but she ignored it because she didn't want it to be a miscarriage. Is it? No, Doc says, cleaning the burned heart on Daphne's chest. It's the muscle, and it isn't your fault. I know 100 people can tell you that right now, but only you can believe it. I don't believe in belief. Everything is black and white. It's either yes or no, you did or didn't. There's nothing in between. Oh, you can't really believe that? There are so many things in between. That's why the color gray matters. It's in the gray, Tongue. Look for belief there. That makes no sense, and it sounds like a fucking palm reader, which reminds me of Seer. Why hasn't he called? Why didn't he see this coming? He always says he has to take a step away, but he never does. Maybe he listened to his own advice. Damn it, Seer. A pair of long tweezers in hand, he starts peeling the black flesh off her chest. My grip tightens around her hand as he tugs. Is this necessary? It looks so painful. Unfortunately, he answers, dropping the dead skin in the silver basin. I need fresh, uninjured skin to make sure this heals correctly, but I can't avoid scarring. That's impossible. The sound of the basement door slamming open stops me from getting up and doing something I'd regret later. Man, you can't mean that. I'm not going to let you go. You can't leave me. Slingshot jumps midway on the steps and crashes against the floor, loses his footing, then hits the wall face first. We just became friends, and you're just going to go? What about everything we shared? Happy's swamp. Was it just me, or did we share something out there, huh? I thought we had something special, Tongue. Slingshot's hands fly to his waist, staring me down like some housewife who got cheated on. What? Oh, what? Like you don't understand. We are friends, best buds, brolios, bromanos, brosifs, brochachos. No, we are better than that. We are bro tacos. And you would just leave me. I have no idea what is happening right now. Doc sing-songs under his breath. But I never want it to stop. He releases another charcoaled piece of skin. Slowly, the patch of pink skin he wants is being revealed, but he still has a long way to go. I squint my eyes at Doc, wondering if it would be bad for me to kill the doctor of our fine establishment. Probably. Slingshot, I don't know what a burrito is, but I don't think I like the sound of it. Burrito, that's good. I like that. Slingshot finger guns me and winks. No, you said bro. No, you know what? It doesn't matter. I have to protect Daphne. It isn't safe for her here. We are friends, Slingshot, but you belong here. You're saying you don't? He asks, dragging an extra chair from the wall to the front of the hospital bed. I know I belong with Daphne. Things haven't been the same here. Things have been rocky, but things will go back to normal. They don't trust me. I cut him off and give him my back. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Daphne is my priority. Just promise you'll think about it. Promise you won't go without trying to mend what you think is broken here. I don't think, Slingshot. I know. There's a difference. Then make it different. Fix whatever is fucked up between you and Reaper. This is your home. I hate that we have been brothers for all these years and I'm just now getting to know you. You're my friend, Tongue. You can't go. You were thinking of leaving? Come on, Doc. I groan and stare up at the ceiling to gain some composure when I hear the disappointment in his voice. You know it was bound to happen. I didn't know, and it's a shame to hear. We wouldn't be where we are today without you. You only need me because I do what you all can't, I sneer. Holding Daphne's hand, I press my forehead against the side of the bed rail. It's cool against my skin, and exhaustion taps against the front of my skull. I'm tired of fighting. I want peace. I want a life with Daphne, and I want to be able to be good enough to be a father to our kids. I'll teach them how to kill, of course. Every kid should know how to protect themselves, so what happened to me doesn't happen to them. Tongue! Doc drags another crispy chunk of skin off Daphne's chest. If you really believe that, then it isn't you who has failed us. It is us who have failed you. Regardless of your decision, I will always be your friend. Selfishly, I want you to stay. Selflessly, I want you to do what you think is best for you and your family. No, fuck that. I'm selfish. Slingshot hits his chest with his hand. I'm selfish as fuck. I don't want you to go. You've turned into my best friend. What's best is if you stay here. Things can be fixed. You have to give it a chance. I'm going to go check on Happy. He's been iffy the last few hours since you haven't been here. Slingshot storms away, and in a typical dramatic fashion, he stomps up the stairs as hard as he can. He never takes his eyes off me. With every thud of his boot, I bet he is picturing my head as he steps on it. You know he means well, Doc says, continuing to work on the burned heart above Daphne's breast. I know. We fall into a comfortable silence after that, and I'm left thinking what kind of man I would have become or where I would have been if my life had been normal. Would I have met Daphne? Would I have a psychopath of a brother? Would I crave blood? An alternate life for an alternate man, a dream that will never come to formation in my mind no matter how much I think on it. Have you thought about what she would say about leaving? What? Daphne. He squeezes a clear bottle and some form of solution comes out of the nozzle, cleaning the wound of debris before he starts prying the skin off again. What if she doesn't want to go? What if she wants to stay? I hadn't thought of that. I assumed she'd want to leave. I don't know. Well, take it from experience. Include her in on this decision, because if you make it without her, there might be hell to pay. And there is no hell like a woman pissed off. Doc grins, patting the wound gently. Damn, he's right. I have to give her a choice unless I want to sleep outside with Happy. So where did you go? You're all busted up. Doc notices the cuts on my arms and the one on my face. Do you have any glass I need to get out of there? Probably, but I don't care about me. Take care of her. I bite my thumbnail and shake my leg. The chair I'm in starts to squeak from the vibrations my leg is causing. I've always had issues voicing what I want to talk about. Sometimes it takes me a minute to gather my thoughts and what I want to say, and other times it's because I don't want to say anything at all. I'm going to guess you went and saw your brother. You had questions, he had answers, and you didn't like them. What are you, seer? I snort, ripping a hangnail from my thumb. No, but he did call me and tell me. Doc has a knowing expression on his face, one that is smug. He's enjoying this. Told me to be prepared for a busy night. Damn, he wasn't wrong. He could have called me. You fuckers never answer him. Doc cracks his neck and rolls his shoulders before hunching over and starting on the other half of the heart. I open my mouth to defend myself, but nothing comes out. He's right. Maybe if everyone got their head out of their ass, a lot less discourse and more understanding would happen, but no. We have to be prideful and beat our chests. It's shit like that pushing people away, Doc confides. So prove me wrong. Tell me about your brother. I can't, Doc. Not right now, please. And he isn't my brother. I need everyone to stop calling him that. Remember everything he did on Halloween? He's still that man. Mm-hmm. Doc hums, clearly waiting to say something, but doesn't, which means he has a different thought process. My mind is too fog-dense to care more than I'm capable of in this moment. I'm lost. Until Daphne wakes up, I'll linger in the dark, tucked away in the corners of my mind, and hope she's able to find me.
Chapter 14. 2 days later. Holy moly. If someone told me I got hit by a sledgehammer or a truck or a horse kicked me in the chest, I'd believe them. The sheets under me are slick, different from what I'm used to on Tongue's bed. I rub my hands over them, pinching the material in my fingers, then pop my eyes open when I know undoubtedly that these are not Tongue's sheets. These are silk. My tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth. My throat is raw and sore, as if I swallowed 1,000 razor blades. My eyes are glued shut from the crust of sleep, and I squint them together, bring my fist up, and rub. I squint as my vision adjusts. I blink a few times to clear the blur, and when my eyes finally focus, I notice I'm in a room that looks a lot like the master suite that is being built in our house. I tug my arm and cringe when something jerks above my elbow. An IV? Since when? I take a good look around the room. It smells of sawdust and paint. The bed is huge, and I'm nestled on the right side of it. There is a walk-in closet and an oversized black clawfoot bathtub near the window so we can look out toward the mountains. Wondering if I'm in our room, I lift my lashes and blush, a fever drifting through the marrow of my bones when I see the mirror above us. Oh yeah, this is our room. I hold my breath and push myself into a seated position, grunting as the skin on the left side of my chest pulls. I cry out from the pain and slump against the bed. I want to get up, use the restroom, and brush these fuzzy teeth. I feel disgusting. The door is kicked open, and the gold knob hits the wall, denting the new paint. Tongue is there, shirtless, chest heaving. His chest hair is covered in sawdust. Someone send help. I can't breathe.
Comet, you're awake.
He runs over to my side of the bed, tracking in wood chips. When he kneels, I get hit with a fresh wave of sweat and pine with a hint of leather. But I can't get the words out. My throat is as dry as cotton. I begin to uncontrollably cough, and my chest is screaming with a lash of fire.
Sip.
He brings a plastic cup in front of my mouth with a silver, reusable straw.
It's water.
I wrap my lips around the straw, and the taste of metal reminds me of blood. I suck down the icy cold liquid, and I groan in relief as it coats the back of my throat. I can't get enough. I drink quicker, as if I've been stranded in the desert for days on end.
Shh. Slower, Comet. Don't get yourself sick,
he croons, brushing a hand down my arm. I don't listen. I keep drinking until there is nothing left.
Do you remember what happened?
Now that I've been awake for more than 5 minutes, I remember everything. I nod. Reaper, listen to me, I grin. I was your champion. His thick fingers land on the side of my jaw, adding pressure to turn my head.
Don't ever do that again. I can't stand to see you get hurt.
His eyes lock with mine, turmoil swirling the depth of the earthy tones. His eyes hold earthquakes that shake my core. My eyes hold tsunamis to drown his enemies. And one is always a possibility after the other. Together, we destroy and give reason to rebuild.
You scared me, he admits. It's going to scar, Daphne. Doc did the best he could, but it's so deep. It's going to take a long time to heal.
I don't care. I'd do it 100 times for you.
You're crazy.
Crazy for you, I croak.
Which I'll never understand as long as I live. But I'll never stop being thankful.
His eyes drift over my face, then stop when he sees my hair. His eyes widen and his lips roll together to keep from laughing. I know. I look like I had a few too many.
You look beautiful. I don't care when you think you don't, you always do.
The charmer, I say with a roll of my eyes. Can you help me to the bathroom? And is this our house?
The only room that's done is this room, the bathroom, and the kitchen.
Why aren't we in the clubhouse? He picks me up, keeping my injured side on the outside and my good side tucked near his chest.
I didn't want us to be there. I needed space. It was too hard seeing Reaper do that to you. I swear he liked it. I bet he thought he was getting me back.
You can't really think that, I utter in disbelief. He sets me on the vanity and grabs my toothbrush, wets it, toothpastes it, wets it again. Anyone who doesn't apply toothpaste like this is not human and needs lessons in brushing their teeth. He grunts and grumbles, muttering but not directly speaking to me. He shoves the toothbrush between my lips and I nearly gag. I take the handle and do my business, then scrub days' worth of bad breath off my tongue. I spit in the sink, and he has a cup of water ready for me to gargle with.
Are you in pain? I had to unhook your IV to come in here.
Yeah. Can we talk after I pee? Have I peed in the last 2 days? Oh my God, is my bladder going to explode? Tongue chuckles, lifting me again, tugs my pants down, and sits me on the toilet. And doesn't leave. He crosses his arms and waits.
Doc took your catheter out earlier this morning because he knew you'd wake up. He sedated you for a few days to give your body much-needed rest.
It's a small burn, Tongue. I would have been fine being awake, and I can't pee with you watching.
You can do other things when I'm watching.
He lowers his voice to a deep baritone, reminding me of a musician plucking a string of a bass. Go and close the door, I giggle, then hiss as the pain ignites under the bandage.
Fine.
He closes the door, but I can see the outline of his body through the frosted glass. I shake my head, but smile, loving how protective and worried he is about me. I do my business and get up, open the door, and find him standing there. Wayne Hendricks, my once upon a comet. And damn, I never thought the wish would come true.
I love you too,
he says, noticing the loving expression I have plastered across my face.
Let's get you cleaned up. I bet you'll feel better. Doc will be by again soon to check on you, and later, after dinner, I want to talk to you about moving.
Moving? Why would we move? Where?
Away from here, if you want, since we aren't treated like we should be.
He unbuttons the green plaid shirt I'm wearing and slides it off my shoulders. His fingers brush along my collarbone, staring at the wound.
This never should have happened.
We aren't leaving. This is our family. Families fight sometimes. Things get messy and out of control, but family always finds a way back. Plus, this is our home, the one you're building. Do you have any idea how beautiful this room is? We are staying. He doesn't say anything. If anything, a cloud of disappointment hangs over his head, but he will thank me for it later. He scoops me up in his arms and takes me back into the bathroom where the bathtub is so I can look out the window. The faucet is gold, and the handles glimmer in what's left of the sun dropping behind the mountains. The cactuses are a black outline in the distance, and the stars are poking through the last muted orange in the sky as nightfall takes over.
We can't get your bandage wet, so no washing your hair yet,
he informs me. I like it when you play doctor. I step into the tub, and the hot water has me sighing as the heat tingles the bottoms of my feet.
I'm not good at it. I'm trying to listen to Doc,
he says, grabbing a rag from the oak shelf he made himself. He dips the sage-colored rag into the water, then squirts honey-scented body wash on it and rubs the material together to create suds. I don't want to let on how much pain I'm in. The burn on my chest is doing exactly that. Burning. I want to be hooked up to that IV sooner rather than later to get the pain medicine. He drifts the rag down my leg, the white foam of the soap bubbling along my shin. He takes his time like he always does with me. He never hurries when my body is literally in his hands. His calluses scratch the back of my knee as the rag drifts up to my inner thigh, then back down. Sex is intimate, of course. But have you ever had someone choose to bathe you, to care for you? I never knew how connected it would make me feel, having hands that have known no mercy on me, treating me like spun strands of gold, is like experiencing a miracle. Naturally, my body responds to him. The space between my legs grows hot, and my nipples tighten, but I don't have the energy to do anything about it. I want to enjoy his hands on me. I moan when he dips his hand between my legs and washes my most vulnerable place. He doesn't hover or linger like a part of me wants him to. The warm water cascading down my right breast, careful to avoid the bandage, has my eyes hooding with lust and relaxation. Who needs R&R when I have L&R? Lust and relaxation. Holy moly, his hands feel good.
I can't get over the fact that I get to be the man that touches your body.
I can't get over the fact that I'm the woman on the receiving end of your touch. I return his compliment and watch as he looks away from me. So shy when it comes to compliments because he doesn't think he is worthy.
Thank you,
he whispers. For what? I close my eyes when he starts to massage my calves. He digs into the muscle with his thumbs and I tilt my head back, resting it against the small pillow attached to the tub.
For saving me.
I open my eyes and get a view of the high cathedral ceiling before tilting my chin to look at him. His beard has grown out a bit, and his hair is a bit shaggy and dark, matching the color of his eyes. The sage green of the bathroom wall brings out the golden hues in his eyes, but I can see a hint of garnet. The color really shines when he sees blood. I'll always save you, Comet. You never have to ask. It will always be something I do like you do for me. I state the truest fact I know deep in my soul. He washes me off and grabs a soft green towel that matches the rag he used. Tongue helps me stand by wrapping an arm around my waist so he doesn't have to tug on my arms. He pats me dry and his fingers brush down the side of my neck. I'm blushing fiercely.
I like this,
he says, talking about the pink tint spreading down to my chest.
I like that I get a reaction like this out of you.
He places a soft kiss against the feverish skin, then wraps me in the towel.
Let me get you some fresh clothes, and then we will settle you in bed again.
Even though he just bathed me, every time he picks me up, I can smell the sweat and wood all over his skin, getting me dirty all over again. He sets me on the bed and walks to the closet, grabs another button-up shirt so it's easy to remove from my bandage, and then a pair of panties. In his large hand, they look like pieces of scrap material. I'm in the same spot he left me in. When he is in front of me, I lift my chin so I can see his handsome face. I have the luxury of seeing his body at this angle. It's sculpted out of the hardest rock known to man. It has to be. The swell of his pecs show the strength in his chest, and his abs are hard ridges and valleys. All 8 of them. I outline the unscarred tattoo again, loving how his stomach trembles from my touch.
Comet.
The name is shaking on a staggering breath. That beastly rumble in his chest has me looking down to see his cock hard beneath the prison of his jeans. How does it fit inside me? His hand tugs the towel free, his fingers teasing the curve of my breast. I gasp as the towel falls onto the bed and the air wraps around my nipples. Instead of laying me down, he slides one arm through one sleeve and does the same with the other. Tongue,
I won't fuck you when you're clearly in pain. I see it written all over your face.
He begins to button the shirt from the bottom to the top. He leaves 2 unbuttoned at the top so the shirt doesn't rub against my wound. He kneels, coasting his palms up the sides of my leg. Goosebumps arise all over my body and my nipples tighten even further, something I didn't know was possible. When he gets to my thighs, his fingers dig into my skin and yanks them open. He lifts one leg, loops the panties around my ankle, and proceeds to repeat the motion for the other. He tugs them up, and I lift myself off the bed so he can pull them up my butt. Puffs of hot air coast over my pussy with how close his lips are to me.
I can smell how sweet you are for me,
he moans, burying his face between my legs and inhaling the scent he loves. The blunt edges of his nails pierce my skin, and a sharp breath chokes me. Holy moly, I want him.
You test me, and in these moments I do not want to be a good man.
He lays his head on my thighs, and my hands drift over his inky strands, then down his back. He is warm and tense, hanging on by a thread, and I want to cut that thread in half. It's so tempting. He stands slowly, dragging his nose up my body until he kisses the middle of my chest, works his way to my neck, and then his wide palm cups my cheek. I'm dizzy again, but not from pain, from him taking over my senses. His lips slant over mine, and a slow dance of a kiss serenades my heat. I love his hand against my jaw, a gesture of how strong he is, how big his palm is compared to me, and how he controls the way our heads move for the kiss. Control is tongue's anchor. If he doesn't have that, he feels like he doesn't have anything to bind him to the world without him becoming a bloodthirsty killer.
Come on, let's get you back to bed.
Tongue pulls away, the magnetism between us pulling tight as he breaks our kiss. I'm high on our kiss, dazed, and I can hardly feel the pain in my chest. It's a low throb compared to the aching between my legs. He tugs me around the bed, and I follow like a helpless puppy. I lay down, and he hooks my IV up again.
Doc filled these for me, so all I had to do was insert it.
It isn't long before my body feels numb. I hadn't realized how much pain I was in until now. I can't imagine how people with burns all over their body feel. It makes my heart go out to Moretti, even if he did turn his back on us and kidnap his brother. Can you hold me? I ask him, not wanting him to go too far. I know I sound needy, but I just need to feel him surround me right now. He strokes my cheek with his knuckles.
Like I could ever say no. I'm going to shower. I'll be right back.
Okay. I slur a bit from the pain meds kicking in. The mattress dips from the loss of his weight. He takes off his pants on his way to the bathroom, and saliva pools in my mouth when I see that bubbled butt. I want to bite it. Grrr. I giggle to myself.
What's so funny?
He asks. Thinking about that booty. I hold out my hands and pretend to grab. He chuckles, but somehow doesn't manage to smile.
You're cute when you're high.
You're cute, I retort. Take that. I lift my nose in the air, proud of my witty comeback. There it is, that once-in-a-lifetime smile. I could die happily right now, knowing it's the last thing I ever see. The hiss of the shower lulls me into a light sleep. I'm in the veil between awake and asleep, and it's the kind of fog that's wildly addicting. There are no thoughts, no fears, no panic. There's nothing, because the only thing that matters is sleep. Nothing else. I don't know how long I lie in the in-between, but the bed dips again and Tongue is there. His scent has my eyes opening, and his arm across my waist has me falling into a fog of safety instead. His skin is pink from the hot water, and his wet hair tickles my shoulder as he puts his chin in the crook.
Knock, knock.
Tongue is up and out of bed with a knife in his hand in a matter of 2 seconds. The door opens and Tongue throws the blade through the air, barely missing the man's head. It lands with a hard thump in the wall, and Mercy ducks out of the way.
Oh, It's you. Tongue sounds less than thrilled. He snags the knife from the wall, and when he turns around, I focus on the sweatpants he is wearing. They are gray, hanging low on his hips, and leave nothing to the imagination. It's just me, Mercy says. I heard what happened to Daphne. Are you okay? I'm great, I say, scratching the tip of my nose. How are you? Well, I have a lot to tell you. I want to know what you're doing here. Tongue interrupts him. He grabs the whetstone for his blade and wastes no time grinding the metal against stone. Reaper said I could find you here when I knocked on the clubhouse door. I came with those answers after doing some research. I figured you'd want to know, Daphne. Mercy takes a step forward, then stops. His hand is bandaged from the other day, but he seems to be doing fine. Well, you could have knocked on our door. I did. You didn't answer, and I got worried, Mercy says. Why? You don't even know me, I say, lifting my good arm in the air to make a point. I just remind you of my mom. How did you know her? May I? Mercy asks Tongue as he eyes the spot at the edge of the mattress to take a seat. Tongue nods. Any fast movements and I'll kill you. No doubt about that, Mercy says. The bed dips again, but Mercy weighs less, so the motion isn't so significant. What do you want to know first? He asks me. Even through my high goggles, I can tell he hasn't slept. His beard isn't combed, and his hair isn't styled. His eyes are tinged red, like he has been crying. Did you love my mom? I ask. He smiles as if he is remembering her fondly. She was my first love. Look. He digs into his back pocket, pulls out a black wallet, unfolds it, and slides out a square picture. That's us. She was 18, and I was 20. I was about to go join the Navy, an idea she loved and hated. We had been friends for years, but it was only that summer we realized our friendship was more than that. It was love. I'm careful with the photograph as I hold it. The edges are worn, the color is faded, but I can still recognize my mom. She has a beaming smile on her face that I had never seen before while growing up. I rub a finger over her face and inhale. She's sitting on a motorcycle, arms wrapped around a much younger Mercy who has dark hair in this picture. He is wearing a leather jacket, and her cheek is pressed against his back like she's holding on to him tight. She has on jeans and a t-shirt. Nothing fancy. I never saw her smile like this. I actually never saw her smile, I say with realization. What happened? Why weren't you two together anymore? I left for the Navy. I was in special ops, so the mission I was on was so secret she didn't know about it. It was only supposed to be a few weeks, but I got captured. I was a prisoner of war for a few years. I never got to send her a letter explaining it. I bet she thought I died. But when you came back, why didn't you search for her? She was with another man. She had a family. I didn't want to ruin that. You should have! I throw the picture at him. Maybe she'd still be alive if you would have done something. I didn't know. He chokes. His hand grips the middle of his shirt, right where his heart is. God, I didn't know. It's all I have thought about. She was everything. She was fucking everything, Daphne. I swear she's the reason I lived when I was captured. I'd see her face every time they tortured me, and all I wanted to do was get back home to her. I didn't know. He swallows, staring down at the black of his boots. You didn't know what? I hiss, angry at him, happy that my mom knew some form of happiness and sad she didn't get more of it like she deserved. I didn't know when I left for the Navy that she was pregnant. His eyes meet mine, then land on Tongue. When I saw her with a little girl, my heart broke because we talked about having kids, and the man she was with didn't love her, not the way I did. Not in the amount I did. He couldn't. He slaps his chest again. I didn't want to come between a family, but damn it, I regret it now. I regret it so fucking much. Why?
I yell at him through tears, the high gone, but my heart pumping adrenaline.
The other night, when I got home, I did some research. You looked too familiar to me. I brought up your mom's name and your birth certificate, then checked the date you were born.
He blows out a breath and rubs his uninjured palm on his knees.
8 months after the day I left.
Holy moly. I suck in a deep breath. My mouth falls open in shock. I try to say something, anything, but the words don't come out. Mercy continues.
And there, on the original birth certificate, the father's name was blank. She didn't put down your father. She didn't put down anyone, but you don't know how badly I wanted to fill in that blank with Andre Machado.
He reaches for my hand and rubs his thumb across it.
I also go by Mercy.
My mind tunnels, racing at 1,000 miles an hour. The only thing I can focus on is the lie surrounding my life. So my dad isn't even mine.
He raised you, so he is your father, but God, if I could turn back time, Daphne, I would have given anything to watch you grow up. I'm so envious.
I pull my hand away, unable to stop the flow of tears when I think about what could have been different. You saw us, and you turned your back.
Because I didn't want to ruin whatever life your mother built for you. I didn't know you were mine. I swear, Daphne, I had no idea, or I would have.
Please leave. I point toward the door. My mind is swirling, and I hate it when it does this, because usually it means I'm about to break. I don't want to break. Not here. Not now.
Daphne, I want to get to know you. I want to make up for lost time. I want to be the father I never got to be for you. I'll do anything for a chance,
he begs. I need time to think. Please. Go. My voice hitches, and I can't stop the tears. He reaches for my hand again, and I pull it away with a small shake of my head. Don't. He picks up the photo, takes a picture of it with his phone, then hands it to me, sliding it into the palm of my hand.
This should have always been yours.
He bends down and presses a dry kiss to my forehead.
I didn't know I could love someone I didn't know so quickly,
Mercy whispers.
But finding out I have a beautiful, strong daughter makes me realize the love a parent has for a child is instantaneous. I am so sorry.
The leather of his cut rubs together as he straightens. His lashes stick together, wet with the tears he is keeping at bay.
Take care of her,
he tells Tongue, before doing what I want him to do. He turns and leaves. The door shuts softly, and Tongue climbs onto the bed. We don't speak. He doesn't tell me everything is going to be okay, and he doesn't lie to me. He holds me while I cry. He knows that's all he can do, because words cannot make me better. I cry, thinking about the life I could have had. I sob, thinking about how happy my mother could have been, and I wail at the loss of it all. I cry until I fall asleep, while Tongue rubs his hands up and down my back to comfort me. I don't know how long I sleep for, but I wake up to my cell phone vibrating on the nightstand. Tongue is sound asleep. I answer it quickly, keeping my voice soft. Hello? I eye Tongue to make sure I'm not waking him.
Daphne,
comes the voice of my father. Well, the man I have always known as my father, stunning me silent.
You need to come home. Your Aunt Tina is in the hospital and it isn't looking good.
Dad? I ask, to make sure it's who I think it is. Why are you calling me in the middle of the night? I haven't heard from you in months. This can't be him. He doesn't call. Ever.
Get here, now.
Typical. He hangs up before I can ask if she is okay. He's always hated talking on the phone. I just thought he'd want to talk for a minute if he missed me. But regardless, I have to go. My mind numbs and something flips in my brain. I have to go home. I have to go to Nola.
Chapter 15. Something isn't right. The room is different. I sit up with a gasp and let my eyes adjust to the dark room. It's colder, like something sucked the warmth out of it and left me for dead. I reach for my knife and the moonlight glitters across the blade. I listen, focusing on anything that doesn't belong, but I don't hear a thing. And that's the problem. The only breaths I hear are my own. My arm swings out to feel Daphne's side of the bed, but it's cold. I reach for the lamp, knocking over a glass of water onto the floor before I can pull the string connected to the bulb. Click. The light illuminates the room. Daphne? I still sound sleepy, but alarmed at the same time. The silk sheets on her side of the bed are almost unbothered. I bought silk sheets because I wanted her to be comfortable, but maybe she doesn't like them and wanted to sleep somewhere else. I throw my legs over the edge of the mattress and my bare feet hit the hardwood floor. I try not to think of the worst. I try not to think like that, but negative notions are my specialty. Negativity makes the world go round. I flip on the bathroom light and peek my head in the bathroom. Daphne? Comet? You here? I ask into the acoustics of the restroom, but the only reply is the echo of my own voice. My heart is a wrecking ball threatening to crack my sternum. The floor creaks with every step I take toward the bedroom door. My breaths are erratic as I think of the worst. It's fine. She's here. Or she's in the clubhouse. She has to be. She said she didn't want to leave, so she's probably scared, wanting to be with the girls again since they have become good friends. Maybe I should have left her with Sarah to heal in the medical room. I just wanted her to wake up in our new bed so she was comfortable. I remember hearing that silk sheets keep you cool when you're warm and warm when it's cool. I wanted what was best for her, that's all. When I get to the bedroom door, I examine her side of the bed. She's unhooked her IV and fluid is dripping onto the floor from the bag hanging on the hook. Her phone is gone from the edge of the nightstand and her shoes, the blue Converse she loves so much, are missing. They were at the foot of the bed, the tips tucked between the space of the floor and the bed frame. They were right there. I open the door. The hinges don't squeak, like a lot of others at the clubhouse, because they are new. I flip the hallway light on. The floors aren't completed yet, and only a part of the wall is up. Everything else is just bare bones of the house's structure. I stand there and listen for her sighs, her yawns, her heartbeat, the way she moves. I know it all. I know what every sound she makes sounds like, but I don't hear anything. This house is empty. I sprint down the hall, my feet scratching against the unfinished floorboards. No doubt I'll have splinters to pull out, but I don't care, and throw the front door open. I don't bother closing it either. I jump down the 8 steps, landing directly on my feet before taking off across the desert to the clubhouse. Behind me, I hear a scurry of claws scratching the sand, and I don't need to turn around to see who it is. It's Happy. I leap over the bushes I can see and step on painful, sharp twigs and rocks along the way. The sting in the back of my eyes is there. I don't have a good feeling. My stomach hurts. My heart hurts. Something is wrong. No, please, no. I'll do anything. I beg to someone, to anyone, to fucking everyone. She has to be there. She wouldn't leave. She wouldn't leave me. I pass the black metal building of King's Garage and head toward the side door that takes me to Reaper's office. I try to open the door, but it's fucking locked. I bang my fists on the door rapidly, one after the other. It isn't a knock. It's a plea to be let in. Happy hits the side of my leg and I bend over to pick him up. He nuzzles his snout against my neck and the hug he is giving me means the world. The hallway light comes on through the colorful stained glass window and the skull staring back at me appears to be on fire. I can't see who is walking toward me, but I don't stop hitting the door, even if it means I have to break it down. The lock clicks, the knob turns, and a very tired, very sleepy Juliet answers.
Tongue, what's wrong? I was just making tea. My throat is killing me from singing 3 nights in a row. I have to tell Tool I need a break.
She rambles tiredly, not giving me a chance to answer. She opens the door wider.
Gosh, come in. You must be so cold. Where is your key? You know you don't have to knock.
Have you seen Daphne? Is Daphne here? The words are rushed and hurried. I stumble against the wall and one of the pictures fall and breaks, which has a door opening beside us. Tongue? Badge scratches the side of his head, then rubs his eyes and scratches his chest. It's so early, or late, or both. He yawns. What's the deal? I run to my room, which is opposite of the kitchen, and place Happy in his tank so he can be warm. Daphne, is she here? She isn't in bed. She isn't in bed. I need to know she's okay. She wasn't beside me when I woke up. She's gone. When I get to the kitchen, the only light on is above the sink, and Juliet's mug is alone on the tabletop. A black mug with a tea bag dipped inside has steam billowing out of it. No, Tongue, she isn't here, Juliet regretfully informs me, and worry frowns her lips. How long has she been gone? Are you sure she's gone? Badge asks, checking to see if there is any water left in the kettle sitting on the stove. When he nods to himself, he opens the cabinet next to him and grabs a plain white mug, like the kind they have at diners. He pulls out a chair at the table and steals one of Juliet's bags of tea from the box. Maybe she couldn't sleep. Happens to me all the time. I run my hands through my hair and shake my head. She wouldn't, I try to say. My thoughts are moving too fast. I turn around instead, ignoring them since they are no help, and try the basement. Maybe she was in pain and wanted Doc to give her more medicine. Not caring about how quiet I am, I thud down the steps and flip on the light, but the beds are empty. No, I hold a hand over my heart. Denial sinks its fangs into me, snaking venom through my veins. That sensation in my stomach, the one that's knotted and makes me feel sick, gets worse. She's gone. When I get to the top step, I trip, but Slingshot is there at the door to catch me by the arm so I don't fall backward. He looks exhausted, too. It seems the entire clubhouse is awake now, no thanks to me. Slingshot tugs me forward and shuts the door. His hair is wild. The man always has crazy bedhead. He grips my shoulders and tilts his chin down, lifting his eyes through his lashes. Buddy, I need you to start taking some deep breaths. You're freaking out. We can't get anything done if you're panicking. Deep breaths, he reminds me. He inhales through his nose, lungs expanding, then exhales. I follow his lead. I didn't realize how much I needed to calm down and focus. The short breaths were making me lightheaded. The kitchen chairs grind against the floor as he pulls two out, one for me and one for him. I sit down and tug at strands of my hair. I can't do this. I can't focus. What if she's hurt? I grab the sides of my head and rock back and forth. No one will ever be able to love you. You're a fucking idiot. You're nothing but a tight ass for my cock, Wayne. Nothing more, nothing less, and everyone will know that when they look at you. My uncle's words run through my head. Is that what happened? Did she finally see who I am? A backhand to my face has my cheek flaming and my anger snapping to Slingshot. His steely gaze is on mine and he points a finger at me. Get it the fuck together right now. You're fucking Wayne goddamn Hendricks. You cut people's tongues out of their mouths and feed them to your swamp kitty. What's going on? Reaper questions, and everyone in the room sits up a little bit straighter. Not me, though. He doesn't give a fuck about Daphne. Nothing. I'll handle this on my own, I say as I get up from the chair. No one is taking me seriously, and I'm too tired to fight with them. I'll get more done on my own. Tongue, sit down and tell us what is on your mind. Reaper turns on the faucet and fills the coffee pot. Please. Hey, Tongue, how's Daphne doing? Mercy comes through the hallway next, wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt. I know, you're shocked I'm here, but I couldn't leave. He falls silent, having me connect the dots, which means he hasn't told Reaper the truth. Reaper, let me stay. I fling the chair across the room and haul ass toward him, throwing my arm against his neck. This is your fault. She left because of you. I should kill you. Right here. I'll fucking gut you right where you stand. Where is she? Where is my comet? I roar, smashing my forearm against his windpipe. She left me in the middle of the night, and I have a feeling it has to do with you paying a little visit and saying you were her fucking father. What the fuck? Shit. Holy fucking hell. The world cannot be that small. Reaper grumbles under his breath just as he turns the coffee pot on. You want to know what's wrong with me? I turn to them. She's gone. You know better than to think she'd take a midnight stroll alone. She wouldn't leave me. She wouldn't. I know I sound like I'm convincing myself, and maybe I am, but I'm desperate. She was fine until Mercy came in to talk to her about how he knew her mother. We all know how fragile of a mind Daphne has. God! I let go of his throat and lace my hands behind my head. What if she's in the middle of an episode and she needs me? Episode? What are you talking about? And she has the right to know who her father was. I deserve to know my daughter. She was kept from me for 25 years. I'm allowed to talk to her. Mercy defends himself, looking just as scared as I feel. What's wrong with her? Nothing is wrong with her. She's fucking perfect how she is. The blade in my pocket is burning a hole right through, begging me to grab hold and cut Mercy's tongue out. She has psychosis, Reaper tells him. Her version of reality isn't always real. Badge gives me a glass of water. The condensation on the glass is cold and slick against my fingertips. I take a greedy gulp, but it does nothing to put out the new hellfire in my veins. She saw her mom die and her psychosis formed. I think she saw her mom get murdered. I don't think she killed herself. The dreams Daphne has been having lately are too damn real, and she wakes up gasping for air like she's run a mile. Dreams? Why didn't you tell me this? Reaper asks. I didn't think you'd care, I state, adding a bite to every word. He's hurt. Good. Oh my God, I could have saved them so long ago, Mercy says to himself. He props himself against the counter and sags. It's all my fault. I want to blame him, and right now I will, even if logic tells me it isn't his fault. He didn't know about her past. Well, looks like we are having church. We have a ton to discuss. Reaper checks the time on the clock hanging above the sink. 5 a.m. Hope you boys are rested. The front door slams open and my hopes are lifted when I think it's Daphne, but it's Braveheart. Wait a minute. Hey guys, he greets, rubbing his hands together to get them warm again. What's with the gloomy faces? His eyes land on me and something resembling confusion crosses his face. You just missed Daphne. She left a few hours ago. Before I can blink, before I can breathe again, I have him face down against the table with a knife against the base of his skull. You let her leave? Why? Why would you let her leave alone? I apply more pressure to the end of the knife, a drop of blood pebbling on his skin. I didn't think anything of it. She's one of her own. I figure she can come and go as she pleases. The last word is a loud shout as I apply even more force against his head. Fuck. I'll go check the cameras. I'll see if I can track the traffic cameras to see where she's going. Badge drains the rest of his tea, then pours a cup of coffee. We will find her, Tongue. We care. She is one of ours. I don't say thank you as he leaves the room to go to his office. I'm too fucking busy debating if I want to kill Braveheart. Tongue, I'm sorry. I didn't know, okay? I didn't know. I thought maybe she was picking something up for you and wanted to keep it a surprise for your birthday or something. I stop him from saying anything else and pick his head up, then smack it down on the table again. I don't even know my own birthday. I roar into his ear and lift the knife in the air. My uncle never celebrated my birthday. I can't remember any birthdays before he had custody of me either. I simply don't know. Reaper grabs my arm as I slice it through the air, just before it hits Braveheart in the middle of the head, which would have decapitated him senseless. I fight Reaper, but it's my bad arm and the muscles start to shake. Braveheart takes the split second of my weakness for his advantage and rolls away. You need to calm down, Reaper orders, snagging my other arm and yanking it behind my back. I cry out as the scarred gunshot wound tugs. Painful tingles cascade through my tendons, numbing the tips of my fingers. Let me go, I seethe, using my body weight to launch him to my left. He doesn't expect it, and Reaper's grip loosens enough for me to shrug out of his hold. I reach across the table and snag the knife right before Slingshot tries to beat me to it. I hold my trusty blade out in front of me, slashing it through the air. Sweat over my brows and down my eyes, stinging and burning from the salt. I'm frantic. I can't decide who to look at. Everyone is crowding me, just like my uncle did. Bend over, Wayne. My uncle's cruel laughter echoes in my head. No, I won't bend over. I won't bend over. I scream at them. Tongue, you're safe here, Reaper says with trepidation, slowly inching his way toward me. You killed your uncle. Use that anger for Daphne. Daphne, where is she? Where's my comet? I swing the knife in front of Mercy's face. It's your fault. It's your fault she left me. She's mine. She isn't yours. She was never yours. You waited to take action. I didn't. We don't know yet, but I swear on my life we will bring your old lady home. Slingshot's words hitch as he speaks, the whites of his eyes turning red. No one will love you like I love you, Wayne. No one will take care of you like I do. Don't you like this? Don't you like when I touch you? Something drips onto my cheek. Tears. A concept I'm still learning. Something I've never done before I met Daphne. She isn't even here and she makes me exposed. I need her, Reaper. I hit the side of my head with my fist. Like you need Sarah, I need Daphne. She makes me better. I'm better. You don't think I don't notice that? I do. I notice, and I'm sorry I haven't said it before, but I'm proud of you, Tongue. I'm so proud of you. You're a good friend, a good man, and you're smart. You've excelled so much, and I can't wait to see where this new you leads. But also, I'm going to need you to put down the knife. She won't come back. She realized how stupid I am. My uncle was right. He was right. My head sways back and forth. He was right. I placed the sharp tip into the middle of my elbow. Tongue, no, he wasn't. He wasn't right. You have proved him wrong time and time again. No, I was weak. I am weak. Daphne saw it just like my uncle did. I dig the knife into my skin and drag it down to my wrist. Blood spreads down my arm and spills onto the floor. I go to cut the other, to release the pain, but there is a sharp pinprick against my neck. I can't let you do that, Tongue. Not on my watch, Doc says, keeping an arm around my neck. I tap his forearm with bloody fingers, but whatever he gave me begins to take over my body. The knife slips from my hand and clatters to the floor. I'm falling limp. The fight leaves my body and all I can see is Daphne's face. There you go, Doc croons, squatting to the floor as gravity takes hold of me so I don't hit the ground face first. It's okay, we got you. Everything is going to be okay. We need to call Seer, someone says. My vision darkens. Daphne's smile is the light at the end of the dark tunnel I find myself walking down more times than not. I close my eyes as her light fades and time is no longer a bitch I'm subjected to. And then everything is black. I don't know how long I'm out. Honestly, I don't care either. My head swims as I open my eyes. I blink. The room doesn't look familiar. I'm not in my room or the house or in the basement, but I shake that thought aside. I need to get up and find Daphne. Damn. Looks like we're more alike than you think, baby brother. My eyes finally come to focus and I lift my head to look at the room across from mine. Porter is there looking down at me from his standing position, smirking. He gives me a finger wave. Good morning, sunshine. Shove your morning up your ass. Oh, someone is cranky. I'm going to kill him. And then I'm going to find Daphne and fucking kill whoever the fuck put me in the asylum.
Chapter 16. I forgot how hot it can get in New Orleans. My hair is sticking to the back of my neck from the humidity. The sun is hot, and there isn't a breeze to be felt. I wait outside the airport for my dad to pick me up, but I don't see him yet. That's okay. He is always fashionably late. A grumble of bikes passes by slowly, and one of the bikers stares directly into my soul. He has bright blue eyes. For some reason, their leather cuts look familiar. On them is emblazoned the words, Ruthless Kings, NOLA chapter. I try to think of where I recognize it from, but can't quite put my finger on it. I don't know where I could have seen a ruthless king before. I'm not exactly the biker type, but something about them feels familiar. The burn on my chest sends a stab of pain like it's trying to remind me of something. I think it was some freak accident. Daddy said when I was on the phone with him that I was on vacation. The trip must not have been very good because I don't remember a thing. Daddy's rusted green Chevy comes to view through the pickup lane. The muffler is off and the engine is loud, followed by the smell of gas fumes. The grill is hanging on by a piece of wire, and the passenger side door doesn't open from the outside. Daddy leans over from the driver's side and opens it for me. He has a cigarette hanging in his mouth and a flash of anger in his eyes, but it's gone the moment I notice it. Probably my mind playing tricks on me. Daddy says that happens a lot, which is why he sent me on vacation, to clear my head.
We need to go see your aunt. Get your ass in the truck and stop wasting my damn day.
He smells of booze again. I thought you quit drinking. I yank the seatbelt across my chest and buckle up.
Well, I fucking felt like starting again. Not a problem.
No, Daddy, I whisper, a whirlwind of uneasiness settling in my stomach. My head hurts so bad, and when I close my eyes, I see a face that eases the queasiness. He's handsome. Chocolate hair and brown eyes, tattoos. But I don't know how I know him. But I think I do? No. Maybe I've just seen him somewhere and latched on because I thought he was cute. What happened to your knuckles? I question, staring at the broken red skin that looks a few days old.
None of your business.
He flicks the cigarette ash into the small tray that came with the truck, where a dozen other orange butts are buried. The car is just like I remember it, with burn holes all over the leather seat. An open Big Gulp cup is in one of the cup holders that has chewing tobacco stuck to the sides. A tangle of bat bones is hanging from the rear-view mirror. Daddy says it keeps the ghosts away. He grabs the black angled gear shift and pulls it down into drive and presses the gas. He turns the volume up on the radio. Some classic rock stations screaming about girls, girls, girls. I know it's code for not wanting to talk. As we pass the bikers who are pulled over on the side of the pickup lane, my eyes lock with the one I saw a few minutes ago. His eyes are the clearest blue I've ever seen. He stares at me until I'm too far away to look at him. Daddy doesn't stop like he should when he turns onto the road to see if traffic is clear. Car horns blare and the tires screech along the road as he straightens the wheel. The Mississippi River is to the right, and today it is murky and the water is high. The heat waves are rippling through the air, and I roll down the window to get some sort of breeze, since the air conditioning doesn't work.
So, you go away for a few months and come back fat? What the fuck happened to you?
I glance down at my body and frown. I don't think I look that different.
This is why you always need to be with me. Plus, your aunt came to see me and started bitching at me about your mother's will. I need you here to help fight her with me. Me and you, the widow and the daughter. She won't stand a chance.
I don't like how that sounds. The familiar rumble is distant, and when I glance in the side mirror, I see the motorcycles a few cars behind us. I wait for the fear, but there isn't any there. I'm relieved. Why? The side of my head is hurting again, and the trees warp as the river's waves get abnormally large. I shut my eyes and take a deep breath. I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me.
Comet.
A deep voice penetrates my inner thoughts, and I smile when I hear his voice. Who is it?
I swear to God, if you aren't worth it.
Daddy mumbles under his breath as he tightens his hand on the wheel. I lean my forehead against the frame of the truck, letting hot air rush across my face. I'm trying to piece together where I've been or what I've done, but there's a wall in my head that I can't break down. Something is stopping me from thinking clearly. What does Daddy do to make me like this?
Get the fuck out. I'm going to go find a parking spot.
I open my eyes to see that we are in front of the hospital already. The bushes on either side of the automatic doors are bright green, and an alligator sticker on the side of the bench has my heart kicking up a notch. But why?
Hurry the fuck up, you idiot! Christ, no good, just like your...
I don't hear what he has to say because I slam the door, not wanting to hear the hatred he spews. I don't know how I've managed to live with him all these years. Something tells me I haven't, but I don't understand. I'm more confused than ever. I head inside the hospital, and the burst of air conditioning drapes over my sweaty skin. I sigh in relief. Damn, that feels good. I pass a few people holding their stomach. One is puking in a barf bag, and the other looks like he is thinking about puking. It's a cruel, sick cycle. Literally. The nurse at the front desk is older, with dyed brown hair to cover the grays, and her lips are thin and wrinkled. She purses them as she talks on the phone. When she notices me through spider leg lashes, she holds the phone to her shoulder.
Sorry, sweetie. The man is just going on and on about how someone messed up his stitches. How can I help you?
Her southern accent takes away the edge gnawing at my stomach. I'm looking for my aunt. Her name is Tina Douglas. She's a patient here. She types away on the keyboard, and the jolly expression she had on her face is gone.
"She's in intensive care," she says, sadly. "It's in the East Wing. Just follow this hallway and look for one of the doctors there to update you on her condition."
Intensive? Oh my God, what happened? Aunt Tina is the closest person I have to a mother. She has to be okay.
"We don't know. She was found beaten up pretty good. Sorry, sweetie. I'll keep her in my prayers."
She touches the golden cross she has around her neck, as if what she says is supposed to bring me comfort. I give her the best smile I can manage, which is barely there, with a tiny lift of my lips. I head down the hall like she says, and follow the signs that lead me to intensive care. The floors wobble, and I pause, holding out my hands to steady myself. It looks like lava. No one else seems to be concerned. I get a few odd looks from doctors passing me by. It's fine. I'm fine. Everything is fine. Act natural. Your mind is playing tricks on you. I step through the lava and wait for the undeniable pain, but nothing happens. When I don't feel the expected agony, the floor turns to normal again, and I let out a deep breath. See? I'm fine. I get to the double doors with the words intensive care painted in red across them and step through. Now I have no idea where to go. Everyone is so busy. The doctors are rushing back and forth, and the nurses are helping the patients. I stand there, not knowing what to do, when an arm grabs mine and pulls me back out the doors. I'm shoved in a closet, and a hand is over my mouth. Blue eyes.
"Do not scream,"
he whispers. His Cajun accent is light, making him easy to understand.
"My name is Seer. That name mean anything to you?"
I shake my head.
"I'm going to lift my hand from your mouth, and you need to promise me you aren't going to scream. I'm not here to hurt you, Cher. I'm here to help."
As fast as I can, I nod.
"Okay, that's real good, Cher, real good."
He eases his hand off me and keeps it hovered just in case he has to silence me again. "You're from the airport."
"I am. A friend of mine asked if I could find you. Luckily, they have a guy that's good at locating people. You, mon ami, were a good girl using a credit card."
What are you talking about?
"Daphne, you don't belong here. Don't you feel that? You are meant to be somewhere else. Men from the Ruthless King's Las Vegas chapter are coming for you. Do you know them?"
I shake my head, but it does sound familiar. And it feels like I do.
"Oh, Sherry, you bet you do,"
he replies with a smile. His hand is back over my mouth when a doctor stops outside of the door to talk to a coworker.
"I don't know how she's going to make it."
Me either. She received one hell of a beating. Whoever did this is a monster. I wonder if they are talking about my Aunt Tina.
"You cannot trust your dad,"
Seer tells me, his blue eyes oddly bright as he stares at me.
"I think you know that. Here,"
he points a finger to my heart.
"And here."
He taps my head.
"The human instinct is some of the most powerful forces out there, mon ami. You just need to listen to you."
What's happening to me?
"Your mind is lost, Daphne. But don't worry, it's going to be found. Keep an open mind, and your aunt's abuser is closer to you than you think."
Riddles. I'm not good at riddles.
"I'll be keeping an eye on you while you're here."
Why?
"Mostly to keep my head on my body,"
he chuckles.
"That tongue is no man to mess with, especially when it comes to you."
How do you know this?
"Oh, Cher, that's a story for another time, I'm afraid. Just keep yourself alive, okay? I know you think you don't remember right now, but that is not true. You remember everything."
I remember nothing, I hiss, unable to stop the pool of tears blurring my vision. I know nothing. His hand lands on my shoulder, and he brings his lips to my ear, whispering,
"Your dreams. Remember everything."
I close my eyes when his warm breath becomes too close. But my dreams, I snap my eyes open to find myself alone in the closet. He was here, I say to myself. I'm not crazy. He was right here. I find myself staring at the corner, the darkest part of the room, and wait. Wait for what? I don't know. Something about the shadows calls me home. I just wish I knew where home was.
Chapter 17. I'm fucking furious. You think you're going to do what? I snarl at Reaper as he speaks to me from the other side of the glass. I bang my fist against it. You aren't going anywhere without me. Tongue, you're injured, and I think a few days here might help. We know where she is. Badge saw she bought a plane ticket to New Orleans. I've already called Pocus. They found her. Seer has already talked to her. Bullseye and Reaper share a look. I hate that look. It tells me they know something else and they don't want me to know. What else? Reaper rubs a hand over his day-old scruff and fogs up the glass as he sighs. I pound my fist against the glass again, right where Bullseye's face is. I want to punch it. Tell me. She doesn't remember anything, Tongue. She's in one of her episodes. Remember? Remember what? I ask, stupidly. By the expressions on their faces, it hits me like an anvil. I stumble backward from the hard hit of the weight. Wayne? Hey, Wayne. Porter calls out to me somewhere in the distance. She can't remember me? She doesn't remember us? No, she doesn't, Reaper says sadly. She said she'd never forget, and now, what am I going to do? My chest heaves as sorrow fuels me. We are going to go down to meet the NOLA chapter. We will be back, and she will come with us. You are going to let me go, I say to him. I need to see her. I need to remind her of us. She remembers. Maybe not right now, but she will. She'll see me in her dreams. She has to. I have to hold on to that. I have to. I gulp. I have to believe in that. I have to believe that our love is stronger than a memory. It's a comet that stands the test of time and burns forever. Tongue? I charge to the glass window and slam my head against it. Blood drips from the cracks, spidering outward. I don't even bother to wipe my face. If you don't, I swear I will break this wall down and find her my fucking self. Mercy, Bullseye, she needs me. A howl rips from the top of my lungs. She doesn't have a damn thing to do with Mercy. Her memories run deep with me. Me. She's mine, Reaper. If this were Sarah, you would stop at nothing to save her. This is my old lady. Don't take this from me. The last words make his face soften. Okay, he says. Can I come? Or is that asking too much? Porter asks as he taps the glass. It's too much to ask. I don't trust you. I don't trust you either. You're staying. You're lucky I don't kill you where you stand. You are only alive for Tongue. That's it. Zane, he calls for his uncle. Don't yell. I'm right here. Damn. Zane huffs as he comes out of the room diagonal from me. I heard everything. He takes out the set of keys and slides one into the lock. They only put you in here because they were afraid you'd hurt yourself. I already hurt myself, I say, slipping out the door when he opens it and grabbed the bag of my stuff they packed and left by the door days ago. Let's go. I don't want to waste any more time. Who knows what her father is doing to her? Who is coming? I ask. No one besides us. Poodle has Ellie's ballet recital to go to. Joey is sick, so Skirt is staying. Doc doesn't want to leave Joanna. Tool has his first college night at King's Club. Patrick, I get it. It's fine. Let's go, I say. She isn't going to remember on her own. I'm so impatient. I want to get there already. Is she okay? Is she hurt? Is she happier without me? Reaper, Zane, and Bullseye walk away and head down the steps. Hey, baby brother. I look at Porter over my shoulder, wishing things could be different between us. I wish there was a possibility we could be brothers, but there isn't, and there never will be. What? Be careful. Why do you care? He lifts a shoulder and strokes the spine of the book he is reading. I don't know. I just know I do. Just don't go getting yourself killed. I give him a slight chin tilt. You too, I say languidly. I'm unsure about this new development, but it's hard to ignore that we share the same mom. It's hard to ignore he killed her too, but also the hardest to ignore is the fact my mom didn't love me at all. Porter is sick. Thinking trying to kill me was in some way saving me. Sickness must run in the family because I know I'm not right in the head either. How we get past this, I don't know. It's too much to think about right now. I run down the steps, needing to get away from him and remind myself he is the groundskeeper, a man that wanted to kill me and the only family I've known. I can't forgive that. I'm not that good of a man. Hell, I'm not a good man at all. I stop in the bathroom to change and pull on my cut before I fly out the front door and see Reaper and Bullseye waiting near the truck. Do not make me regret this, Reaper warns. Keep your head when we are down there. I don't make promises I can't keep. I tell him in earnest and hop in the back seat, then shut the door. I was afraid you'd say that. Reaper and Bullseye buckle their seatbelts at the same time. Let's get this trip over with and bring home Daphne. Can we bring Tool, please? Bullseye starts to laugh. It's been too long since I've seen him freak out over Seer. No, I need him here. Too many of our women are pregnant and need protection. I'm not leaving them alone when I have two of my best killers in the truck right now. Reaper turns the engine of the Ford Raptor and its horses shake the truck. He stretches his arm across the back of the passenger seat and turns around. Tongue, we need to have a serious talk before we go. Can it wait? I need to get to Daphne. I know, but this needs to be said. He turns his body and the movement has his jeans rubbing against the leather. I know things have been tense between us. I've been tiptoeing around you and I'm sorry. I stare out the window and stare at the cactus growing from the ground. I'm uncomfortable. The only heart-to-heart I want to have is with Daphne. What happened to you? I should have talked to you about it instead of walking on eggshells. It was wrong of me to invade your privacy. I exposed you. That was wrong of me and it was my failure as president. I apologize. I feel exposed now. I rub my chest. The anxiety is almost physical in the way it applies pressure. I didn't enjoy burning Daphne, but I was fucking proud of her for doing that for you. I want her for you, Tongue. She's strong and I am proud of you. I've never heard someone besides Daphne tell me they are proud of me. It's a strange feeling. I almost like it. I know you've been having a hard time lately trusting us, and I get it. I would too in your position. But I want you to know you always have a place here with us. No matter what, your family, Tongue. He stares at me, and I can tell he really means it. Can we go now? This is too uncomfortable. I want to cut the tongue out of her father's throat. She's mine. Yeah, Tongue. We can go. The truck reverses out of the dirty driveway. We're flying there. Great. I hate flying, but it makes sense. The quicker the better. Country music blares on the radio, but I don't know the song. We stay quiet and my mind drifts to Daphne. It hurts so fucking bad to know she can't remember me, but I'll fix this. She needs me. She has a lot to process right now. She just found out her dad isn't her dad. It makes sense that her psychosis would break free. I want her to be okay. That's all. If she's safe and sound, I can take care of the rest. I'll always take care of her. After I carve my name in her skin so she fucking knows she belongs to me. She can't forget me when she has to look at my name every day. Just the thought has my cock growing hard. Damn it, I miss her. I take out my journal from my back pocket and open it, seeing the drawing of her naked I did the other night. Perfect fucking tits. When I get back, I'm going to have her push them together so I can fuck them. Then I'm going to cum all over her mouth and watch her lick her lips clean. Stop growling back there. Bullseye polishes his silver dart. Have you checked your sugar levels today? I rub my finger over the soft curve of her face against the paper. Touché, he replies. I hold a smile inside and flip the page of the journal. I reach into my cut pocket and pull out a pencil, sketching her face from memory. Her small button nose, plump lips, and big eyes. I love that her bottom lip is a little bit bigger than the other. I growl again when I think about them wrapped around me and sucking me dry. Reaper chuckles from the front seat. I don't care who knows how much I want Daphne. If it were up to me, I'd let the entire world know. I concentrate on the wispy strands of her hair, making sure they are just right. They have to be perfect. Every single strand on her head is perfection. The way they curl around her chin as they hang loose from the messy bun she has on top of her head, or the way they blow in the wind as she's holding on to me tight as we ride the bike. Or how she swings it through the air with a flip while she fucks me. I growl again. Bullseye and Reaper laugh. It isn't funny. All right. Empty your pockets. No weapons and shit on the plane. I need my knife, Reaper. You know I need it. I can't be anywhere without it. I need it to protect Daphne. They will have knives there, Tongue. He pinches the bridge of his nose, exasperated. Fine. I won't be happy about it. You never are, Tongue. I mock him while I slide my knife into the pocket of the front seat, then open the back door and hop out. The three of us head toward the departing flights in the same stride, and I tuck my sketchbook safely in my pocket. When we get to the front counter, the woman eyes us warily. 3 one-way tickets to New Orleans, please. Reaper leans against the counter and gives his charming smile to the lady. She's older, blonde hair turning white, but her blue eyes are clear as she was when she was younger, as light as the sky. Not as pretty as Daphne. No one ever is or ever will be. My pastor on Sunday said I was going to be faced with darkness and evil this week, and look what the devil dragged in, she says, pretending to be unimpressed, but her wrinkled cheeks turn a brighter shade of red than the blush she's wearing today. I think you're getting us confused with our buddy Knives, Bullseye chimes in, taking a jab at his 666 tattoo above his dick. There are more of you? She gasps. Oh, we are everywhere, ma'am, Reaper says, his eyes dropping to her name tag. Gretchen, whenever you need help, you find us, okay? He grabs her hand and kisses her wrinkled, age-spotted knuckles. Oh, Pastor Dan was right. I'd be blinded by Satan in a Sunday hat, and you 3 are all wearing hats. She giggles. I'm not wearing a hat, I say, impatient. Can we fucking go now? It's a saying. You know what? Never mind, Bullseye says. I don't get it. We aren't wearing hats. Gretchen, the poor wench, hands over the tickets with shaky hands. Satan, she points to Reaper, then to his head. Hat. A big one. Oh, it's big, all right. Reaper winks. I'm telling Sarah, Bullseye snorts, holding in a laugh. I snatch the tickets from her frail hands, annoyed with this fucking bullshit. I want to get on that plane, and I'm going to go with or without them. Sarah would understand. I saved us $200, and we have a kid on the way. Reaper defends himself as we slither through the busy crowd. Slot machines go off in the distance. Even people at the airport are drunk and wasting all their money. I see an Elvis in the corner, and I want her home so bad so he can marry us. I'm determined. Shoes off, phones in the bin, empty out your pockets, please. The agent shouts over the roar of people. I don't want anyone to see my sketchbook. What if they look through it? Daphne is mine, no one else can see. Bullseye places his boots in the gray plastic bin and empties his pockets. He heads into the scanner and lifts his arms. I don't like this machine. It's small. Sir, please step over here. She ushers him to the side of the machine, and she takes a wand and roams it over his body until she reaches his zipper. Sir, do you have anything in your pockets? No, ma'am, he smirks. She waves the wand again, and it beeps 3 times. What's in your pants, sir? A Prince Albert, a Guiche, and Jacob's ladder. You want to climb it and see how high you get, gorgeous? Bullseye offers with a salacious baritone. Next, she shouts, lifting a brow and unimpressed with Bullseye. I have a taser, sweetie. Get to moving. Wound my heart, lady. Get a Band-Aid, she sasses, and Bullseye grabs his boots from the belt. Finally, all of us are through the security and get to the gate. Bullseye is pouting, Reaper is getting grouchy, and I'm getting angrier. This is taking too long. The longer it takes, the longer Daphne goes without remembering us. The lady behind the desk smiles, her brunette hair pulled back into a perfect bun, and she grabs the microphone and announces, "Now boarding Flight 1289 to New Orleans, Louisiana." "First thing we do when we get there is go see Pocus." "Not a chance in hell. I'm going to go see Daphne," I say to Reaper. "Not without us." "Yes, I am. I am not going to do anything. I just want to see her, that's it. Like I used to. I've missed watching her. It's how we started. And maybe that's what she needs a reminder of. This jet is going to fall to the damn ground when we get on it. It's so damn small. I really hate flying. But I'll do anything for Daphne, even if my feet are 30,000 feet up in the air. And when my feet are on the ground, I'll show them what anything consists of. I'll need to find this Satan hat that woman spoke of. I'll need the extra edge.
Chapter 18. I sit up in bed, my skin prickling with awareness. It's dark. The only sound is the whoosh of the ceiling fan. But I feel someone in here, a presence. I'm not scared. Ever since I came back home, there has been this cloud of danger hovering over my head. I'm in the same house my mother died in, and the way my dad looks at me, it's like he wants me dead, too. The energy in the room is so powerful, it dissipates the creeping chill over my skin. The door my dad busted down all those years ago is still wonky. The trim is nailed in place. He hasn't even bothered to replace it. I wait for my eyes to adjust to the night, and for some reason, I try to see if anyone is in the corner. It's reflex, like I'm expecting someone to be there. "I feel you," I whisper into the room. I wait for him to say something, to say anything, but he doesn't. Headlights peek through the window for a second as a car drives by, giving me a glimpse of the room. I stop breathing when I see a flash of a tall, broad man in the far corner of my room where my dresser is. It still has a butterfly sticker on the middle drawer. I turn on the lamp to get a better look at the man, but he isn't there. I check all of the corners of the room, but he isn't there. I know I didn't make him up. He was there. "Please, tell me if you're there. Mentally, I can't take any more unknowns," I beg, my heart nearly bursting from my chest with hope. I know him. I feel him. But how? I expect him to say something, anything, but the ceiling fan is all I hear as it spins in circles. Maybe he was in my head. I don't even know who I am anymore. I don't want to be in this house. I don't want to be under the same roof as my father. I'm scared. I miss someone. The cotton pillowcase rubs against my cheek as I bury my face into it and sob. I clutch my hand over my heart, hating how much it hurts and hating even more that I don't understand why. "What's happening to me?" I wail, stifling my cries in the pillow so Daddy doesn't hear me. He'll get mad. I rub my nose against my shirt and sniffle, then tuck my hands under my damp cheek. There are too many unknowns in my life, and all of my questions revolve around Daddy. What's that say about what I know? I thought I remembered a time when Daddy got sober and our life together was good. But now that I'm here, I'm wondering if that's just what I made myself believe so I felt better. If I felt what I feel now, then it isn't surprising I left. But why did Aunt Tina come back if Daddy is a bad man? Why am I here? What power does he have over me? Did I make up the birthday parties? My friends? If all of it is fake, then what happened to my mom? The burn on my chest stings, and I hiss as I readjust myself in bed. Holy moly. Just forget it, I gripe and sit up, then turn on the lamp again. I'm never going to be able to sleep in this hellhole. A man laying across my tattered pink chaise lounge appears. I open my mouth on a scream, but when I see his face, no sound comes out. I crawl to the side of the bed to get a better look at him. The light moves across half of his face, and when his eyes land on mine, my worries halt. He has shaggy, dark hair and a short beard. His gaze is penetrating, reaping my soul inside out and right side up. He is wearing a black leather cut that says, "Ruthless Kings," similar to the one Seer wore. His legs are long and encased in worn denim jeans with scuffed black boots. The scent of pine and leather tickles my senses, and the oddest sensation comes over me. I know him. I don't know how I know him, but I do. He's so familiar.
Are you afraid of me?
He asks, his voice swinging low and deep as the lowest note of a trombone. Should I be? It's the wrong question to ask. The man can obviously kill me with a snap of his finger.
No, Comet. I'd never hurt you.
Comet? My brows push together when I hear the word. Comet, I repeat, a throbbing in my head pressing against my skull. There's a memory there.
Yes.
He rushes to the ground, falling to his knees.
You're my Comet. My name is Tongue, but my given name is Wayne Hendricks. Seer says you don't remember us.
I shake my head and my lips wobble. This unbearable feeling weighs down on me. Not yet, but I think I remember how I feel. And I've felt...
What?
I've been feeling like I miss someone deeply. Like when I see shadows and an alligator sticker. It makes me feel... happy. Why is that?
We have a pet alligator. His name is Happy. And we met in the shadows, Comet. You made me feel what love was the moment I met you.
Why can't I remember? I begin to cry.
You do,
he whispers, knee-walking until he is at the edge of the bed.
Can I touch you? Would that bother you?
I shake my head and lean to his hand when he lifts in the air to touch my cheek. One touch. Why do I have a feeling all it would take is one touch?
Who the fuck are you talking to?
Daddy yells. His drunken steps tumble down the hall to my room. Glancing at my door, then back to Tongue, I'm surprised to see he isn't there. But he was. I know it. Daddy opens the door and fumbles over his own 2 feet, then hits the side of my dresser. The light from the hallway trickles into my room, and that's when I see him standing in the far left corner. He's staring Daddy down, a furious expression on his face. A knife glints in the cheap yellow glow. And that turns me on.
You're lying,
he spits, turning up the bottle of Jack Daniels in his hand.
I heard you. Walls are paper thin, Daphne. It's how I caught your whore of a mother cheating on me, fucking him in my own goddamn house.
He points the liquor bottle at me and chuckles in his dirty, tidy whities. He isn't wearing a shirt, and his potbelly from drinking so much is pronounced. His boobs are nearly as big as mine, and he has sweat dripping down his chest. There are cigarette burns on his underwear, small black rings in the material from where he fell asleep with one in his hand in his recliner.
Keep it down in here. I won't say it again,
he warns before storming out of the room the best he can, but not before his shoulder and the edge of the door meet.
Ugh, stupid fucking bitch.
He pushes the door with his hand as if it's the one in the way. The knob digs into the cheap drywall, causing it to crumble. His ambling footsteps and incoherent mumbling gets further down the hall, and Tongue's boot lifts from the shadow and slowly shuts it.
I can kill him.
He's my dad. I say it in a way that has an explanation to itself tone.
Family doesn't always mean blood, Comet.
I twist the yellow blanket between my fingers. It's something I've had since I was a little girl. It used to bring me comfort, but not anymore. Nothing does. Except Tongue. My mind might not recall my memories, but my heart remembers how I feel. We're more than friends, aren't we? He walks so quietly for a man that's as big as he is. He stops at the foot of my bed, and I'm drawn to the tattoos on his arms.
You're my best friend, and the love of my life, Comet.
Why can't I remember you then? I sob. Why am I here?
You do remember. He makes his way to my side of the mattress, sits down beside me, and takes my hand. I inhale as his fingers brush over mine. Sparks? No, something more than sparks dance over the nerve endings on my skin. It's so much more. It's fire and ice, a million needles dancing and whirling in a tango over my skin. I imagine this is what the heat of the sun feels like. Yeah, Comet. His voice deepens. You remember. The rough pad of his finger strokes the top of my hand. I gasp, my eyes fluttering like the butterflies in my stomach as he travels up, caressing my bicep next. My entire body trembles, reacting to the simplest touch, but I have a feeling nothing is simple with this man. Every time I touch you feels like the first time. The way you feel right now. His fingers drag up my shoulder and to my neck, grabbing hold of it like he has done 100 times. My body tells me he has, because I arch my back, tilting my head to give him access to do with me whatever he wants. This is crazy. I've never met this man in my life. But then there is that push in the back of my mind, the one that bends reality, and most of the time in my life, nothing makes sense. When I look at Tongue, I know everything is going to be okay. A shift happens inside my soul, and life makes sense. Then, when he touches me, I'm yearning for the memories we have already made. I want to know what we have together. What if I never remember again? The thought of that scares me to death. I hold a hand over my mouth and muffle a sob. What if this is all I have? What if this life is all I know? It isn't, he says, as if it is so simple. What you feel right now says you know a lot more than you think. He rests his forehead against the side of my head. And if I have to, I'll remember for the both of us. I'll tell you every moment we have ever had together. Yeah? I ask him with a watery smile. Yeah, Comet. I'd do anything for you. He turns around and stares at the door when the sound of the TV gets louder. You have no idea how hard it is not to kill him right now after... He swallows and his Adam's apple bobs. It isn't my place to say. You need to remember on your own so you can make the right decision. He's mean and a drunk. A mean drunk, but he doesn't deserve to die. He does for what he did to you, your mom, and your aunt. My mom killed herself. My eyes widen when he grabs the sides of my face. His brown eyes dart between mine. His thumbs trace the edges of my mouth. I know you don't believe that. I pull away from his touch and scurry out of the bed. My t-shirt falls to my knees. No, I don't know you. You're here in my room. I don't even know how you got in my house. I broke the back window and climbed through, he says, unapologetically, shrugging his shoulder. And don't say you don't know me. He pushes off the bed and towers to his full height. I have to crane my neck to see his face. You know me, he growls, my heart reacting to the gravelly timbres. He takes a step forward. You know what you feel for me. You... I poke a finger against his very muscular chest, and the air from my lungs escapes me. Holy moly. I don't mean to say that out loud, but wow, that's an impressive chest. His lips tilt in an awkward smirk. I still don't know you. My vibrato is weak as he takes a step closer. His lip curls in rage. Yes, you do. You are mine, Daphne. I am yours. You know that. I know you are in my house, in the corners, hiding in the dark. Normal people don't do that. I'm going to have to ask you to leave, before I spontaneously combust with arousal. He buries his fingers in my hair, then yanks my head back as he fists the strands. We are far from normal, Comet. He brushes his lips against my chest. One thing you should know about us. He skims his mouth to my ear and nibbles the lobe before he whispers. We fell in love in the dark. And make no mistake, you will fall in love with me again, in the dark.
My eyes shut on their own accord, my body pressing against his. He lets me go, and his warmth leaves me as I open my eyes again to stare at a ghost. He's no longer there, but my door is open. I know my mind isn't playing tricks on me, not with how my body is yearning for his touch again. I understand why my eyes have been drifting to the corners, examining the shadows, and why my heart has been waiting for a reason why. I trust the dark. The shadows are my home. The corners are my comfort. And the darkness is a place for me to be loved.
Chapter 19. And where have you been? I pause as I'm entering through the window of the bedroom I'm staying in at the NOLA clubhouse. It's an old plantation-style home that's a little run down from how old it is. It has charm, though. Pocus said when he became prez, the first thing he did was rip down the slave quarters. Then he brought in a witch to cast the ghosts to their resting place so they can finally be at peace. He didn't want to be the reason why they continued to suffer, when they had suffered long enough. I feel like I'm a teenager getting caught sneaking inside after my curfew. Reaper flips on the light and reveals himself. He is sitting in the corner, left ankle over his right knee, and his fingers are pressed together in a steeple position. I was with Daphne. Part of me hates that she can't remember, but it's kind of fucking hot, too. My cock is still hard from how she reacted to me. Getting her to want me again won't be a problem. She feels we are meant to be. I have no doubt we will be together again. Did you kill him? I jump down from the window and close it, locking it in place. No, I didn't. He blows out a breath and snags the bottle of beer off the coffee table to take a swig. Good. We need more information about him. I wanted to. I know. No, Reaper, I don't think you do know. I sit on the bed and I lift my hands in the air to show him how bad they are shaking. I'm so fucking mad. The restraint. I held myself back, but it was the most difficult thing I've ever had to do. He was there, drunk, wearing only underwear, and how he talked to her. It's no wonder she's so damn confused. His abuse is powerful, Reaper. He squeezes my shoulder. I know, Tongue. I'm sorry. Come on, let's go get you a beer and talk to their doctor and tech guy. We are going to see what we can find, okay? What's there to find out? Her dad is a terrible man and he needs to die. Terrible people always have a reason to do terrible things. What's his? People don't need a reason to do bad things, Reaper. It's as simple as them liking the pain they inflict. I put myself in that category. I don't consider myself a good person, not with what I do and why I do it. Simple fact of the matter is, I love the pain I inflict. I love the suffering I bring to others. I know my soul is damned to the wicked. I'm going to go down in smoke and flames, and the ride to hell will be one I will enjoy. We walk down the hallway, the brownish-red hardwood floors creaking under us. I take the time to look around and inspect the house. The ceiling is high and there are chandeliers hanging low. They seem like they were installed with the place. They aren't illuminated, but there are lamps attached to the wall every few feet that are turned on to show us the way. A cold chill rips through me, and I have to stop walking to catch my breath. I shiver. A cold cloud leaves from between my lips as if the temperature just dropped to 30 degrees. Reaper is a few steps ahead of me and he pauses, looks over his shoulder and bobs his head as he waves his hand. Well, come on, what are you waiting for? Sorry, cold chill. It's hot in here. What are you talking about? Reaper takes out a black handkerchief and pats the back of his neck. Sorry, mon ami. Pocus apologizes as we come into the impressive main room. They have a large bar that takes up one entire wall with shelves of booze. We don't have that in our clubhouse anymore because of Patrick. I'm fine with it. It isn't a big deal. But right now, selfishly, I'm glad to kick back and pop a top without feeling bad about it. What can I say? I guess I'm an asshole. The air conditioning broke yesterday. We were waiting on the guy to come and fix it. Every now and then you'll feel a cold chill. It happens in a house with old bones like this. When we get to the bar, the guy behind it has a prospect cut and Pocus slaps his hand on the black cement bar top. 2 beers, Buffy. You got it, Prez. The kid can't be a day over 21, but he double fists the bottles and pops the tops off them at the same time. He places them in front of us and I can see the sweat dripping down the outside of the bottle. A beautiful fat droplet that I can't help but bring to my mouth and sigh from how refreshing it is. Cold chill? That shouldn't happen when the air conditioning is out. I mention, following Pocus to the couch where a few of the guys are talking amongst themselves. Mon ami, haven't you ever heard of ghosts? Seer reveals himself in the front entryway, leaning against the wall with his arms and legs crossed. He has a big smile on his face. Don't believe in ghosts, I say, lifting the bottle to my lips. Seer's laugh booms, which somehow even has a slight Cajun twist to it. Oh, I know that ain't right. You just don't want to admit it. There are a few in this house, they're harmless. Yeah, they ain't no problem. Hex chimes in from the middle of the couch. His arms are spread wide across the back. I've talked to them a few times to make sure. They like it here. They feel safe. Reaper spews his beers out, then coughs, which makes me wonder how Tool would act. Damn it, I wish he were here. I'm fine. Reaper chokes again, his eyes turning red from the force of the cough. Went down the wrong way. Hex smirks knowingly. Sure, mon ami, that's it. New Orleans is a whole other animal. There is shit here I do not and will not understand, but that's the beauty about cultural differences. I can appreciate them even if I don't completely understand them. Go on, sit down. Don't let these fools scare you off. Pocus sits down and Seer takes the seat beside him. The couch is big enough for 10 people to fuck and sleep on. The leather gives and molds to my body. I groan and drop my head against the cushion. This is a comfortable couch. I turn my head right to left. Where is Bullseye? I notice he isn't around. I only see a huge flat-screen TV hanging on the wall and a few portraits. I swear they are looking right at me. He's in bed. He isn't feeling too hot, but doesn't want to admit it because of his pride, Seer says. Dumbass. Reaper hisses and goes to push himself up when Seer lifts his palm to stop him. Leave him be. He will learn the hard way. Don't we have work to do for Daphne? He asks, bringing us to the task at hand. Yeah. Fast typing from my right has me staring at a slim guy. I'm Snake. We have met before. Briefly. He clarifies. Snake, what earned you that name? I slither through all necessary evils to gain information. The reflection of the computer shines in the guy's eyes. I need to go check on Bullseye, Reaper says. I don't feel comfortable not checking in. Graveyard is with him. He's fine. Getting the insulin he needs, Pocus states, placing his elbows on his knees. He's our doctor. And his name is Graveyard? That's not too reassuring. Should be, considering his graveyard doesn't have anyone in it. The front door opening has everyone turning to see who it is. Lightning strikes across the sky and thunder rolls right after. The man shakes his jacket and pulls down his hood. Oh, fuck no. What the fuck is he doing here? He deserved a calm tongue, sit down, and don't cause any problems. She's my daughter, and you won't stop me from protecting her. Mercy has the audacity to imply I can't protect her. Sit down. Reaper's tone leaves no room for argument as he grips my hand. Now. I crack my neck and do as I'm told. I never take my eyes off Mercy as he drags a plastic chair from the corner, spins it backwards, and sits down. Water drips everywhere around him, and he slicks his silver hair back over his head to keep the wet strands out of his face. I hate him. You could have told me. And deal with your grouchy ass from Vegas to here? No thanks. Reaper answers me and then chugs down his beer. Snake claps his hands together. Okay, before this bickering gives me a headache, her father, Mercy, her other father, I don't know how to phrase it. It's okay, I haven't exactly earned the title, he says. Damn right. I grumble, and it earns me a hard slap in the chest. He has a record a mile long. Snake ignores us and continues typing.
He has a crap ton of arrests from 20 years ago, all assault and battery charges, but they were always dropped. Mercy inhales a sharp breath and rubs his eyes. I feel bad for him. I'm being a bastard to him, but he just found out the woman he loved was abused and he had a daughter. I need to learn to be nice. A few drunken disorderlies from a few different bars, DUI. His license is revoked. He shouldn't be driving. Snake clacks away at the keyboard. I've never seen fingers move so fast. I'm jealous. I want to type like that, but I need to learn how to read and write better first. It isn't too far-fetched he'd go too far. I'd say what happened to Michelle most definitely had something to do with him. Oh, it did. A guy coming from the hallway carrying a small black pack in one hand states. In the other, he has a file. Here. This is for Bullseye. I know he already has one, but this is for you to keep if you feel necessary to check his sugar like he is a damn teenager. All of my members are fucking teenagers. Reaper snaps, side-eyeing me as if I'm a culprit. Only right now, the rest of the time, I'm not even noticeable. We haven't met. I'm Graveyard. You don't see me around because I work a few nights over at the local hospital. It's the only reason I was able to get this file. It was sealed. Now that gets my attention. Sneaky, I say, impressed. You have your ways, I have mine. He opens the file and one flap hits the table with a small slap. The autopsy report says she was shot in the head, but she was also shot in the shoulder. That isn't too common with suicides, is it? Reaper asks. No, and statistically it's more likely for a woman to pick a less violent method, like overdosing on drugs or the car fumes in the garage. A gun to the head is a man's top choice. He pulls out a few pictures and lays them on the table. These are pictures of the crime scene. Oh, Michelle. Mercy's voice breaks as he reaches for a picture. He rubs his fingers in his eyes to stop the tears, but it's no use. The longer he stares at the image of his dead lover, the more emotional he gets. You know her? Graveyard asks. I'm sorry, I didn't know. We should have told you. He is the biological father of Daphne, and this is her mother. Pocus advises with a regretful tone. Fuck, man, I'm sorry. Graveyard tries to pick up the pictures, but Mercy stops him by grabbing his wrist. Don't. I need to see what I could have prevented. He analyzes the photographs and closes his eyes. She died wearing the locket I gave her. I take a peek at a picture and see a silver locket covered in blood around her neck, hanging down to where it nearly touches the carpet in the picture. Mercy traces it with his finger, staring at her as if she had just died yesterday. I guess she did. To him, at least. No one knows what to say. There's nothing to say. Nothing can make him feel better. The thick expanse of Graveyard's throat moves as he swallows. So, it's impossible for these wounds to have been made by her. Her father's statement says he was trying to wrestle the gun away from her, but it backfired. That isn't possible? No. The size of the wound, the gunpowder residue, the angle, she was most definitely shot at. And when he had her weak, he shot her between the eyes. Why wouldn't they catch that? 20 years ago, they probably saw a mess they didn't want to clean up, and suicide was the easiest way, Graveyard explains. No real proof it was him, either. That's not true, I realize. Daphne witnessed it. She's an unreliable witness because of the psychosis. I slam my fist on the table and sneer my teeth at Graveyard. Because she saw him kill her mother. Doesn't matter. Besides, there's no way for us to prove it in court. It's been too long. So I can kill him? I say happily. Like we were going to do any different. Reaper rolls his eyes. Y'all, I just found a pretty good reason why her father attacked her aunt. Snake pipes up. Mercy stands and drops the picture in his hand. Tina was attacked? What the fuck? Is there anything else you're leaving out? Reaper rubs his temples. No, that's it. I'm sorry for not telling you. Is she okay? He asks, black brows so tight together they look like one. She's hanging in there, Seer says with a positive nod and gives Mercy a warm grin. Okay? Mercy nods. Daphne can't lose her too. Snake, what were you saying? There was a will that Michelle left. She left all of her money to Daphne, but she could only get it when she turned 26. Until then, she had a guardian, her aunt. Her birthday is in June. He wanted her aunt to sign everything over, and she said no. That's the only thing that makes sense. And he called Daphne because he knew he could get into her mind and fucking manipulate her to sign over the money. It can't be much, right? The trailer is falling apart. She struggled growing up. Because her mom was paying into an account for Daphne. She only kept what she needed to get by. It's grown. Snake whistles. $2 million. No wonder her dad wants the will. He didn't get life insurance since it was suicide and not an accident. Fuck, that's why he wants Tina dead. If she dies, he is going to get that money. No fucking way am I going to let my little girl suffer more than she already has. I'm going to kill that son of a bitch. We can kill him together. Lightning cracks outside, matching the fury in my heart. Mercy and I have a long stare-off before he concedes. Seer's eyes are bright as he looks off into the distance. He's going to the hospital tomorrow. He blinks and then sags against the couch, then examines my arm. He's going to rip a few of those stitches open. I don't care, I say, finishing off my beer. It won't be the only scar I have. I can staple it tonight to give it a better chance at not opening up, Graveyard offers, picking up the pictures and putting them in the file. Can you all bring the guy here? I want to see the Vegas boys in action and see what the fuss is about, Graveyard says. Well, the NOLA chapter is about to get one hell of a show, because I'm not going to stop until this man is disemboweled. And if Hex can see ghosts, I hope he witnesses Daphne's father's soul being dragged to hell, or I'll become the hellhound that rips him to pieces.
Chapter 20. A slap of a hand across my cheek has my head jerking to the right and the handle of the coffee cup slipping out of my hand. It shatters on the floor with the coffee, which earns me another hit on my other cheek. My eyes water and my jaw drops open from the sting. Something flashes in my mind, a vision of him hitting my mom in the same fashion.
Since you can't make a decent drink, I'm going to the fucking bar,
Daddy slurs, already drunk. How am I going to get to the hospital to see Aunt Tina? I ask, holding in the tears as my cheek throbs.
I don't give a shit. Figure it out, Michelle.
He calls me by my mother's name, and as he stares at me, I don't see love, but pure hate. He snatches the keys from the fruit bowl and leaves me holding my cheek. He kicks the coffee table as he passes by it, then kicks the screen door open with his foot. The door comes off its hinges, which doesn't seem too difficult since it's so cheap. Crying, I kneel on the floor and pick up the pieces of the mug, careful to place them in my palm so I don't cut myself. I wipe my cheek on my shirt and think about Tongue, wishing he was here so I felt safe. Something about this house makes my nerves shake. My instincts roar at me to get out. I toss the broken ceramic chunks in the trash, then grab a towel and clean up. The floor molts and moves, sways and dips, and I gasp. Someone is standing in front of me. No! I scream and scurry away until my back hits the cabinet. The handle digs into the space of my shoulder and spine. A bruise I'll feel tomorrow. It's my mother. She's in the dress we buried her in, drenched in dirt. Her skin is pale, and the gunshot wound in her head bleeds. You aren't real. You aren't real, I repeat, unable to take my eyes off her. Another form appears behind her. Her mouth opens, her jaw continuing to the floor as she screams, "Run!" at me. My father is behind her, gun drawn. My heart is hammering as I stagger to my feet, watching the horror unfold. The gunshot rings out. I hold my hands over my ears and close my eyes with a scream. The ringing stops. I can smell the gunpowder, like a bonfire's smoke clinging to someone's clothes. I peek one eye open to see if they are there, but the space is empty. What if my mom didn't kill herself? What if I've been suppressing the truth? I glance at the clock and see it's past 10 a.m. and decide to get the hell out of here. I'm going to the hospital, and when I'm done, I'm going to find Tongue. I'm safer with him than I am here. I know that. I feel that. He would never lay a hand on me. I run to my room and grab my purse, then sprint toward the front door. I step outside, one arm on the door handle, as I turn around to take one last look at the place that's haunted my mind for far too long. Daddy's fear is no longer going to control me. I'm not going to fall into his ways again. Something about seeing my mother scream at me felt familiar. All too familiar. Like how it is with tongue. Which means I've experienced it before. Damn this house. Damn my mind. But I won't damn what I feel. My gut feeling is all I have to go on right now, and my gut is telling me to get the fuck out of here. My blue Converse sink into the mud as I cut through the pathetic front lawn and jump over a broken lawn gnome. When I get to the road, I take a right and start the long journey to the hospital. It isn't too hot today since there is cloud coverage, but the air is still sticky. I swear I can smell the rotten core of Bourbon Street, too. Like trash and booze. And after a few days out in the New Orleans weather, that smell can even make a raccoon turn its nose up. The sound of a motorcycle has me looking up from my feet to see down the dusty street. As it gets closer, a few bees fly around me since I'm passing wildflowers. They don't bother me. A slap to the face doesn't hurt worse than a bee sting. The bike rolls to a slow stop, and Tongue places his feet on the ground.
What's my comet doing out here all alone?
He takes off his sunglasses and grabs my chin.
Did he do that to your face?
I lower my lashes, staring at the mud on my shoes.
I'm going to fucking kill him.
The gravel lodged in his throat makes me want to jump inside him so he can lull me to a deep sleep. His fingers play with a strand of my hair and he tucks it behind my ear. His lips are on my cheek next, warm and soft, a complete contradiction to the tough armor he wears.
No one hurts my comet without paying a price.
My clit throbs. I don't understand why I'm turned on by him threatening to kill my father, but I am. Something about being overly protected has me wanting to mount him right on his bike. Maybe it's because the man who I was supposed to count on in life didn't do a bang-up job at protecting me, and now that I have it in spades, I want every ounce of protective instinct he can give me.
You have no idea how much I've missed you, Comet. I'm not going to push you, but I want you to know how much I want to kiss you. I've missed your lips.
His hot breath tickles the space under my ear, and goosebumps travel all over my body, tightening my nipples from the chill. And it is far from cold outside.
Everywhere. I've missed your lips everywhere. My mouth, my neck, my chest.
I whimper.
My cock.
His voice turns dark and sinful, twisting its way into my soul like a cruel addiction. My mouth waters, and I ache to taste him in the back of my throat.
I miss worshiping your body.
I turn toward him, our lips inches apart, and that familiar feeling returns. I think I miss all those things too. No. I know I do. Kiss me, I say breathlessly, staring at the full red lips. My fingers hover over his cheeks because I'm afraid to touch him. Afraid because he's the most magnificent man I've ever seen. His stubble scratches my palm and his head tilts back. So I roam down his neck, then over his shoulders, and he grabs my hips. He groans when I skim along his pecs, feeling the muscle tense. From me. Kiss. My words are silenced as he pushes our bodies together and slams his lips onto mine. A flash of us tangled in the sheets slams against my mind. I don't know if it's me thinking about what I want or what I've already had with him, but I want it again and again. Our tongues tangle, and he rocks my hips over the intimidatingly long erection tenting his jeans. I have to break away from him for a minute to catch my breath, and a slight whine escapes me when he hits the bundle of electrified nerves. He shoves me away, and for a moment I think it's because of something I did when he unzips his pants, fishes out his cock, grips the thick meat, and pumps twice.
Comet!
He shouts my name into the sky for any and all to hear, points his cock to the dirt, and comes. My eyes widen as I watch the thick streams paint the ground. Holy moly, I rasp in awe.
Fuck yes. I told you, he gasps. I've missed you so fucking much. Look what you do to me.
He squeezes the last droplet out of the slit, and I don't know what comes over me, but the pearly drop is too pretty to deny. I bend down and lick it off the hot, red crown. His salty taste slides down my throat, and now I wish it hadn't all gone to waste on the ground. He wraps his hands around my hair and pulls me back.
I might have come quick because I've missed you so goddamn bad. But my cock is always ready for round 2. You suck me, I'm going to bend you over this bike and fuck you, Comet. My recovery time is impeccable. Don't you fucking forget that, and it always will be when it comes to you.
I moan against his neck and rock my hips onto his knee as I straddle him. I ache to be filled by him. I claw at his back and create as much friction as I can.
That's it, Comet. Use me.
I want you. I have an eagle's eye view of his cock.
Not until you remember.
Why? I cry out in frustration, dry humping his thigh harder. He wraps a hand around my throat and forces me to meet his flushed face.
Because I need you to remember how much you love me.
My orgasm crashes over me and Tongue's arm wraps around my waist as I fall against him. I'm gasping the humid air and my entire body is shaking with aftershocks. I grin as he pushes the hair from my forehead. I want to do that again.
That's my Comet.
He laughs, searching my eyes for memories. I'm sorry. I don't...
It's okay. I mean it.
He gives me a kiss on top of my head, then sighs as he pulls away. He tucks himself in. Even semi-hard, he is big.
Stop looking at me like that. I'm only so strong, Comet. Hop on and hold on tight.
He pats the seat behind him, then hands me his helmet.
Are you going to see your Aunt Tina?
How did you know?
I know everything about you.
If any other man said that to me, I'd be scared. But knowing he cares so much to find out everything about me has that silly organ in my chest tripping over itself. I throw my leg over the bike and settle in behind him. I wrap my arms around his waist, and his rough hands that promise a hard day's work caress me for a moment. My skin is alive. I'm alive, and I smile for the first time probably since I saw him last.
Feels so good to have your hands on me, he admits. You scared me when I woke up alone in bed and you were nowhere to be found.
You were scared? You don't look like a man that scares easy, I reply, resting my cheek against his back. The leather of his cut is warm from the day, but comfortable against the bruise on my cheek.
I do when it comes to you. Always when it comes to you.
He cranks the bike again, and the vibrations tickle between my legs, igniting another round of sensations. Why can't the veil in my mind go away? Why can I remember how he makes me feel, but I can't remember what we have built together? He does a U-turn in the middle of the empty road and applies pressure on the throttle. We speed down the narrow street, passing a blur of trees on either side of us. My hair whips behind me, and the ends sting my shoulders as they lash around me, snapping like serpents. It feels right, being here, with him. Even if I never remember, I know where I'm meant to be, and that is where he is. We pass the loud jazz of the French Quarter, and I wish he and I could spend the night experiencing the wild haunts of New Orleans. All too soon, he is pulling up to the hospital. I undo the strap under my chin and take off the helmet, then hop off the bike. My legs are tingling and wobbly. I giggle when I stumble, and he catches me.
You okay, Comet?
He asks with a crooked grin, one that doesn't show teeth. Yeah, I think I'll be all right. I'll see you later, right?
In every dark corner you can find,
he states. As I stare at his face, I have one thing repeating in my head. How can I love a man when the only memory I have is the one my heart tells me?
Chapter 21. My Comet is crazy if she thinks I'm going to let her go in there alone. I park my bike in the nearest spot, place my helmet on the seat, and follow in after her. I don't want her to feel smothered, especially after what happened between us. I didn't expect that. I was on my way over to check on her when she was walking down the road. And one thing led to another. It always does with us. Memory be damned. I dig my phone out of my pocket and send a voice message to Reaper. I'm at the hospital now. I'll update you if I see your father, and I'll act accordingly. I press the send button, then press the audio message again. I won't kill him here, I clarify, no matter how much I want to. I press send again and tuck the phone in my back pocket. I pass the lady at the front desk. She's too busy talking on the phone to notice me slip by. Only family members can get into intensive care right now, and that's where Daphne is headed. I keep my eye on her back and make sure she gets to her aunt's room safely. I hide behind the closest wall and peek my head around the corner to see her talking to the doctor. A smile ghosts over her face and then tears drip down her cheek. I'd kill him for making her cry if they didn't look like happy tears. She turns around, after giving the male doctor a hug, and heads toward a door on the far left. When she opens it, I rush after her and stop the door from shutting with my boot, then dip inside, then dart into the bathroom. I crack the door so I can listen. Why am I doing this again? Her aunt knows me. If anything, she can verify who I am. Which might not be a good thing. I'll stay right here for now.
Aunt Tina? Daphne cries. You're awake, oh my God. I came as soon as Daddy called. No, her aunt cries. No, you need to leave. Your dad is not who he says. He did. She struggles to say as her heart rate monitor starts to race. Aunt Tina, someone help her. Daphne's pain screams throughout the halls, and I want to go out there and pull her to safety, but I know I can't. Not yet. A stampede of doctors and nurses fly into the room. Wait outside, they say to Daphne. No, she's my aunt. I can't leave her. Ma'am, we will get you when everything is settled. Wait outside, please, the nurse says with a stern, no-argument tone. I watch through the crack as Daphne gets pushed out the door. I hate to see her cry. I hate to see her hurt. I wish I could take all of her pain away and protect her from all the horrible things this world has to offer. That isn't realistic, but I can try. I'm not sure how long I hide in the bathroom, but I hear the doctors speak a flurry of medical words I don't understand and then declare her stable. Thank fuck. One by one, 2 white coats and a nurse in blue scrubs leave the room. It's a long shot that her dad will come here today, but we can't be too safe. We have to protect her aunt at all costs, and it's better if Daphne doesn't know the plan, so she doesn't feel like she has to lie to her dad. Even if the man is a piece of shit, she will love him for the simple fact that he is her father, a privilege he will never deserve. I know you're there. Aunt Tina's struggling words have me stepping out from the bathroom and into the shadow the room keeps, which is usually close to the wall or in a corner. Her blue eyes follow mine as I stand against the wall. How did you know? She said, your energy buzzed the room every time you entered it. She coughs, then licks her dry lips. I come around the edge of the bed and grab the water pitcher off the stand and pour her a paper cupful. I bring it to her mouth and she greedily chugs it down. Thank you, she croaks. If the desert had a voice, it would be Tina's right now. Do you know what's going on with Daphne? She shakes her head and swallows. She doesn't remember anything about me, us, or Vegas. She found out her dad wasn't her dad. Come to find out, her mom had a thing with Mercy, a close friend of the club. Then her piece of shit father calls and tells her to come home because you're in the hospital. Why can't she remember? She shuts down when she thinks she's protecting herself, when the truth is too close to the surface. That has me straightening my spine. You know how her mom died? She nods and a tear runs down her cheek. I tried to get her away, but I had no proof. Her dad brainwashes her somehow, and she believes everything he says. She's a daughter looking for her father's love, I say in sadness. Tina agrees, and I pluck a tissue from the Kleenex holder and dab her cheeks dry. She hisses when I apply too much pressure. Sorry. It sounds like a weak apology, which means it probably is. Did you know about Mercy? Her lip trembles and she stares at the ceiling, her eyes filling to the brim. Yes. Why didn't you tell Daphne? I hiss, and I mean to sound as deadly as I can because I'm close to taking a pillow and killing her for what she did. How long did she let Daphne suffer needlessly? Michelle made me promise not to say a word. I didn't know he was alive. Very much so. And he has an axe to fucking grind. You people have got to start telling the truth. I lace my fingers behind my head and wonder what position this puts me in now. If she feels like everyone has lied to her, she'll close herself off from everyone, and who knows what her mind will conjure up to scare her. Why didn't you tell her about the money? She was determined to work hard for herself. Money wouldn't have mattered. I worry my bottom lip as I stare out the window into the parking lot. My mind whirls with how to protect Daphne, but I don't know how anymore. Everyone around her has lied. I don't want to be lumped in with those people. If there is one thing our relationship has been built on, it's honesty. I'm giving her time to remember me on her own without trying to push her, but you and her dad and her mom, you guys are making that really fucking hard. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't fucking cut it. Sorry doesn't make her worries go away, does it? Lying to her all her life, what the fuck is wrong with you? I was protecting her too, in my own way. I get in her face, my arms gripping the sides of the hospital bed to cage her head with my arms. The whites of her eyes are red from busted blood vessels, and she has a busted top lip. You chose wrong. I know. I straighten, not expecting her to admit her wrongs, but she does. You'll take care of her? She's never had that. She will always have that with me, I say honestly, just as the doctor hurries into our room, slams the door and leans against it. He's sweaty and pale, and reeks of fear. When he sees me, his eyes widen and he stays low to the ground, then dives to the right to get hidden by a wall. Don't panic, he stammers, while panicking. I'm impressed with no one here. Everyone is a goddamn pussy. I stomp over and pick the twig up by the collar of his white jacket and slam him against the wall. His toes drag along the ground. How about you don't panic and tell me what has your panties in a twist, Doc? The hospital is on lockdown. No one in, no one out. Why? I growl. There's a man with a gun and he has a hostage. He's on this floor. The doctor squirms. A gunshot echoes outside and the hallways act as tunnels to make everyone's screams travel. Daphne, I gasp with horror, wearing the same fear as the man in front of me. What does the man look like? The hostage? I slam him against the wall again. I don't know. He begins to cry. I slap him across the face and push my own fear aside. Fucking get it together and be a man. What does he look like? And if you don't tell me, I'll gut you right here, right now. I'm just as dangerous as the man outside, only I'm giving you a chance to live, so fucking tell me. I roar as quickly as I can so no one can hear us. He is older, white tank top, greasy hair. And the hostage? I don't know, I swear I don't know, they didn't say. They paged code black, which means active shooter. I drop him to the floor and he cries out when he lands on his foot wrong. Ah! He grabs his ankle. You broke my foot! Better than being dead. I step on his leg as I walk toward the door, which has him whimpering. I grin. Yeah, I can be a sadistic son of a bitch. I peek out the narrow rectangular window in the door and see papers scattered along the floor. I grip the handle and turn it, but it's locked. What? I hiss and try again. I jiggle the handle and tug, but it won't budge. Why won't the door open? All doors are locked for safety. Only doctors can get in and out. I get my knife out and the doctor pushes himself across the floor as far away as he can get from me. Tina, I'm busting out of this room. I have a feeling the hostage is Daphne. You'll be vulnerable since the doctor is useless. I'll be fine. I'm not useless, the doctor tries to justify.
I dig my phone out of my pocket and see 15 messages from Reaper. I press play and hold the speaker to my ear. Tongue, we can't get in the hospital and no one can get out. It's all over the news. We are in the parking lot, brother. We're here, but they won't allow us in. Be careful, the last message says. I press the record button and lower my voice. He is on our floor. I'm busting out of the room and going to find him on my own. I think he has Daphne. I told you I should have killed him the other night and none of this would be happening. I press send, then give my phone to Tina by tossing it to her. Use that if you need to. The guys know I'm here.
Be careful. If it's her, save her.
Always. I focus on the task at hand, push the panic and terror aside, bad thoughts, and breathe. I take the handle of my knife, smash it against the glass. Thud, thud, thud. It takes a few times before it cracks. It won't budge. Shit, I'm an idiot. I say to myself, then rush to Dr. Pansy Ass and grab his key card. Thanks for doing your part.
No problem,
he says with chattering teeth. He's in shock. I slide the key card over the black square and the door clicks when the light turns green. When I step into the main area of the intensive care unit, I'm shocked by how abandoned it is. Paper is everywhere. IV bags are busted on the floor, and that scent of fear is there again, making it hard to breathe. I take a right down the hallway, listening. Oh, fuck, I whisper when I see a man lying face down in a puddle of his own blood, gunshot to the abdomen. It was not a quick death. Looks like he traveled pretty far according to the blood path. It leads all the way down another hall. It's so quiet. Too quiet. The kind where something could happen at any moment. Silence is loud if one listens carefully enough, and right now it's telling me to be prepared for death. I loop around by going down a back hallway. The lights flicker from being shot. There are a few more dead bodies. A nurse with a gunshot wound to the head and her elderly patient. Another gunshot wound to the head. He knows what he likes, doesn't he? Blood is everywhere. And for the first time in my life, I dread seeing it. I do another loop and find the rest of the halls empty and find myself back at Tina's room. I hear a click and the warm barrel of a gun pointed against the back of my head. Execution style. His favorite. Thank you for listening to Tongue's Target, Book 11 in the Ruthless King's MC series, written by 𝐂𝐮𝐨𝐤𝐿, performed by Maxine Mitchell and Joe Arden, both members of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by Blue Nose Audio. Production coordination by Candace Lawrence. Post-production by Ron Lipkin. Copyright 2021 by Ruthless Underworld Press. All rights reserved.